Okay. Her brother's already under the house. I got 20,000. weed in here. Damn. Oops. Cats are getting high as shit. He was actually in the alley. He was in the alley, so I must have missed him coming back out. Maybe thought he went under there, but maybe he didn't. He looked like he went. He looked back at me when I kitty-kittied him, but at least do 10. Oh my god! He's a hurting. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Now that blood in Compton. There was that blood in Compton I told y'all about, whose son, like he was my coworker. He punched me in the mouth. I didn't press charges because I didn't want him going back to prison. He like I was working out at the time, and he told me, like, because I was doing push-ups and stuff, like, and I was taking a day off, and he was like, always do a little bit of that exercise. Don't ever take a full day off from a muscle group. You gotta teach it that it's always needed. So that's why, like, even on like an off day, I won't work it hard, but I'll just work it just a little bit. Let her know we ain't done yet. That's something I learned from a convict that did years in prison, black dude. Like I said, his son was doing life for murder. So, and he punched me in the fucking mouth once. So no matter who you run across, you can learn something from him. Even if you don't like them, if you don't get along with them, if you don't agree with everything they agree with, there's always something to be learned. Everybody. We're all here for each other. We're all we got. Because I don't know about you, but most dudes that I know that's done serious time in prison and cared about working out came out looking fucking ripped, dude. So they might know a little something. Cause they get the bare minimum to work off of as far as nutrients. Also, man, my arms are already looking a little bit. I can see it a little bit bigger for me doing these curls that I've been doing because I've gotten so fucking scrawny. Like, there's a lot of room to grow. Plus, my muscle memory is there. My arms know they used to be bigger. Like that, there's a type of muscle memory like that, to where once you get a certain size, it's easier to go back to that size. Might have something to do with the DNA or something. Remembering. I'll start getting a little bigger. I keep on. I got these weights right behind me just to remind me all the time. Bigger. Yeah, I'm scrawny. Ain't no accolades. I ain't done shit yet. Still a little scrawny bitch. I just got this beard to make me feel a little more manly. By the way, you know I haven't shaved this thing since you said not to shave, right? You should do the No Shave November. And I was like, all right, fuck it. So it's been, well, I haven't done this or this since like the beginning of November. This is what it looks like if I don't shave for almost 3 months. I do this and this. Like, what the fuck is your problem? That's the second time he's done that shit. I think Simon starting to feel a little bit better. So you run to right there. You get the fuck out of my way! Get out of my way! Jesus. She runs into from one place to be my way to the next. But Simon's running up and down the hallway right now. That's the third time in a row he's ran. Like, oh, maybe the oil's doing something. This morning, we did not have a good oiling experience. The head moved. The plunger stuck a little bit. It does that. I don't know. And then it went, and it squirted all on his chin right here. Like some of it got in his mouth, some of it got in his chin. Now he tried to like clean him up a little bit while at the same time smearing it into his mouth. But then I ended up giving another dose. So he probably got like a dose and a half this morning. So I don't think it's going to hurt him. It's good for it to build up in his system anyway. And that's what's happening. That's why he's gradually getting a little bit. And it looks like the hair on his back legs is starting to grow back. I got to tell you, man. Squirting oil, squirting a 1.5 milliliters of oil. No, what the fuck just happened? Like walking by, maybe. Squirting that much oil into an animal's mouth is kind of scary. Because this one, he kind of gagged on it on that second pump. Yeah, so I'm just wondering. That's why I stood up to see if somebody in the alley or something came out. I don't see anybody, but wow, that was weird. Hey, you! Was that you next to my foot? That was weird, though. Oh, yesterday, by the way, sorry guys, I was gonna go live, but I was having some personal issues and went ahead and shut them all down. I just couldn't. I actually couldn't. I couldn't go live and give a very good show because, yeah. But I did watch the car yesterday. Before that, like before I said the stream up, I'd watched the car, so that's cool. Fresh and so clean. Got a clean car. It's going to be dirty in no time for my neighbor's leaf blowing the driveway of our garages, though. He blows dust all inside my shit. I need to have a talk with him about that. Yesterday, I swear, I think that he hissed at Trident. I was trying to get Trident, like I was trying to get her close to me, and she was near my garage, and she was probably like 10 feet from me, but then she got startled and took off to my neighbor's patio, and like right when she was outside his door opens and I hear like a it sounded like it was him making that sound, and he came out laughing and he was like, I'm like, did you scare that cat on purpose? Like, I don't know if he did or not because his English is so fucking broken. I couldn't have a conversation with him. Actually, it's ridiculous. He's lived here since I've lived here. He's lived here before I lived here. I think they actually own. No. They rent that. No. Never mind. It's a duplex. But the other guy, I think the fucking Chinese person owns it. With the kid, the autistic kid that jumps on the trampoline all the time, butt naked. But he's like, yeah, I'm trying to ask him, like, did you do that on purpose? And he's like, oh, no, yeah. He says something in Spanish, and he says something in English, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't know what you're saying, dude. It seemed like he tried to scare it on purpose, though. But I'll never know. Because I even asked him, I was like, did you hurt this cat? It's got a broken leg, man. Like, what? Do you not like cats or something? And he's like, why is it yours? Is it your cat? I was like, no, but I'm trying to help it. I asked him multiple times if he kicked it because I'm like, what are you doing? Why is that funny to scare a cat? That's concerning. That's what I'm saying. Because the thing has a broken. It can't even run right, and then he's gonna make it freak out and run for its life. Hey, but good morning, bad boy. Morning, man. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not trying to, like, I was just like, yeah, I just came in kind of sad. He definitely didn't. I don't know, man. The broken English shit really is annoying. I have so many neighbors that I can't even talk to, dude. And then I get people coming through here acting like I'm just some bigoted racist or some shit because I say that the illegals here don't conform to our culture, and half the time, literally like 50% probably or more, they don't even care about learning our language. It's all broken and shit. You're able to talk to them halfway. You have to talk to them like you're in first grade. And they've been here literally 20 years. First, try to act like I didn't know what I'm talking about. I'm surrounded by them, dude. The legal ones don't even learn English. Sorry, this is something from yesterday. We had an argument with someone that came through here yesterday about it. Was that you, McGuler? No, somebody else, right? Hey, Mark, welcome back, man. You know, that's what we do. Too bad the cats seem to be all right today. Come back, okay. Way, yeah, that's it. Way away. That's the one. Where they act like no, he actually. Well, I mean, some of them, yeah, they do that when they get caught by the cops. See, they go from knowing broken English to knowing zero English if they get busted by the cops. But I mean, I can kind of understand the reasoning behind that because if they only halfway know English, if you're in a legal dispute, you definitely want to know everything that's being said, exactly how it's being said, and not be interpreting shit. So I can kind of understand that. But yeah, some of them act like they don't know English in different times, like in public, just to f with you, and that's annoying. Man, what the fuck? What the F is Fluffy doing? This is the first time Fluffy didn't eat, man. Weird. Very weird. We definitely, yeah, right? It could work with the law. I agree. We need to have a double language standard. What does that mean? What are you saying? You should hold on. Are you saying that everyone should have to learn Spanish and English? Then they really wouldn't have any reason to learn English. And that would be like Canada. And they don't even have to learn French, do they? Like, dude, and there's such a small percentage of Canada that speaks French. For them to give them half of the airway time for like whenever Trudeau goes on, they always do half of the speech in English and half of it in French. Like, what are they doing, man? Imagine if our federal government started doing that, and we have way more Spanish-speaking people here than they have French-speaking people there. And is on some weird shit out there with that one. You definitely get paid more if you speak Spanish, sure. Hey, kitty, you're famous, Simon. He's out there that sees you. Kitties? Kitty did see. That's Sweet Pea. This is Simon. I've had both of them since I found them. Well, I found him on the sidewalk, and I found her in a patch of like 5 feet tall grass that was wet. They were both kittens. He's sniffing his face. I accidentally squirted fish oil all over it. Six. Whoa. How many possible different? Yeah. Well, I mean, I get why, because they are the highest population of other language speakers, Spanish, because so many, I mean, southern and central and Mexico. So all the countries below us speak it. So I mean, it makes sense that put prominence on it, or we put we prominence, prominence. They'd have been easily seen one now. Something that stands out or is noticeable. No, not prominence. Importance. But it is the most prominent second language in America. I only have the two plus whichever cats I'm taking care of outside. I had an outdoor cat that disappeared on the first. It was Tux. I was taking care of him every day for like 4.5 months. He lived in my backyard. He disappeared though. Mama, I've been taking care of for a while outdoors, but she disappeared too this week, or no, last week. Everything's gotten weird. There used to be a bunch of cats that would come by. I've seen two this morning already. One of them ran past the food and didn't eat for some reason. But only two indoor cats. That is plenty because Simon here is elderly. He's 14 and a half years or so, and he has the hyperthyroidism, pill twice a day. He has a heart disease, pill twice a day, without food, 2 hours on each side of those. So for 5 hours each day, over 10 hours each day, he can't have food. Oh, there she is! Mama's still alive. And I give him some fish oil. I squirt fish oil in his mouth in the morning for his allergies and arthritis. Simon is he's full. He's my hands full. And Sweet Bee being a kitten, she keeps him just as full. I think 2 right now is plenty. I have to keep them separated too. That's why I have the cat gate, because she will eat his food, and I have to leave it out as long as possible because he's a graze eater. She's a vacuum cleaner. She's probably thinking about jumping that fence right now and getting out there and getting it. It's right out there in the hall. Mama currently is eating Ziwi with some nutritional yeast, aka brewer's yeast, sprinkled in it and kind of mashed in it a little bit. It seems to be frozen, or she's just sniffing the plate. What's happening? Sitting there? What is going on? I'm happy to see her too, but this isn't good. She's not actually eating. She doesn't look good right now. She's just laying there. Oh no. This isn't good, man. She's sick. That's why we haven't seen her, maybe. She's not breathing fast. The respiration rate's not bad. Well, she never liked that one anyway. Maybe she needs to move on down the line a little bit. That Fancy Feast right next to it, she'll want that probably. Oh, they know this water is always fresh. I fill it up every morning. I've been doing it for over half a year, every day. There she goes. She's gonna get that Fancy Feast gravy first, it looks like. Yeah. Yeah, she hadn't been eating that Ziwi for months anyway. Maybe she was like, man, what the heck? Where's my food? Cool. Yeah, she was sick once where she didn't eat for days. She was doing some pawing at her mouth. She may have, well, I've treated her for parasites once already. I treated her for Giardia, which that was, I don't think I can do that now because she's not here routinely the same. She was here every morning like clockwork back then. I have a feeling if I start putting diatomaceous earth in all their foods, and none of them are going to want to eat here because it's going to have a weird feeling to their mouths. You could have parasites again, though. We've been worried about it for like 4 or 5 days. So the one next to that's going to have the medication in it. It's this very small pile to the right of the food bowl is her kitten food mixed with uh, some fish oil and probiotics. A pump of fish oil, salmon, unscented, Icelandic. One next to that, the small pile next to that on the plate right to the water bowl is Simon's food from last night. He had a lot of food left over from last night. He ate a good breakfast though. He's right here. And he's up to about 12.5 pounds now, which is where he should be. Poop yesterday though, but well. And there's more fancy feast next to that plate to the right, and then to the far right is just a plain bowl of ziwi. I'm trying to get rid of that ziwi. Would she have a kittens recently? This one, no, I don't think so. I mean, maybe we had kittens and we can't tell that she was pregnant because she's always been kind of one of the larger cats. Maybe. I mean, humans can do that. Not look pregnant. There's one that comes by every day. Oh, by the way, good morning, Dorian McCab. There's one that comes by every day that's we call Trident. It's definitely pregnant. It's been getting bigger and bigger and bigger, like, and waddling. It might have them under my house. I really don't want that to happen. But if it does, I guess it's God's will. Could be skunks living under there, though. Hey, we got a fresh fish. Thank you for that hour of your time. Oh, and if you ever want to check your dough, you just do this. Yeah, they get more parasites from poop from others' feces. All they have to do is touch their nose or get too close, maybe even smelling it. I don't know if that's true or not, but I heard something about they can smell Giardia and it'll get them. But also fleas. Fleas, for one, are a parasite. But if you eat a flea, then you can get a parasite like tapeworms. And yeah, I mean, there's possibility she's got parasites again. I treated her like half a year ago. I have tapeworm medication, but I could just give her that just in case she has tapeworms. A lot of cats end up getting tapeworms. Sleepy had them. Simon had them when I found them both. But the thing is her intermittency in comparison to her routineness before has to where I mean, it doesn't hurt to get a tapeworm medication multiple days in a row though, so I could also. What's she going? She going for Simon's food first. No, 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 no. There's the medicine. There's the fish oil and the probiotic. Now that could make her start feeling a little better too, or worse, depending on if she's allergic to either of them. Okay, okay. Mama's getting the oil and probiotics today. That's kitten food too, so it's like extra tasty, probably. Probably like really smooth, fatty. Oil makes it even more fatty. Oh, no, too much, too fatty. Oh, Mama's done. Right it? Nope, she's done. Been around for years, that one. Probably the oldest street cat here. I think it's Sweet Pea's mom. And another smaller cat that we saw this morning. I think it might be that one's mom too. That would seem to be an unneutered male when I saw it before the stream was up. It had some pretty massive balls. Francis died of feline leukemia. Apparently it's contagious and all his cats have... Oh, what? Isn't that cancer? Leukemia. Oh, Fel V. Yeah, that's one of those things that they test all strays for. That's why I have to be really careful when I'm out there with the bowls and stuff. But is it actually cancer? Luckily, she didn't have it when I found her. There are food dishes, and litter boxes. Oh man, so that's how I could be helping to spread that shit by feeding multiple cats, huh? Damn. Hopefully I haven't done any harm. Sometimes I don't know though, because a lot of people will say that I'm doing harm because I'm not TNRing them. I'm not trapping them and getting them to a place. I just don't know how to trap individual cats at this point. I don't know how I can get specific cats to want to go on a trap. And then I don't have anywhere to take them right now. And like, man, every place is so busy and full here in Long Beach. But Mama definitely looked worse before I started feeding her. She had this purple streak down her back because her hair was all slick. And then once I saw her pooping across the street, and it was straight water, but I still collected it and I took it in. And that's when I found out she had Giardia. That's when I did the Giardia medication 5 days in a row, but that took like a week because like a couple days I wasn't able to do it for whatever reason. So, but I ended up getting 5 in a row in her plus a couple extra, and then started looking better. But then once I gave her Solero, or it's a pill flea medication, she showed up with diarrhea all over her butt, and I thought she just had water on her butt. But then when I went out there to take the bowls, I noticed that there was poop on the concrete where she was sitting. So I haven't given her. That's why I haven't given her flea medication since then, because I'm thinking maybe she's allergic to it and had a severe reaction. So that's why she might have parasites again, partially. Because I don't want to. I don't want to make her have diarrhea again. That was horrible, dude. It was all over her butt. I don't know. That must have been so bad to licking that off. I had to rinse the concrete off out there and shit. It was so bad. If the bylaw people will do that there, or what they do with them after the fact. I hope they don't just put them down. Oh, here they're not even taking them unless they're injured. And if they're injured, they're probably going to put them down. That's why I'm worried about taking Trident in with her broken paw, because they'll probably just euthanize her and or him. And I don't know, man. Like maybe it doesn't hurt anymore. Maybe now, like no. How do I know if the cat wants to be murdered? You know, like I don't like being the one that makes that decision. It's not like wandering the streets yowling or anything. It seems to jump around and run around and shit. You know, if it were like always like yowling or something, like then yeah, I'd be like, dude, we gotta. It's probably time for this cat, dude. Right? Yeah, I'd rather live. Like if I had a broken paw, as long as it wasn't bothering the point to where I was like, ah, you know, like if it was just like hanging there, I can fuck with that. The tail being broken, yeah, man, I can fuck with that probably. Feel bad for it though. Oh yeah, yeah. Here, everything is packed here. I can see if this were a small town. Even San Bernardino, I hear, if you can get a cat up to San Bernardino you can give it to somebody with the San Bernardino piece of mail, and they can take it to the shelter as proof that they live there, and they'll take them in. Apparently, they're no kill. But here, Long Beach, way too booked. Way too many cats having kittens on the streets here. But I mean, at the same time, a city like this is going to be more prone to having a rat and mice problem. So, I mean, you're going to want more random cats being born in the city, probably. I don't know. I know in Chicago some people have started using cats in some of the neighborhoods to help with the rat problem. It's working. They'll let them roam at night. Hey Ted, oh, you know what I was talking about? Yeah, it was like a year or two ago. Some videos on it. But what exactly is leukemia, though? Let me see. It is a type of cancer. What the heck, man? How is it contagious in cats? How is that? Leukemia. No, leukemia is not contagious. It cannot be spread from person to person. But cat leukemia is contagious. That is so weird. They have I mean, we have a contagious cancer too, though. It's not always a cancer, but HPV had like two forms of HPV that are cancerous. So we do have somewhat of a mutable cancer, contagious. But this is a bone cancer, dude. In humans, leukemia is a type of cancer that affects the blood and bone marrow. It's caused by a mutation in bone marrow stem cell that leads to the production of abnormal white blood cells. These abnormal cells, called blast or leukemia cells, are unable to fight infection. Damn, man. Damn. So imagine, like when did we learn about leukemia? Let me see. Mid 1800s. So, a German physician named leukemia in 1847, defining it as malignant blood cancer with abnormal white blood cell count. However, earlier doctors like John Hughes Bennett had observed and described similar symptoms before this time. So they described the symptoms, but they didn't understand cancer. Oh, so that was only in 1845, though. Okay. He called it leukocythemia. Interesting that he called it almost the same thing. Oh, based on microscopic observation of white blood cells. 1845. Before 1845, though, they had no idea what the hell was going on. It was just a mystery why people were dying. People would just die of old age. You'd be like, well, yeah, she had these symptoms. She died. I don't know. We have no fucking idea. That wasn't that long ago, man. Less than 200 years ago, people were dying of stuff, and they had no idea why they just died. They were just like, the Lord took her. It was her time. We get closure. We didn't used to. Less than 200 years ago, closure is important. Imagine the mystery that shrouded death. How scary that would be. And that's why religion took off the way it did. Partially. People didn't really have a clue as to why they were dying or how it was happening, one way or the other, unless it was some physical act of, barbarous blunt head trauma or something, but otherwise, if it was a natural cause, they had no clue what was happening. And that would be scary because you couldn't even get blood tests or nothing to catch it or anything early. That wasn't even a thought. People, you know what they did? They looked at their poop. They looked at their phlegm. They'd hot their phlegm up and look at it and try to diagnose shit with it. They would, I mean, still to this day, if you go to Germany or Austria, you'll see what's known as, I believe it's a German or Austrian toilet, one of the two. I'm gonna scare her away. Oh wait, she's eating the Ziwi. Good deal. But it's a flat surface before it hits this little thing of water. It's also got two different buttons, one for just if you pee and one for if you poop, because if more water comes through to flush the poop off of the flat part. You often see rubber gloves next to the toilet too. Those aren't to put on to clean the toilet, they're to put on to examine your poop. And that's what we did less than 200 years ago. Instead of having blood tests to figure out what was going on with us, we look at our bodily fluids. All of them. They probably squirt a little blood out and even look at it like, yeah, looks like you need to drink more water. I don't know. But it really come a long way. And it's probably, oh, look, there's the, oh shit, it's Trident. Broken leg. Well, this is a first. Fluffy is not as nice as I would like her to be. Oh, yeah, maybe. She needs to kind of scoot over. One more. There's not enough room. Oh, come on, Fluffy. Don't eat all the fancy feast. I don't want to scare her off because it'll scare both of them off. At least she's still eating the Ziwi. God, I hope they don't get in a fight. He doesn't want to touch her. It's hard for her to pass her though. Oh wow. Dude, they might be in the same oof. Good job. Oh. This is definitely a first. I've never seen two Tridents at Fluffy. Neither one of them have ever eaten at the same time as any other cat. Oh man, I wanted Trident to get that medicine kinda, but oh well. Dang. Oh well. Oh, she didn't like it. Dude, Fluffy looking kinda pregnant. There's another cat. There's nobody there. What is she looking at? I know it looks like I'm looking in the opposite direction. It's because I have to mirror the camera so the words on the screen are right. There's somebody on the other side of the street walking. He's gone now. Fluffy's going under the house. And for the new people, the black things are collars that I've taken off of cats. They didn't have any identifiable information on them. They were just collars. Two of them were not quick release collars. That's why I didn't know the third one wasn't a quick release, or I probably wouldn't have taken it off. But oh well. That's why I think Tux might have been actually taken back. Might have been taken back by somebody. If he was the one I took the second collar off of, then he was the one that had the breakaway. So they actually might have put some thought into it on the last collar, but then they were just like, well, screw it. If they're going to take all of them off, I'm not going to waste money on collars anymore. Dude, do you see that line going to... Oh, wait, no, it's Trident. Dude, I thought this was the small tabby for a second. I was like... I was thinking that tabby was related to Crossback for a second. I already think Crossback and Trident are related. Since we thought it was the same cat for so dang long. So this is a male. He's injured, broken tail, broken paw. His tail just kind of hangs there. It does look a little bit better though. Maybe the end of it. He wasn't always injured. Start putting cannabis in their food. That'd be hilarious. No, I don't know, man. I don't want to take any chances with it getting any of them high with all these cars and shit. Though at the same time, like I don't want any of them being in a different mind state because it's really dangerous out here with cars and like people too. Like I don't want like a feral cat to just all of a sudden get too friendly with people because they're in a different mind state. They need to stay scared of people. There are a lot of assholes out here. Like dogs and shit. Off the leash. Why did they put it in your list? I don't know. Do you watch anything that have to do with animals ever? Or Republican news? Are you a Trumper? I watch a lot of Republican news here. And we watch Democrat news and laugh at it. Right? It's been real fun watching them cry lately. Hey, perfect. You're in the right place, man. Usually I'd be watching like news from the day in a smaller screen below me. But we've had kind of a lot of action today. Which got, there you go. This is Kitty Cam. Welcome. Happy Cat's here every day, and we go over the news eventually. I probably should be seeing what's going on. I'm a little behind. Dodo, where they save poor animals. Oh, that's the name of the channel. They save them. Man, some of those channels though, apparently they. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know the ones. They're not the ones that are bad. They're like some of the Indian ones that are uploaded. They'll put animals in bad positions just so that they can save them. Like they throw them in a bucket of tar or something. Just uh-oh. Did you see how fast that cat can run with a broken paw? What just happened though? Oh, Mom is coming. Mom is coming. What the heck, man? Why is she running for Mama? Well, is Mama chasing her? Dude, come on, man. right. I gotta put Simon's food up before I let him out. I don't want to eat more, and you can't do that. Good brag. There's another Canadian trooper that comes through here daily route named Brody. I see him a little later. I stopped drinking smoking weed because I got cancer. Oh no shit. Which kind, man? I'm sorry. I just quit drinking on the 4th. The 3rd was my last drink. It was wine. It was red wine, but I mean, they say that weed can help with cancer. Oh, well, mouth cancer. Well, maybe RSO could help with it. You can just take that in capsules. How did you get it from smoking cigarettes? Oh shit, congrats, man. Oh my god. Well, that went from me feeling like really bad about like, holy shit, you got to go through some shit now, to like, that's amazing. Virus. Oh shit, HPV? Yeah, that can do it. That's the one we were talking about earlier, like the one that's transferable to like the one cancer that that's contagious is HPV. Well, it's not always cancer though, but it can turn into cancer. Must be it. It's not living. Well, I mean, is it not living? It's like living in like a robotic type way. And viruses are insane, actually. Viruses are, I'm surprised we even know anything about viruses at all. We've been living with them for probably since the beginning of time. Since the beginning of humans, we've probably been living with viruses. And it was just recently that, probably since the Spanish flu, that we started figuring out. Let me see. Let me see what the first virus. First virus that humans discovered. First virus, tobacco mosaic virus. It was identified in the late 19th century by scientists like Dmitry Ivanovsky and Martinos Bajarinarik, who studied its ability to infect tobacco plants and pass through filters that would normally trap bacteria. What? Yo. Tobacco plants causing a mosaic-like pattern on the leaves. But would it get people sick? Okay, there are 219 virus species that are known to be able to infect humans. The first of these to be discovered was yellow fever virus in 1901. So wait a second. Plants can get viruses. Okay, well, yellow fever virus in 1901, and 3 to 4 new species are still being found every year. So yellow fever virus. I didn't know plants could get viruses, dude. And the first one was tobacco. That's just God telling us to knock it the fuck off. He tried to warn us. Yellow fever virus, a virus that causes yellow fever, a potential fatal disease spread by mosquitoes, is found in tropical and subtropical. Where'd Mama go? She just went to the right. She just jumped up and left. Tropical and subtropical region of Africa and South America. Probably still there too. There's no specific treatment. Let's just go away. The last epidemic in North America was in New Orleans in 1905. It was a major public health concern in the United States in the 1700s and 1800s, though. Oh, because they didn't know what it was yet. They just discovered what it was in 1905 when they had probably that. Didn't it say 1905? Interesting. Extremely. There are fewer than 1,000 cases per year in the U.S. Yeah, there's still 1,000 cases. Oh, thanks, sister. PFFASs, right? PFFA. Yeah, so some people think that those are in bottled water, but it's actually in the water itself. And it's whether or not they filter it out of the water well enough, I think, once they rebottle it. Topo Chico is known for having the highest concentrations of those when it comes to mineral water. People love that shit too. They people eat up or not Topo Chico. They eat it up, say it's the best tasting mineral water, but maybe it's actually the forever chemicals that they like to flavor up. PFFAS stands for, or no, PFAS. I'm sorry. Per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. A group of synthetic chemicals that are resistant to heat, oil, water, and grease. They are used in many consumer products and industrial applications. They prevent food from sticking to packaging. They use it for carpet stain and water treatment, firefighter foam, cosmetics, electronics for batteries, medical equipment, microelectronics. It's in the oil, the soil, the water, the air, the food, developmental issues, cancer. Difficult to break down in the environment and can build up in living things. Like they build up over time in your body the more you eat of them. The FDA has authorized limited use of certain PFAS in cookware, food packaging, and food processing equipment. Yummy. Hey, if you haven't followed me on DLive, why don't you do it? Your name will be on the screen right here if you do that. Won't that be special? Kitty. She wants my water. Can't have my water. Baby here is around 8 months old, I think. Or in April. You man. Thanks for helping the cats. You're helping. All doing our part. So what's going on in the world? Oh, President Trump arrives in Asheville. He's talking right now.
Action to get
He's gonna talk some shit right now on Biden for sure.
Well, thank you very much. It's a little cold outside, but you're getting used to the cold. And one of the things that are very important to me, and one of the reasons I'm happy that we won so convincingly, is to help North Carolina get fixed up. They supported us in record numbers, and I'm supporting them in record numbers too. And they had me set. I wanted to go to Los Angeles and see what was going on with California, why they aren't releasing the water. Millions and millions of gallons of water. They're sending it out to the Pacific. Someday somebody's going to explain that one. In the meantime, they have no water in Los Angeles where they had the problems. So we're going there. But I said, well, what about North Carolina? Well, you could do that. No, I can't. I said, we're stopping in North Carolina first, and then we're going to Los Angeles. And we just appreciate the outpouring of love that we've had here. Laura was, as you know, very instrumental in the campaign. And she lived here and is loved, and we appreciate it. And Michael Whatley has been incredible, wherever Michael is. Hello, Michael. Michael Whatley has been great, and your congressmen have been great. And what we thought we'd do is take a quick look around. First, we wanted to do this. I want to say that we're very disappointed in FEMA. Your new governor, it's not his fault. He's brand new to the whole situation. But we're going to work together with the governor. We're going to work together with the senators. But really, we're going to work a lot with your congressmen, especially the three that are in the area, and Michael Whatley. And I'd like to put Michael in charge of making sure everything goes well. And Franklin Graham has been unbelievable. We've made a big contribution to Franklin, and we'll continue to do so. But I've been hearing nothing but praise for the job that Samaritan's Purse has done with Franklin, and we appreciate it. Where is Franklin? He's around here someplace. And that good-looking guy, he's always been a good-looking guy. His father was a good-looking guy, too, I'll tell you. We loved his father, right? I saw his father in the latter years, and I said, well, he doesn't have long to go. He was having a hard time, and he lived about 3 or 4 years after that, right? They say it was good stock. He had the ultimate good stock. But I want to thank you, Franklin. You've been fantastic here, and everywhere he goes.
It's kind of morbid.
He's always the first one I see. People don't realize how good it is. A lot of people, they go, well, maybe it's for the people that he's got, and you guys know because you're here, but the people that he's got have done amazing work. So I just want to thank everybody. We're going to get over and take a look. We'll say a few words. I do want to introduce some of the people that we have. And our First Lady, we'll start with our First Lady. She wanted to be here because of North Carolina, and then I said, well, you can do that, but you're going to have to come to California, too. And she said, that's okay. And we got to fix that one up, too. Do you ever see anything like that one? It's who would have thought that could have happened? So
she looked kind of cute in that regular outfit.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we're going to have a very long and good relationship. Representatives, maybe stand up if you would so the press can see. Representatives Chuck Edwards. Chuck, thank you. Thank you, Chuck. Tim Moore.
They're going to fight over it. Don't bite his ears.
Virginia, you know Virginia Fox, a legend. She is such a powerful woman. Pat Harrigan. Pat.
I just took over the lap,
Agriculture Commissioner, who I hear is excellent, Steve Troxler. Steve, thank you very much. Good job, Steve. You got plenty to do, right? More than you ever thought. North Carolina Speaker Dustin Hall.
He's
Thank you,
handicapped,
Dustin.
though.
Thanks, Dustin. Very good. House Majority
Sorry,
Leader
Speaky.
Brendan Jones. Brendan, thank you very much. We're making progress, Brendan. State Representatives Dudley Green, Carl Gillespie. Thank you very much, fellas. Good. Good. Thank you very much. State Senators Kevin Corbin, Warren Daniel.
A bigger lap.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kevin, Warren.
Can we get past
County
this part?
Commissioner Jennifer Ben Helene. I've been in office for 4 days, and I wanted to come sooner, but actually they had a little problem with getting logistically in here, but I would have been here even sooner. 104 North Carolinians have lost their lives. Is that now a fairly firm number, or are they still finding people? You know, what do you think? They're still finding people? Pretty much okay? It's a lot of people. 104 people lost their lives. 73,000 homes were severely damaged or destroyed. And I'll tell you, I've been to a lot of them, and this was...
How many? Wait.
This was like their lives. 73,000 homes were severely damaged or destroyed.
Really?
And I'll tell you, I've been to a lot of them.
73,000 homes, but the whole fucking country cares about these fires in California? What is that shit, dude? Because we're Democrat, so we got the Biden approval beforehand and all. Dude, Trump needs to help these people, dude.
And this was like lots of hurricanes in one. I've never seen such damage done by water. And the water came, it was violent, and it left, and there was like nothing left. It's really pretty amazing. At one point, half of the emergency calls to FEMA went unanswered. That's real bad. FEMA was not doing their job. The city of Asheville went without running water for 2 months. A whistleblower testified that some FEMA employees refused to help people who displayed Trump signs on their property. I think that's true, isn't it? I read that. It's not nice. That's not too nice, is it? But whoever those property people were, thank you very much. Michael, is that true? That's not good, huh? About the property owners you put a Trump sign on and they wouldn't help? FEMA. Earlier this year, FEMA kicked 2,000 North Carolinians out of their temporary housing into below freezing temperatures. What was that all about? You know about that? What happened? Tell me.
We had an incompetent administration under Biden, and we had a disaster, and then we call it the disaster after the disaster. That was the FEMA response.
You had nothing but disaster since then. It doesn't matter at this point. Biden did a bad job. Some residents still don't have hot water, drinking water, or anything else, and many of them don't have quarters. They don't have anything. They got a stipend for what they lost, and we're going to take care of it. This is totally unacceptable, and I'll be taking strong action to get North Carolina the support that you need to quickly recover and rebuild. We're working on it very hard, and I think if Michael Whatley does half as good a job for North Carolina as he did for my campaign, we'll be very happy. Him and Laura were a very powerful team. So you think you can handle it, Michael? I don't know. I'm not sure, Michael. I think this is maybe in many ways easier, okay? Maybe easier. But you're going to lead the team. Do you want to say who the congressmen are that you want to appoint? Do you want to introduce them?
We have Virginia Fox and Chuck Edwards and Tim Moore, whose districts encompass the area.
And they are the districts that were most severely impacted, right? You were affected then, Virginia?
Yes, lost my own driveway.
Really? No. I'll also be signing an executive order to begin the process of fundamentally reforming and overhauling FEMA, or maybe getting rid of FEMA. I think, frankly, FEMA is not good. I think when you have a problem like this, I think you want to go and, whether it's a Democrat or Republican governor, you want to use your state to fix it and not waste time calling FEMA, and then FEMA gets here and they don't know the area, they've never been to the area, and they want to give you rules that you've never heard about. They want to bring people that aren't as good as the people you already have. And FEMA's turned out to be a disaster.
And remember,
and you could go back a long way. You could go back to Louisiana. You could go back to some of the things that took place in Texas. It turns out to be the state that ends up doing the work. It just complicates it. I think we're going to recommend that FEMA go away.
And more people are scared of FEMA camps than they're appreciative of FEMA. Like, remember when everyone was like, man, they're building these FEMA camps, they're going to be putting us in camps soon.
And we pay directly, we pay a percentage to the state, but the state should fix this. If the state did this from the beginning, it would have been a lot better situation. I think you guys agree with that, right?
Why was that? Oh,
So I just want to say that Asheville, I know it well. It's a great place, and we're going to have it be a great place again. That was the one that was most severely affected. But North Carolina is going to come back bigger, better, stronger than ever before. And you're going to be very thankful. And you've already seen, I know that it really began 4 days ago, but you've already seen more action than you have in the last 3 months. And we're going to get it together. We're informing the Army Corps of Engineers to get going because you have a lot of river breaks and a lot of areas that you're going to need some pretty big work. And they're on their way. They're going to be working much harder than they've been working in the past, and we're going to take care of it. Any questions from the press of any of the congressman, governor, anybody?
Sir, are you going to sign an executive order on FEMA, getting rid of it? Can you say more about signing an executive order to get rid of FEMA, please?
FEMA has been a very big disappointment. They cost a tremendous amount of money. It's very bureaucratic, and it's very slow. Other than that, we're very happy with them. Okay, and I think when there's a problem with the state, I think that problem should be taken care of by the state. That's what we have states for. They take care of problems. And a governor can handle something very quickly. You know, one of the things I've noticed, because I've been doing this for a while, and we had a pretty good FEMA, but I also noticed that when they come, they end up in arguments. They're fighting all the time over who does what. It's just not a good system. This system is so beautifully designed over 250 years approximately, you know, and we'll soon be celebrating the 250th year. It's going to be a very big celebration. But it's been designed very well, and we're going to leave it that way. When North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee, when everybody knows the governor of Tennessee, I think, everybody. Do you know everybody here, pretty much? I never thought of it, but you're right over the ridge.
Right over the hillside.
So you're here to help. That's great.
The people in this region, including Tennessee, the people of Appalachia, are grateful that you are here and that you haven't forgotten it. And that there are other disasters, but this one was enormous for both North Carolina and Tennessee. So thank you.
You know, I've seen a lot of disasters. And when I came here right after, the day after. And when I came here, I couldn't believe it, actually. I couldn't believe the damage. And I've seen a lot of them. This was more like a tornado than it was what we witnessed. So we're going to get it very much taken care of. Good job. That's nice that you came. And so you call it you're right over the ridge, right, Tennessee?
Over the ridge, yes.
I like Tennessee, too. Let's see, where did I get more votes, Tennessee or North Carolina? I hate to tell you, North Carolina, it was Tennessee.
There's one of the counties in this disaster that had 88% for you. So
88%, yeah. No, it's the people are just incredible people. Yeah. So, do you have any questions, press?
President, you talked about conditions being placed on aid to California, voter ID and the like. Are there any conditions that you're going to put on aid to North Carolina?
We're going to do a lot for North Carolina. You know, they've been very slow. I don't know why it's been so bad. This has been one of the worst I've seen. Katrina, of course, you know, was something that obviously that was a long time ago. That was not good. But this has been very slow. I don't know if that was for political reasons because they lost the state. You know, Biden lost the state. Maybe he felt he doesn't care. Maybe there were other reasons. I don't know. But this has been very slow. By any standard, this has been very slow. And we're gonna make up for lost time.
No conditions. You're going to push for aid.
Well, in California, I have a condition. In California, we want them to have voter ID so the people have a voice, because right now the people don't have a voice because you don't know who's voting, and it's very corrupt. And we also want them to release the water. If they released the water, they wouldn't have had a problem. If they released the water when I told them to, because I told them to do it 7 years ago, if they would have done it, you wouldn't have had the problem that you had. You might not have even had a fire. So, but here I don't have that. It's a different thing. You got hit by a storm. The people are incredible. They worked really well. Franklin was fantastic, and other groups. By the way, other groups came in that were also fantastic, and other states came in. Tennessee and a couple of others came in, and they really helped. That's the way it's supposed to be. No, this is a different kind of a thing.
Mr. President, have you decided how much funding you would allocate for disaster relief in North Carolina?
About what?
Have you decided how much funding you would allocate for disaster relief?
I haven't. I have to see what it is.
Are you disappointed that Senator Schiff hasn't joined you on this trip? It was reported you invited Senator Schiff to join you on this trip and he was too busy. Are you disappointed?
I don't know. I was told that Schiff was going to travel with us to California. I wasn't thrilled, to be honest with you. And I saw him last night on television. It looks like he got hit with a baseball bat or something. What happened to him? Something happened to him. It looked like he got hit. It looked like he got beat around. But I'll ask Caroline to find out what happened to him. No, if he wanted to come out, I would have done that. But I don't know. Somebody said that he wanted to come on the plane, but I think he's staying back for the votes.
Dude, that is hilarious. You just said I wasn't looking forward to hanging out with him, and he already knows that he got his ass beat or some shit.
There's some pretty good votes going on.
No sympathy.
What is your timeline for getting
Schiff
rid of
sucks.
FEMA?
For this one?
I didn't vote for him.
You just talked about possibly getting rid of FEMA. What timeline are you looking at, and how would you do that?
Well, we're looking here. Here, you're talking about. To start, we're going to start immediately, timeline. And to finish, it's going to be a period of time. You know, people are also rebuilding their houses. How long does it take to build a house, right? It takes some time. And I want them to build houses bigger, better, nicer than they had before, so they can have, at least they get something out of this disaster. This was a real disaster. No, timeline will be fast. In terms of infrastructure, I think very fast. I want to thank Elon, because Elon was able to get us communication systems, as you know, Starlink. We had no communication. The first day I got here, I was asked by one of the people, one of the really great representatives, professionals, that is there any way you could get Starlink here, because they had no communication whatsoever. And I called up Elon Musk, and he had, you know, hundreds of units brought here, like brought immediately. And it's hard to get. They couldn't get them before. And that made a lot of difference. I think it saved a lot of lives, actually. Yeah. Infrastructure-wise, we'll do it quickly.
Sir, can you just talk about how long you think it might take to get rid of FEMA? What's the timeline on that? If we're going to roll it back?
Yeah, I would say, look, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not really thinking about FEMA right now. Here, I'm thinking about Michael Watley, and I'm thinking about the 3 Congress people that you just heard from, and also the other people in Congress, and they'll be working with the governor. They'll be working with the governor, so that's what I see.
Change the subject real quickly. The Laken-Riley Act was signed by Speaker Johnson yesterday.
Right.
When do you anticipate to sign that? No.
Well, we're honored by that. Laken-Riley, I was there at the time, and we had a big meeting with the parents right after that horrible thing took place. And we have an act. You all know what that act represents. And it was a bipartisan bill. Many Democrats signed onto it. That's something that is a tribute to Laken, a beautiful young lady who was killed viciously by an illegal alien. And we passed a very powerful bill, and it was just approved, and we'll have a ceremony sometime very shortly. I'll be signing it. In other words, if you're asking, I will definitely be signing it. Okay? Yeah.
Mr. President, the security detail for Anthony Fauci was terminated last night, and I'm wondering if you have any comment on that.
About what?
The security detail for Anthony Fauci was terminated last night, sir. Do you have a comment?
No, I think, you know, when you work for government, at some point your security detail comes off. And, you know, you can't have them forever. So I think it's very standard. If it would be for somebody else, you wouldn't be asking the question. The question is very fair. But, you know, you work for government. We took some off other people, too. But you can't have a security detail for the rest of your life because you work for government.
Hilarious.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Would you feel partially responsible if something would happen to you, sir?
Yeah, detail for the rest of your life because you work for government. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Would you feel partially responsible if something would happen to, say, Dr. Fauci or John Bolton?
No. You know, they all made a lot of money.
Yeah, they can afford their own fucking private security. They want security. Damn it, we shouldn't have to pay for it.
They can hire their own security.
Oh.
All the people you're talking about, they can go out. I can give them some good numbers of very good security people. They can hire their own security. They all made a lot of money. Fauci made a lot of money. They all did. So if they, felt that strongly, I think that certainly I would not take responsibility.
Now, North Carolina is a state that relies on trade and manufacturing. Are you going to have an announcement on new tariffs coming soon? Is there a timeline now?
Yeah, the tariffs are going to make our country rich. We're going to be a rich, rich country very soon. Tariffs are going to make it rich, and competence. We have common sense, competence, and tariffs. The word tariff is one of the most beautiful words in the dictionary.
Now, Jonathan Reynolds, the business secretary of the United Kingdom, said that there's an even trade between the U.S. and the UK, so they shouldn't have tariffs. Does trade imbalances or a balanced trade affect tariffs and your decisions?
Yeah, unbalanced and balance, and also deficits. Like with Canada, we lose $200 billion a year with Canada. That's because we allow them to make cars. We allow them to take lumber. We don't
Canada,
need their
guess
cars.
what?
We don't need their lumber. We don't need their food products because we make the same products right on the other side of the border. It's sort of crazy. So we've just allowed that, bad management has allowed it over the last 4 years in particular to become very imbalanced. And I said I call him Governor Trudeau, but he's Prime Minister Trudeau when he was Prime Minister.
You let Trudeau fuck you up?
I asked him, why would we do that? Why? And he was unable to give me an answer. He said, I don't know. And I said, do you think it's fair that we're paying $200 billion to keep Canada going? And what would happen, I asked him, what would happen if we didn't do that, if we didn't subsidize Canada? He said, we'd be a failed nation. And I said, then you should be a state. Because why are we paying all of that money to Canada when, we could use it ourselves, right? So we take care of their military.
Pop-Tarts.
We're going to order about 40 Coast Guard big icebreakers, big ones. And all of a sudden, Canada wants a piece of the deal. They say, why are we doing that? I mean, I like doing that if they're a state, but I don't like doing that if they're a nation. Also, they've been very nasty to us on trade. Historically, Canada has been very, very bad to us, very unfair to us on trade. So we'll see how it all works out.
What's going on?
I would love to see Canada be the 51st state. The Canadian citizens, if that happened, would get a very big tax cut, tremendous tax cut, because they're very highly taxed. And you wouldn't have to worry about military. You wouldn't have to worry about many of the things. You'd have better health coverage. You'd have much better health coverage. So I think the people of Canada would like it.
Let's see what's to be American. We got to ban him.
Just to start off, they'd have a massive tax cut, and they'd have a lot more business because then we'd let business go to Canada routinely, and there'd be no tariffs. If we did that, there'd be no tariffs.
Or the United Kingdom might be in a better spot.
Reverend Franklin Graham has been a great asset to the state. Talk a little bit about the way the Samaritan Purse has helped North Carolina.
Yes, once again, the first.
Reverend Franklin Graham has been a big part of Samaritan Purse and their aid to North Carolina. I just want to get your thoughts.
Well, Franklin Graham has been a big asset to the state. His father was a big asset to the state, to the country, both of them.
Could they stop showing this stupid shit over here, please?
And other people that are doing what Franklin have done. But, I've known Franklin so long. He was at the inauguration. He made a speech, beautiful speech, beautiful prayer. He does a great job. And we made a big donation, and it was money well spent. Sometimes you make donations, it's not well spent. He's done a great job here. He's done a really great job. So I want to thank you. We're going to the site now, and one of the sites, and for those that haven't seen it, you won't even believe it, but not enough work was done. We'll get it done fast. And I can speak for the Republican congressman. We're going to knock it out, right? We're going to knock it out. And I think we take it very personally because North Carolina was very unfairly treated. Very, very unfairly treated, and it was obvious. It was too obvious, and we're going to make up for lost time. So, thank you to the people of North Carolina. Thank you, everybody.
Oh shit! There's breaking news.
in his step today. So what the heck is going on over here now? What is going on?
That's a ridiculous term. Ultimately, you will call me whatever you like, but it doesn't make it true.
I was a racist.
I was trying to ask before, have you had anything that used to...
I forgot, I didn't get that memo.
So...
yeah, every round
These people.
process. At the same time, I'm very skeptical, but not necessarily.
Does the Trump presidency...
Would go to hell, would
Make an ass out of you and some guy named Upchurch.
I saw a lot of people on Twitter were saying you guys would vanish because Trump's the president and y'all are feds and stuff.
Did they say that? I forgot. I didn't get that memo.
So...
yeah, every few years somebody comes out and says, oh, Patriot Front's been destroyed, everything's been toppled, they're never going to come around again, but apparently they never asked me about it because it never seems to happen.
Does the Trump presidency change anything for you guys?
Not necessarily. We organize beyond the conventional electoral process. Some of the things that Trump's doing are interesting and they could be compelling if they continue. But at the same time, I'm very skeptical of politicians, as my station indicates. And I think ultimately, you can't rely on change coming from the top down in every instance. Sure, good statesmen can do things here and there that might make a positive impact on the country, but the rot is the issue much deeper. People who reorganize their lives, virtues, convictions.
Whoa, there's a shit ton of them, dude. Yeah.
Cross over here, y'all. Are we following you? Yes. Okay. You need to be on my shoulder. No, I'm sorry. You can't talk to me and I got this.
Flyer took over rolled up.
You're gonna have a lot of you're like now.
Are you going to become a member now, Mark? How's Felicity doing?
So are you Ford Fisher or you guy who isn't Ford Fisher?
I'm Ford.
Okay. There's another guy that looks just like you.
I bet you're thinking of Brendan Gutenschwager, BG on the scene.
See,
he always gets mistaken
for me. He doesn't have as catchy of a name. That's his problem. He needs a better marketer. He should go with those guys in Hollywood that change old people's names.
Fisher is a good name.
I started over there, but I saw your Telegram post that you guys were coming in.
Which one are you?
My name's Ford.
You're Ford. Okay.
He's Ford Fisher. Not these
There's another guy like a DC person.
I was just telling you.
Yeah. I know who you're probably talking about, yeah.
How y'all doing?
Yeah, Ford's cool, man. He doesn't get enough. Actually, I haven't liked the stream yet. Y'all go over here and like his stream, dude. Sure. He doesn't get enough help. Wait. Yeah, I get it. He doesn't get enough viewers, man. It's bullshit.
No mask, but he's clearly like directing them. He, like before, we asked him, like, where are we going? Like he's...
I currently have it on 1.5 speed because I'm watching what happened like 20 minutes ago and catching up because this is really interesting. If you have anyone other, go over and like the stream. You are subbed, man. It helps get the word out the stream. Right now it's got 350 viewers, which is decent, but a lot of these scrubs that really aren't. Dude, he's been on mainstream media and everything, but YouTube's like, they're not giving him what he should get. He needs the help of the people. Shadow banned or some shit, man. It's like I am. my other channels.
I can't seem to get radio. Are you at the fires in California? I saw that.
He does the best
Very
job.
crazy. We had guys going around trying to do charity relief, but please tell me back to you can't. It's really tough to get into places. And it's not like North Carolina where the houses are still there. Some of those neighborhoods in California look like they got hit with a nuke. Burned down the foundations, not a whole lot to pick up.
He does.
Well, we'll try. We'll see what we can do, if anything.
I do wish he had a
I'm not there right now.
mod
We
sometimes, though.
always explore everything we can to do with disaster-related charitable efforts. But of course, it can be difficult at times when the official governmental institutions get in, whether the Red Cross, FEMA, they take control of certain areas, police. It was really hard to get in North Carolina because they had roadblocks everywhere and you couldn't get to these. I assume it's still a little difficult. That's just the nature of the beast thing.
They've been blocked.
Let me know.
How are you liking the executive orders?
I think they're interesting. I know they can be challenged in the courts. I know a lot of people want me to be pigeonholed into I'm a pro-Trump guy because they like that in their articles. But I'm not explicitly supportive of Trump. And like I said in various podcasts and interviews, I think some of the things that Trump is doing are in line with a more patriotic vision of the country. But he's got 4 years left, and I am very skeptical of politicians. But even so, I'm not going to make it my career to be anti-Trump. At the same time, I think you do need to be supportive certain things because a lot of his base does think like a nationalist or a patriot should or ought to. So there is a lot of genuine desire for people to see the country change in a better direction. And you can't approach and improve people's beliefs and convictions and lifestyles by being very oppositional and making it about making it a very petty thing of political divisiveness. But if there are good things, you need to be able to recognize that. Again, the executive orders right now are just paper. If they change, we'll start seeing movement. We'll have to see. But in any case, it doesn't matter because the cause of nationalism needs to keep moving forward. I said this in an address after the election. I said no matter what happens, if Trump fiddles his 4 years away, or if he actually does try to make himself a service to the nation's cause, in either case, it's all the more reason for people who believe and think and act like us to push harder because our beliefs become more vindicated and more justified. More necessary.
Are you liking like what he's saying he wants to do on immigration?
Well, obviously, I think the border should be closed. I think not only should it be closed, I think immigration laws should be changed. I think legal immigration should be cut down. I think we should repeal the Immigration Act of 1965, return to the Immigration Act of 1924, which was in effect for decades and decades and essentially locked the country's demographics in place. We used to have a country that understood the value of demographics and the value of culture that plays into our style of government. Ultimately, if you do import millions and millions of people from governments that have nothing to do in comparison or similarity to ours, you will get a pressure on our government to be something it is not and was never meant to be. So ultimately, not only does the border need to be closed, but people need to be sent back and laws need to be changed so it can't happen again. Whatever Trump is capable of doing, even if he has a 5-star perfect score by the end of his term, will not be enough. Right? You need a larger, more comprehensive movement that fully immerses and fully saturates the American mind and lifestyle in order to set the country back on a good track.
End of birthright citizenship?
I think, yeah. So obviously the 14th Amendment has a pretty clear stance on that. And you can argue whether those amendments were pushed forward rather rashly during Reconstruction without a large conception of what would happen in future generations with immigration. Ultimately, I think the Supreme Court probably has a final say on that one. Maybe they might be able to reinterpret it.
We watched the whole Senate hearing on it yesterday, and it was for slavery. I looked into it first, and then they started talking about it, how it was for slavery. It was definitely for slavery, to help slaves become naturalized citizens. It wasn't for migrants or immigrants, dude. No, and I don't think they had the foresight to think that it was going to be used the way it is now against us.
I don't know how much leeway the Supreme Court has to interpret that amendment without needing a constitutional change. Hopefully that's something for the courts. So should people be citizens of
Can't they ratify an amendment, though? Can't we say, okay, well, even if they did think that back then, we're changing that because that's not good for our current situation, the way NGOs work and how we're sending money to them in other countries to help these people get here and everything, and then flying them into our countries. I don't know about that. They're using the birthright citizenship. There's a loophole because they're going to some island in the Bahamas or some shit. And I've heard about that yesterday. I had never heard about that before. They're using that for anchor babies.
Born here. If our immigration laws were solid, if everything else was equal, then yes, but that's not the case. So maybe we should cut that off until such time.
We have to change it.
We start being able to come into this country willy-nilly anytime we want.
Did you see the FBI's Vault FOIA publication about your organization?
Yeah, there were a lot of empty pages and a lot of hoo-ha about nothing. Again, people who want us to be feds and want everything about us to be automatic, everything we do is somehow justification feds. Whether we get arrested, we're feds. We don't get arrested, we're feds. We wear masks, we're feds. We're unmasked, we're feds. People will see anything to prove that we're feds. I don't know if we actually were some big federal thing. Why would the FBI do that? I guess
it had a lot of those redactions were about the identities of CHSs, right? Which seems to imply that you guys have not that you are feds, but that there are feds among you.
No, and it's hard to determine the specifics of that because again, you're arguing on the basis of information that is absent, and there are a lot of connections which would need to be evaluated based on information present. And also, it should be noted that somebody who speaks to the FBI about a certain matter doesn't necessarily have to be from a certain source, and that's anybody who they found relevant on anything. If it's 1,000 pages or something like that. But you look at the general things. You look at what we know the FBI does when they want to mess with a group, when they want to get into a group. What do? It's drugs, guns, and violence. They get people to sell drugs. They get people to buy guns, or they get people to be violent. And if we were an organization that was controlled by or heavily influenced by federal agents, why aren't we doing any of those things? Not only why aren't we doing them, but why are we so heavily disciplined in preventing anything of that nature from happening? Right? So you can argue that the FBI, they'll try to mess with groups. Of course they will. You can argue that they'll try to interfere with things. Of course they will. But it's not a proper response to that reality of the political landscape to shut yourself off and become a hermit as the world gets worse and worse. Political organizing is something that needs to be undertaken with a strong respect for the risks of the world, and not a dismissive disposition towards them.
Have you had that where guys show up and are?
What do you think the media constantly says that you guys are part of?
Not all the media. Mostly it's conservative media. The liberal media are very happy to say that we're real because they think we're racist, which of course is a meaningless buzzword. So conservatives are very happy to call us feds because it's an argument of convenience, because it's an easy way to dismiss our ideas. If we're not real, if we're not genuine, then they don't have to engage with what we believe. Because a lot of conservatives are really scared more than anything of being called a racist or a white supremacist or a xenophobe, or et cetera, et cetera.
Do you possess any racist traits?
I don't believe in the word racism. I think it's a meaningless buzzword. Do I have traditional views on race and nationality in accordance with what the founding fathers believed and centuries of American statesmen since then? Absolutely. Is that racism? I don't know. Racism doesn't have a solid
Do you
definition.
think it's discrimination?
What is discrimination?
Like a good thing, right? So, for example, if you are going to say that you as a white individual won't allow certain groups in the United States, I'll say that is discriminating against us.
I believe any sane country should have strong restrictions on immigration that are meant to serve the best interests of that country. I believe race and nationality, culture are real things that influence how human populations act. To deny that would be ridiculous and utopian beyond any conception of reality. And denying people from entering your country, they do not have a right to be here. No, the world does not have a right to be in America. The rights are conveyed by citizens through the Constitution, and citizenship is itself a gift of being of a member of a nation. If you open up citizenship to the world, your form of government will be totally incompatible with it. And if you're saying that you have to let everybody in your country whenever they want to be, or else you're discriminatory, I feel like that's ridiculous.
What would you say are the core tenets of the Patriot Front?
We believe in a conception of the American people as a real ethnic group, descendant of the European pioneer settlers, things like that. So we have that conception of who we are and serving our interests. Outside of that, we engage in positive fitness efforts to make sure that we are reinstilling matters of fitness and vitality, masculine culture, into the men of our nation, finding its most valuable constituency in young American men. We believe in community, so we restore spaces where patriotic families can gather, where we can establish cultural restitution of our traditions as a nation. Outside of that, of course, we do activism and we push forward. There's a lot of things we do. It's all on the website. People go to Patriot.
With the descendants of the Europeans,
yeah, that's us.
Would that include people like Spanish or
So
other?
Spain is a country in Europe, actually. Yeah.
So the Patriot Front is an alliance with that being
alliance with Spain.
Not an alliance.
What are you
but
asking?
in agreement with that being a form of descendants that you would, I guess, including your group.
So the American nation is composed of Europeans, right? And originally the culture of the American nation is heavily Anglo-Saxon, because the largest group that came to America were British, Scottish, Irish, some Huguenot French, but they all assimilated into a very core ethnic identity between the 16th and 17th and then ultimately the 1800s. Other European nationalities, whether they be from Eastern, Western, Northern, or Southern Europe, were then able to effectively assimilate into that core nationality, that core identity, which was started foundationally by Anglo-Saxons in the pre-revolutionary and post-revolutionary period. I'm just giving you a history lesson.
So is there so this is my first time hearing about the core tenets of the Patriot Front. That's why I'm inquisitive.
You haven't been to our website, evidently.
I have not been to the website, no.
You're not allowed to post it on Twitter, actually. Elon Musk can say all these things about free speech, all these things, and there's the executive order about making sure social media companies are very strong on free speech. But if you type in the link to our website, it's not a website that has violence on it, it's not a website that has slurs or any calls to any dangerous action on it. You are not even allowed to post it on Twitter. People have to put extra things into the word to make sure people can see it. So the free speech has been totally, it's a false promise.
Quick question, why face masks? Why
anonymity?
Is COVID still going around, or is this part of
These masks wouldn't do anything against COVID. We've been wearing them since 2017. Anonymity is a right that Americans have when demonstrating things politically. It has a long tradition of effective use. The Sons of Liberty during the Boston Tea Party wore disguises and swore vows of secrecy to one another. Many of the Federalist Papers, even Benjamin Franklin, wrote anonymously, partially because it is about
during the Revolutionary War. Do you feel like you're in a time of revolution?
Actually, the Federalist Papers were written after the Revolutionary War, while the Constitution was being ratified. Common Sense was written before the Revolutionary War, around the same time as the Declaration of Independence, also anonymously. But the point is, anonymity can be used to...
Oh, where's he going? Ah, I was learning. Shit. Shit, I can see this already. Ford. He wants to get pictures. Alright. Damn, could he just left this thing there?
I am not going to engage with complex secondary, tertiary, quaternary ideas of what we're doing.
It seems like you have traditional conservative values, correct?
I wouldn't call myself conservative. I would call myself a nationalist or a patriot. But the thing is, I can only represent myself as I am and say what I believe in the context in which I do. So whether it hurts Trump, whether it helps Trump, I don't care. I'm not going to lie, and I'm not going to change what I believe for political attention or for political appeal. I can only be honest.
Check this out. This guy's so smart that I had to slow him down to 1.5. Normally I'd watch people in 2 times to catch up, but his thoughts are coming out so quickly. 1.5, I feel like y'all might get lost in it. I could probably do it, but Everyone's not. I mean, it's early. You know what I'm saying? I'm wired up in the morning though.
For acceptance into the Patriot Front, I don't think you make the cut. I'm sorry. So does one have to pass some sort of like ethnic test as far as like where descendants come from? Europe? Yeah, yes, you do. You have to be an American. And then, so how does that work? How does being an American work? Is it like a DNA test or is it like family lineage? I think you know the members of your family and you can figure it out pretty quick. What I'm saying is that does the Patriot Front investigate that before acceptance? Yes, we ask questions. In order to become a member of Patriot Front, we will ask you questions and you will generally have to answer them.
Do you believe he's not American because of his ethnic?
Probably, yeah. Unless you've got a great tan on it, I would say so. Yeah,
he does have a great tan.
Well, you know, say that. Being a foreigner doesn't make you a bad person. There are a lot of bad people who are. You know, it doesn't make you a good person either. But it means that you're fundamentally different, and that's okay. The world has tons of cultures and nations, and tons of forms of government that work appropriately for those types of people. But we need to understand that differences in race and nationality are real, and we can ignore them all we like. We can try to suppress them all we like, but it won't work. The United States has engaged in the most comprehensive and vast humanitarian effort in the history of the human race over the last 100 years, and it has utterly failed. We have tried to incorporate every belief, every identity, every ethnicity into a single American state, and it has utterly failed. It is past time trying to rehabilitate it, and we need to ask ourselves a bunch of hard questions about what we need to do moving forward. Because you can try to have this rainbow vision of the United States, but it's false. It's past working, and any attempt to perpetuate it beyond this clearly dysfunctional state will continue to only hurt the people you're claiming to try to help.
So my descendants are all from Spain. Would that pass my test?
I'm not going to engage in a full vetting.
No, just asking because you mentioned that Europe is okay.
Your descendants of your children?
My ancestors, were from Spain. Correct.
Again, I'm not sure about you specifically. You could be saying anything to me right now. People who actually engage in Patriot Front vetting process, which I will not regale to all of you in detail because then it will become less effective for those seeking to exploit it, have to go through certain processes and measures.
Do you feel like you hyper-focus on race, nationality, the same way the left does?
I feel like y'all hyper-focus on asking me specific questions about race and nationality.
Well, it just seems like what you espouse, right? Because we criticize people on the left, critical race theories, are focusing on race on stuff. It seems like it's happening on the right as well.
Well, yeah, it is a big subject in politics today. It is very valid. It affects greatly the shape and form of civilization and government.
Would you say you're a neo-Marxist in that case then? Because that is what critical race theories who hyper-focus on race like that and divide civilization by race, nationality, and whatnot.
I think you're on a crazy tangent right now.
Well, it's how we criticize the left. We're hyper-focusing on race and critical race theory.
Yeah, well, I don't criticize them. I don't criticize them for that. No, this is a silly question. I'm sorry.
No
it's interesting. I just think it's ridiculous.
But doesn't your vetting process involve going and stickering with someone who's already a member and talking a lot about race? I mean, you're saying that
you do have to talk to people in the organization if you want to be a member.
About race specifically?
About a lot of things.
But race is a sticking point.
Sure, yeah, people do. We do talk about race. Absolutely.
How come that you don't fixate on it when that's literally...
Well, I don't think it's a fixation. I don't think we necessarily fixate on any one thing. I think we have a broad range of very important subjects that we care about. And they pertain to the entire spectrum of the human experience, of life and society. So, y'all are trying to say, oh, you fixate on this one thing. Fixation is a negative term, and you're trying to pigeonhole me, and I protest against that. So.
I'm just saying that we criticize the left for constantly hyper-focusing on race, whether that be for DEI programs or such.
No, I
and that is
understand
directly tied to neo-Marxism. On the right, it seems
well, you understand, people recognized race was a big deal in America for hundreds of years. I mean, from 1620 to 1960, the idea of American was a European. And you can ask, our beliefs about race and nationality are entirely analogous with such presidents as George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. They all of Mount Rushmore, actually. Theodore Roosevelt thought very similar to us about race and nationality, the traditional culture of Anglo-Saxon America. So you're asking me, do I fixate on it? It's part of American culture. It's part of our traditional model of government. A republic will not work in an international context.
So do you essentially endorse the left hyper-focusing on race the same way you do then?
I endorse race being understood as a real factor of human society. I do not believe we should ignore race and stick our heads in the sand and hope it goes away.
Would it be fair then? We call people on the left woke left, and we call you woke right and the movement woke right?
That's a ridiculous term. So ultimately, you will call me whatever you like, but it doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it accurate.
I was trying to ask before, have you had anything that you suspect to be an entrapment plot, like people entering and trying to get you to do illegal acts?
Well, appreciate you engaging, seriously. Many groups don't engage, so we appreciate you engaging.
I try. I'm friendly. Yeah. People are surprised by how civil we are. It's ridiculous.
And by the way, I don't think you guys are bad by any means.
Okay, I'm doing a bad job. That was a good one.
That was a good one.
Did you see him on Jake Shields?
No.
You don't like Jake? He doesn't like Jake Shields?
I know you don't like him.
Why? Are you Jewish? I didn't even need all the vetting questions. I don't know. I mean, maybe, probably, yeah.
Watch.
I don't know. I think you'd be at home somewhere else. Maybe but, I mean, maybe it's more of a you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here first. Personally, I am not experienced.
Damn it.
But the membership of the organization is heavily religious.
Ford asked a question.
There's a lot of people who follow.
The most holy sites of Christianity.
If you want to engage in a theological discussion about scripture and holy sites, sorry, I'm not. What was your question?
I was asking about, we know that there have been CHSs, like you said, it hasn't amounted to something. I was asking, have you had experiences where someone...
The FBI has published documents saying they've spoken to people about Patriot. That's all it's known. Anyway, are you saying, are there any uncovered entrapment?
Have you ever, experienced a member trying to convince you to do crimes?
In a lot of these cases, there are people legitimately in the world who wanted to do stupid things. I'm sure we've all come across them. And in the organization, if anybody suggests or espouses that they want to commit a violent act, or they want to do something which involves firearms, we don't do anything involving firearms, or they want to do, or that perhaps they have issues with drug abuse, This could be a legitimate issue that the person is dealing with, or this, in the case of drug abuse particularly, we try to help the individual, but anybody who is veering into these issues with drugs, guns, or violence, largely we will try to correct and then expel. And if it is an egregious enough matter, we will prevent any communication whatsoever in any format, indefinitely, at all times, forever, from happening with that person. So in the cases where that happens, and it is rare, but you run across people who have bad discipline. They have lack of understanding of what political organizing is meant to be, and sometimes they have a bad day. But if that were to happen, that person would be removed. And past that point, do you uncover if it was an entrapment plot? If you cut all ties with the individual, it's hard to say. Usually when that happens, and somebody says, "Hey, do you want to buy a gun?" and you say, "No, I'm going to stop talking to you now." They don't say, "Oh, wow, look for the cameras. You're on FBI's most wanted. Wow, you just passed the test." No, that doesn't happen. So it's a very complicated thing, but we do take our security very seriously, if that's what you're asking.
Fair enough. I appreciate that.
If Patriot Front was an organization that was meant to cause violence, we were meant to engage in entrapment plots. We were meant to do all these illegal things. I really feel like we would have done something like that by now. I really feel like we would have done something, but we haven't. There hasn't been a single instance of anybody assaulting anybody. I know what you will say, but I don't count that. There hasn't been a single instance of anybody shooting anybody, hitting anybody with a weapon, nothing like that. We're very peaceful.
That reminds me, what happened with there was a default judgment against you and 99 Patriot Front John Does, right?
So you see, when you're talking about matters of a legal variety, I will be unfortunately under the advisement of my own conscience not to delve into specifics.
Have you or members ever been contacted directly by the FBI or DHS?
So broadly in the political spaces, and this happens, you can post the wrong kind of tweet, and what will happen is an FBI agent or two, usually they go upstairs, will knock on your door and say, "Hey, I just wanted to talk to you about this." And that does happen to people in political spaces on the left, on the right, in general. Does that mean that, and again, if they have to knock on your door and ask you if you want to be an informant, does it mean you're already a Fed? It probably doesn't.
So have members of Patriot Front specifically been contacted in that manner? Have they had door knocks or things like that?
That's a fantastic question. If that was, it would be a matter of personal information, and I wouldn't want to convey that to you. Again, I have every right to keep things private as much as I want.
Would you confirm or deny if that happened to you specifically? Like, has the FBI knocked on your door?
No, I feel like they know they wouldn't get anything, and I feel like it's pretty obvious that they wouldn't get anything productive from it, so no. Anything else?
Board members that there's a culture of extreme paranoia and discouragement for participating in local office or in politics. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
No. Next question.
Have you? There were a few members that traveled to Paris in May, and they participated in a march with nationalist groups or groups they identified as. Can you speak a little bit on that?
Patriot Front engages positively with other nationalist movements across the world. We have sent members to most Western European countries. We have also sent members to engage positively and network with the Boer communities in South Africa. We believe that nationalist movements across the world have a lot to learn from each other. The exchange of ideas can be very productive, and we want to experience political landscapes in other countries so that we can better learn and inform our own. And I think there are a lot of similarities, and there are a lot of challenges. First, can I vouch for every single member of every single nationalist group in Europe personally, and everything they do? Can I be responsible for that? Absolutely not. But do I think there is something there that is intriguing and worth us sending people as representatives to kind of be observers, to watch and learn, and take home any lessons or wisdom that we can? Yeah, I think that was.
Is that something that's done in your direction?
Dooby-dooby-doo.
You live still? Yeah. Okay. Rich making this. Oh, hey. Ford Fisher. Yeah. Good to meet you. With mine. Good to meet you. Appreciate your work. Yeah. Long hours standing. God, yeah, those last few days. You were down at the jail recovering. For two of them. Yeah. It's a long time to be standing.
Is that D7100?
Yes, exactly.
Hey, that's what I started with. Nice. Solid and reliable. Somehow it still works. Like 10 million shots later. This is an 850 and then an 810. I made a couple bucks to graduate.
Gotcha.
Fucking camera nerds, bruh. How's your butthole feeling today, Mark?
We're still doing our thing. I'm not alive to or reacting to the president. Maybe it will be just as resolute, just as steadfast, just as.
Sister, don't laugh at it. Funny. I didn't want to ask.
Alright.
It's a little warmer today, right?
Oh, yeah. I think I actually overdressed for this one.
I would ask you that. Mark is the one.
Hey, you made it. Yeah, thank you. Come on, let's go. Oh, hell. I know. Hey, right here. Right here. You may want to watch out around that.
Oh, it's the thing that asked you how your penis was doing. I'm sorry. Whoa. They just move so the people would see them? Or are they leaving now? They've said their piece.
And that was one of the oh, my bad.
Life is a human right.
Find your space, let's move.
Hey, that's their people. That's their people, dude. Life. Those are pro-lifers. They're definitely on the same page. Interesting. Did they just bust up in between the pro-lifers? Where are they all going together? Did they know that was going to happen? Are they in the middle of a pro-life parade? I'm sorry I ruined the pro-life parade party. I'm gonna go now.
Fair, neither.
Oh no, they went a different way. They're gonna go up near the flags. Dude, remember during the George Floyd bullshit? People were like throwing paint on that thing? The National Monument? They attacked it with paint. That shit's gonna start happening again, maybe. Yo, I went into a fucking leftist Twitch stream yesterday. He was watching Trump's speech from the business forum meeting yesterday. Every like 5 seconds he was pausing it to fucking blurt out some shit about how stupid Trump was or something.
So for the folks watching here, I don't think I've talked yet on the stream. If you've been watching, it's been 36 minutes approximately that they've been in DC. Basically, the police just
like 300 something people watching.
We'll see what happens. The last 2 out of 3 years when they showed up here at the March for Life, they ended up kind of walking parallel to it. So we'll see what happens now. But it looks like they're probably gonna do the same thing.
All I brought up was I was like, "You lost." You know, something like that. Cry more losers. I just left. They were like, "Troll, we got a troll here." Like, we fucking serious right now? You lost by a lot, dummies. You would think that would get it through their head. Like, the Biden lost by a lot was bullshit. That was a lie. I bet next time it doesn't happen like that. Biden, Democrats gonna be winning by a huge amount. There's no fucking way. Wait, are we gonna be Republican for a while now? They lost. They went full retard with it. Can't go full retard. America isn't Afghanistan. So if you look at the IQ by country, Afghanistan is mildly retarded in the mid-80s. America, well, we're like 98 now. We've dropped a little bit. But still, we're not mildly retarded yet. We're not gonna fall for that shit. We're not an African nation that's gonna fall for some dumb shit and then let them just drive us into the fucking dirt. People are smarter than that. That's why we got Trump, even though he's a weirdo. You know, he has his quirks. Hell of a lot better than voting Democrat. Or Republican. I didn't even know who the people were. I voted for them if they were Republican. And if it was a judge, I tried to vote for the male. I tried to vote for the white male. I'm sorry. I did that. That's what our country was founded on. Why are we trying to change it up so damn much? I looked for European names. Reference to other. Sometimes it was between two women. That was a hard choice.
What family values are?
Yeah.
Like in particular?
Just according to you, obviously.
Yes, and neither one of them are
Yes,
white.
absolutely. Strong families do make strong nations.
Can you tell me what that means?
So the family is an entity which is created by the reproduction of two individuals, usually resulting in human children. And the family is the building block of
hell is
society.
going on, man?
You have
So,
a
are you saying
mother, you have a father.
Well, you have to have children to have a family?
A family includes children, yes.
So what if you can't have children?
Then you can't make a family.
So then that's not God's will, or I'm trying to understand your thing.
Some people just can't have children. And
Right, is that not a strong family then, or it is?
Well, it's not a family without children.
So they're not even in your like conversation.
Well, they're not bad people. It's just they're not in the family. I mean, there are just natural realities. Some people can't do stuff. Some people are born without legs. Does it make them bad people? No, it's just mean you're never going to be a runner. Whatever. I don't know. Is that your
What about people who are born gay?
I think it's a very complicated question whether you're arguing that homosexuality is hereditary or it is a defect of a social pathogen. I'm not sure which it either is. However the case, homosexuality is not incorporated into the strong families message. If that's your question. Are you a homosexual? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm not, but I'm curious your thoughts on it. Are you?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
So when you're asking about the viability of homosexuality, if everybody in society had a strong family, if everybody in society could and did have children and raise them properly and have a virtuous lifestyle, then the country, the civilization would be great. If everybody in society was a homosexual, then we would go extinct in a matter of years. So homosexuality is an
That's not a reality. Not everybody's ever going to be homosexual.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Not everybody's going to be heterosexual.
Well, I think you need to understand.
Do you think someone could be gay and have a strong family? Be a good parent?
Yeah, but the more people that are homosexual, like if all of a sudden we have 50% homosexual rate in America, our fertility rates would be so stupidly low that our country would die eventually. We'd have to import all our labor.
No, why not? Because it's the norm, right? It is a normal, it is a natural, it is a virtuous thing to create a family in a traditional style. Homosexuals are occupying and inhabiting an aberrant social lifestyle, often due to in cases where they have experienced abuse or they have been propagandized as children.
That's how you're opinion.
Well, it is my opinion. Thank you. You're asking me my opinion, so I'm going to give you.
Yeah, I just want to clarify for everybody.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm sure I'll do that. Anyways.
Probably don't.
Thank you. What was your question?
You agree with you? Absolutely. Yeah, probably. You guys came together, right?
Yeah.
Like everybody came with 5 years ago.
It's hard to hear.
Oh, looks like you're wrong.
Where are you from?
Texas. Okay, Phil. How you doing? Where are you from?
I was born in Milford, Delaware.
Milford, Delaware. There you go. Don't see many people from Delaware.
Yeah.
So are you guys here?
That's why I got out.
Yeah, sort of.
I saw some of your guys last night.
We do, yeah, absolutely. Did you get one?
I grabbed one. Yeah. What do you
Good
guys
stuff. What are the organization you work with?
Yeah, like which old people, I guess.
Our old people.
You hear a lot about the Native American.
Yeah.
We're still 11 minutes behind. It's Ford Fisher live in DC with the Patriot Front. It's at 1.5 times speed, so it's going to take 15 minutes to fucking catch up, so it's not so fast. Hey, Simon, I need a break from that. Love you though. I love you. Come on, buddy.
What's the question? Oh, okay. I was like, there's a lot of bridges you can cross. Metaphorically and otherwise. Yeah. Technically, yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go clean her bowl out. It's got a little hair in it. I have to give her fresh water today. She's got a little in there. I don't think she doesn't have any. She likes it shallow anyway. A little hair in it.
I almost wore mine, but I was like, nah. Everything's gonna go back towards Union Station anyway. So hey, it's all masters.
She really likes water time. Look how excited she is.
Anything important? Oh no, just wanted to do that.
In the door waiting on this moment.
My understanding is no. There's some of them left, but I don't think anyone who's still there is going to be walking around. I just whether they're not hijacking, I mean, honestly, I do think that they're going to keep doing the frame corner thing because there's still people inside. It's just tonight. But tonight in particular, nobody's going to. Highly unlikely anybody's going to get released tonight. So I mean, you would be getting a fairly typical freedom. Yeah. Okay. Stuart Rhodes shows up again, he'll go to jail. Did you see that?
No.
So Stuart Rhodes, since he was commuted, not pardoned, the judge said, okay, fine, you're on supervised still then. And she, because he showed up at inside the Capitol, and then the day before that at the DC jail, she just put in paperwork that basically bans him from DC. So if Stuart shows up at DC jail, he'll be arrested.
Because all of them have that as a police condition. You can't have DC.
But if you're pardoned, it's not. So that's in place for all the Proud Boys except Dario, and then basically all the other keepers. So you have the dude is in the backpack. I don't see it now. But I lost it. There's a guy who it was just a blue backpack, but otherwise he's in plain clothes. But like literally talking like, am I going that way? And he was like, yeah, like he was like.
Oh yeah, I know this one. There's 2 or 3.
There's 2 or 3 of those people?
Of those type of people, I think. One is, I think, the black shirt, like khakis, and the black shirt is really jagged short. More focused on her body here.
Don't exist in a vacuum.
So are you pro-labor, you're pro-union?
I'm pro the I can't say that I'm pro any particular union right now. I think it's very.
I think
they should
collectivized labor.
Yes, I think that. I don't think that. I think unions should be allowed. They should be. They're useful in many cases. I think it is perfectly acceptable for workers to negotiate collectively. But at the same time, I don't think the government should be run by unions. I'm not a Marxist.
Okay, so here's.
I also believe strongly in the rights of personal property.
Here's a question. Okay, it's a hypothetical scenario.
We love hypotheticals.
You know what?
You only get a hypothetical answer though.
Okay, so fair enough. So here's the thing. So let's say you and I. Let's say you're on the picket line. You're trying to get a labor contract. Okay. Your job. You're trying to get a labor contract for your job. You're picketing. Okay. Yeah. The rest of the employees that you need to join you on the labor line are black, trans, LGBTQ.
They're all of it. Oh my God, there's so many diversity points in this
communist.
Every other one of my coworkers is a black, gay, communist, trans.
Absolutely.
Man, why am I?
Only the ones that want to join you on the picket line.
Only the ones that want to join me on the picket line. Well, I must have done something terribly wrong in that case. See, this situation has already gone wrong.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that in order to have a labor revolution, we need to walk the picket line with people that we would normally disagree with. That's my thesis.
Well, actually, diversity is used to break up the solidarity of workers. And this is proven with Amazon. When you import a bunch of people who don't speak the same language, they don't have the same backgrounds, they don't have the same cultural beliefs and standards, then it makes it harder for them to unify. And you can say from a materialistic standpoint that, oh, wouldn't it be great if everybody unified regardless of all these things? Yeah, that would be great, but humans don't work like that. Differences of race, nationality, religion, culture, principles, everything are real, and you can't make them go away by ignoring them. So if you want labor to be able to organize, you need to also have the conception that people need to be on the same page about a lot of things already before they get to the matter of employment and wages. Such things as really want to help. And again, a lot of the reasons that people are coming over the world, it's to push wages down, push housing prices up. And a lot of people that really benefit from massive immigration, which is human.
Are very rich. Housing prices. See, I would like you. I mean, this is not a contract. I personally would like you to be bad. This thing you gave me right here about corporations. Okay, defend American labor. Yes, exactly. Okay, so Zillow, Black, other companies that are buying up houses. Black people and Asian people. I mean, is that what you're saying?
Segregation has been illegal since 80, and still, if you actually look at the census data, most of these
Dude, really? Dude, are you seeing this shit? I just let him in less than a minute ago.
We see a uniformed body of federal agents waiting for their spokeshole to come talk to a puppet. Whenever there is some sort of good cause that needs to be tainted with subtle racism, they do inject these law enforcement officers or wannabes into the mix. It's just how it goes. None of them are speaking because they're all constipated. That's a DC diet for you. Or shall I say Langley? I don't know. Sir, are you the big spokeshole? Are you the spokesman for Trident Gum?
Can you please get that thing?
Sure. Are you the spokeshole? All right. What kind of gum are you chewing? Is it Trident? Is it double mint, like double faced? All right. Hi, buddy.
Brothers, 1 team, 1 fight.
Yeah, let's record. All right, let my fucking camera bitch get in there. Where is he? Where's my camera bitch? Oh, there you are. Hi, buddy. Sorry. Hey, cowboy, can we talk to you? Hi. Are you the leader of Patriot Front?
I'm not going to talk to you about this.
Now, will you talk to me, though? Where's your fucking mask? Aren't you concerned about disease? What about disease? What about the disease of LARPing? Are you a federal agent? Are you a sheriff's department? Why would you show us your identity? I am not ashamed to be out here. Why the fuck should you be? If you're such a good cause, take off the mask. COVID's gone. COVID's yesterday. You too, cowboy. I salute you. You're maskless. You're like the Lone Ranger, but no fucking mask. That's what you're like. Why can't your bitches be like you? Why are they such federal bitches? Such fucking Leos. I see you laughing, you fucking bitch. Take your mask off. If you laugh with me, you gotta unmask your ass. Honestly.
Use some more profanity. I think
you know what? Like it. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to bleep all that shit out, and that's wrong, and that's a lot of work for me. I try to work as little as possible. How long have you been affiliated with Patriot Fronts?
I'm not talking to your fellow.
Oh, is that a deeply felt sentiment? Okay. Listen, I don't blame you for staying away from Muppets. Oscar the Grouch is a rapist. All right, cowboy. He's a rhinestone cowboy. Boom, boom. He's masking homosexuality with his army of LARPing fans. That's right. Anyway, I should probably depart because all of them are mum. It's like they've got laryngitis and constipation at the same time. Anyway, I'm feeling like I'm a little bit in danger because there's nothing that pisses you off more than a law enforcement officer with a grudge. Anyway, how's it going? Are we in focus, camera bitch? Thank you. All right. Yeah. I'm going to pause here while I think of some other crap to say. Excuse me.
7 out of game.
No, they weren't. Who do you represent? Are you that person who's speaking to MAGA events? I was undercover like 3 years ago. Oh, what's your name? Amanda. Hi, it's nice to meet you. My name's Edgar. Do we have permission to film you? Where's your we are, but we want to just make permission. You're not wearing a mask, so you're not really anonymous. I care about you.
I'm like a magazine writer.
Oh, I like how you put the MAGA in magazine. Very clever.
There's a guy in DC Shorts. DC Shorts guy.
Do you prove to these fags?
Are you?
I'm splendid. I get to harass law enforcement. It's very rare.
How many followers do you have?
One, you. I got no subscribers. I'm friendless.
You're gonna fucking.
Yeah, you want to do a selfie? You want to do a selfie?
Oh God, no, I'm gonna kill myself.
Wait. Do not engage in self-harm. Patriot Front. Steve says she might kill herself. I know that some of you know how to do cardiopulmonary resuscitation. If she goes too far, I want you to do an intervention. She's also kind of cute. Get her phone number in the process. How many of you are gay? Raise your flags. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Anyway, we're here at the meeting of the Masked Homosexuals Club. A lot of people will take it up the ass. I don't recommend it because, but if you're masked, that is a step towards safety and you gotta hand it to them. I don't like it. I don't like when they invade my town. But it's freedom of speech, not freedom of reach, or freedom of reach around. Anyway, I could be here all day talking crap, but I'm probably gonna get shot. And
I've been to Hollywood 3 times. I have not been to a Diddy party yet, but it might happen. Okay? I'm a professional comedian.
Come up with something better, please. We are here conducting political activism. We are spreading ideas. We are exercising free speech.
The Muppet guy wasn't funny.
You have the vice president speaking. You have the governor speaking. We're a political group. This political thing.
Do you have an affiliation?
No. We didn't. We'd be in that fence. So they have a permitted area. We are not interfering or entering their permitted area. We are here being in public spaces, exercising a public right to free assembly. And just there happen to be tens of thousands of people here with a political mindset. They care about the issues in the country, so we are here to talk. Very strict.
And do you have an?
Are you here because it snowed and everything is a little lighter? See back there. I'm going to repeat the line. Please don't be offended. Are you guys here because it snowed out and it's just a little whiter? Insert applause. Thank you. All right.
It's not funny, though.
Who do you work for?
Independent Raw News.
Oh, wait, you're not Ford Fisher, are you? I want to meet that guy. He's a badass. He's a real American. Amanda, hook me up with Ford Fisher for a reach around.
I know this guy. You're gonna fucking love
You know, apparently he knows me.
Where's Ford Fisher?
That's me.
Ford, you're Ford fucking Fisher. Holy fucking... Oh, wait, Ford. Buddy, can I just
That's the
a
other
little bit? I follow your stuff all over the place. You're always there when there's a ruckus. How do you do it? Are you in the ruckus bulletin board or listserv?
You just gotta follow the social medias, yeah.
I will go full homosexual for Ford Fisher, the amazing photojournalist.
That's enough of that.
You don't want to become part of the story.
I try not to.
I get it, Ford. Anyway, big love, buddy. Fangirling all over the place for Ford Fisher. Love you, buddy. We won't use that footage unless you sue us. Are you going to sue my ass?
I don't know. No.
Yes! Do we have permission?
You steal my footage, then. No.
Oh, no, I'm not crazy. I know how litigious you are. Honestly. All right.
Also.
I can't believe that.
Where's famous?
How many of you have sleep grown-ups today? Did you get up in the morning?
Why was that
Wash
my
your
first?
mouth.
Oh.
Climb out of your 12-foot mask. Put on your mask and head over here.
You really hit it off.
Why aren't people fucking with you more? Why does it just take
Well, I
one
don't
intrepid
stream.
woman? Low self-esteem.
We got
Harass you. Why are you quiet?
6 minutes before we called up.
You never write. I'm getting depressed.
Oh, at some point you have it.
This is like milking a really old cow. There's no joy here. Just quietude and submission. Is this Saudi Arabia? You'd fit right in. Have you ever tried a niqab or a burqa?
Yeah.
It links it.
Yeah, right.
I want to go and harass Amanda some more.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Don't record this asshole. He's fisting me, but you can record me, Ford. You can have all the rights. All right, Ford. Yeah.
I don't know how.
I want to talk to Cowboy Hat. How much will it cost for a reach around? Some cowboy. Haven't you seen Brokeback Mountain? What did you think of that? I enjoyed it.
Patriot Front is just standing around, and so the result of that is that this Muppet is literally the most important or interesting thing that's kind of happening.
Scooter-caster? Are you sure?
Yep.
You are. I like you even better than Ford. You are.
No, you better fucking run.
Scooter, wait. Have I ever told you you're my hero? You are the wind beneath my wings. Not you, Ford. Fuck you. I found something better. You're out.
That's fine.
You're out of the cool club, bitch. Anyway, I gotta go harass some right to life people. Excuse me. We got enough footage? Did we get a solid 2 minutes so we get monetized? All right. Anyway, subscribe to Ask America with Edgar. Please don't kick my ass. I'm really, really sorry. If made to, I will go gay for you. All right, bye. Wanna go? All right.
That code switch, the way he just went from like Muppet to like human being. That was...
Stroke.
Someone wants in again, I see. I am a cat slave. I am a cat slave.
That was just the same one.
Cat slave. I am a cat slave.
I usually carry the
Oh, wait.
Okay. They actually do my part to her.
Dude, my legs are sore from those squats yesterday.
I think it'll make it easier to not just either just
I'm gonna eat something soon, maybe.
Just like I was like, I'm sure you're talking about the
Yeah.
Brendan Gutenfucker. He's like, that's a harder name to him.
I'm on the weed diet.
That was a little bit lengthy. Wow. And then of course like dashing over.
We called up in really fast, actually.
So I had to be
like a minute. 1 minute? What?
Okay, to my people who are watching, normally I would try to live stream a situation like this beginning to end. At this moment, basically, this group of Patriot Front's just standing there in front of the Washington.
He's going to end it.
Flyers. A guy with a Muppet was sort of making fun of them. But I might go live again, or I might just keep kind of recording. But I'll continue to monitor the situation, and I'll have...
Always does that. Oh, Trump's outside. How long has he been outside?
People to it's a great honor to be here with these people today that have suffered so much, and to lose everything you have, and you just wonder what you're going to do and where you're going to go. And we just thank God, and that's I want to say thank God that He's given us the resources to be able to help. And a lot of people have helped. And not just Samaritan's Purse, but there's been many different organizations and volunteers that have just come to Western North Carolina and East Tennessee to help. I grew up, this is my backyard, I grew up about 8 miles or so from here. and we went to high school right down the road, about a mile down the road. And so this is home to me. But we've got a family today. We've got the West family. This is their house. So we're here today to show the president just a little bit of the damage and the problems that the people of Western North Carolina are facing. So, Mr. President, thank you for what you have done for Western North Carolina. Thank you for coming again to see. Thank you, your son Don Jr., he came with us twice. And so they've taken a real interest. And this isn't a politician coming down here looking for votes. This is a man who wants to do something, who wants to see some changes, who wants to make life better for you. So thank you. And Melania, thank you so much for coming. It's an honor to have you here with us. So, Mr. President, please.
Thank you very much, Franklin. Thank you. All right, good man. He's done a great job, fantastic job. And we've come to North Carolina with a simple message for all the people of this region who were hit so hard by Hurricane Helene. And that message is very simple. You are not forgotten any longer. You were treated very badly by the previous administration. And I'm here after a few days of the administration. We're going to California, Los Angeles. They got hit hard, as you know. A lot of that could have been prevented, I think, if they had water, which they had plenty of, but they didn't use it. But I'm going there. But it was set up to go there. They said, well, wait a minute, what about North Carolina? They said, well, what would you? I said, I have to stop there first. I'm stopping in North Carolina. So we made the stop, and I feel very good. You're represented by some great people, great congressmen are with us, and we're going to get involved with them. And Michael Whatley is here, who is the head of the Republican Party. He worked with Laura Trump to take us through to a tremendous victory. One of the, as the media says, one of the most consequential presidential elections ever. They say in 129 years, whatever that may mean. But whatever it is, it was a great election we had, and we won your state all 3 times. We won your state, and all 3 primaries we won your state. So we won it 6 times, I guess, Mr. Congressman. And it's a great place, and I wanted to come here. And before I went anywhere, frankly, in the campaign, I promised that I'd come back to Western North Carolina to help the people of the state. And today, here I am to deliver on that promise. And we have a lot of things in mind, and we're getting the Army Corps of Engineers all set. You need your riverbanks fixed. You need a lot of roads fixed, and we're going to get it done in rapid time. And I've asked Susie Wiles and all of my people to start calling up, get the Corps ready, and they're going to get ready to go. I don't know what it is. I don't know what took so long for the other administration. But remember, I wasn't here for the first 4 months or 3 months, whatever it may be. See, we can only start as of essentially 1 or 2 days ago. And we've made a lot of progress over the last couple of days, Michael. I understand we're going to get you the resources you need and the support that you deserve. And we'll be at your side through every step of the rebuilding. And no American is going to be left behind. The people that I just met are so great. And the people that own that house is going to be very beautiful in a little while. And who knows, if Franklin decides, maybe he'll rip it down and build him a new one. Because sometimes you can do that just as easily. But we're going to take care of the people. I want to thank our great First Lady for coming today. She really wanted to be here. She said, no, I want to go. And, she sees what happened. And she felt very badly. And she wanted to go. And we're then going out together to Los Angeles. But she wanted to be in North Carolina. She saw what happened. She has a feeling like I do for North Carolina. So thanks as well to a great gentleman, Franklin Graham, and his father, Billy Graham. I used to go with my father to Yankee Stadium and places to watch his father preach. And he was some preacher. You got good stock. You come from the ultimate genes, I can tell you. But he was really something. And Franklin, though, has done so much, and his father's looking down on him right now. I guarantee for a long time he's been looking down on Franklin, saying, I'm very proud of you, son. He really is, because what Franklin's done with Samaritan's Purse is incredible. They told me just yesterday that Samaritan's Purse has been great, but the FEMA people sort of left you high and dry, but we're going to change that around. We're not happy with FEMA. As well as all of the representatives. You have great representatives here. Chuck Edwards, who's here someplace. Where's Chuck? Where's Chuck? Chuck. Tim Moore. Tim, thank you, Tim. Great job, too. Both of you guys. Virginia Fox, a power. She's a power, that one. Don't ever have her as your enemy. It's not good. It's not healthy. Pat Harrigan. Good job, Pat. Addison McDowell. These guys were just here, just put in, and they're doing a fantastic job. Addison, thank you very much. Great. Mark Harris. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Brad Knott. Thank you, Brad. Greg Murphy. Fantastic guy, my friend for a long time now, right? And the RNC chairman, Michael Whatley, who really, as I said, brought us to a great victory with Laura, the chairman of the party, the whole Republican. I took Michael Whatley from North Carolina because he did the best job and put him in charge of everything, and the job they did together was incredible. Last September, Hurricane Helene became one of the deadliest natural disasters in modern American history. Rainfall rose to far more than 30 inches, which is lethal, unleashing unprecedented devastation throughout western North Carolina and many other states, as you know, but you got hit the hardest. The highest responsibility and deepest obligation of the American government is to protect its people, and that's never truer than in times of emergency like this. Unfortunately, our government failed you, but it wasn't the Trump government. It was a government run by Biden. What a terrible situation. But our government failed.
the people of North Carolina in this horrible crisis. For 2 months, Asheville lacked running water, and even today, some North Carolinians can't take a hot water shower. They can't drink water. They don't know where to get it. They have to. It's delivered to them by someone. They just go out and somehow find some. It's been 4 months since the storm made landfill, and still 180 roads remain closed and in ruins. Earlier this month, the Biden administration kicked 2,000 displaced North Carolinians out of their temporary housing into freezing 20-degree weather. I don't know how they did that one, because it was cold, even while your government provided shelter and housing for illegal aliens from all over the world. But under the Trump administration, the days of betrayal and neglect are over. They are over. As I said in my inaugural address, we restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of the American government. And I think I said most of it in the inaugural address. We said a lot of things, but one of the groups of people I was thinking about is you in North Carolina. A lot of that was in reference to you and what you've had to suffer. I'm pleased to announce that under our leadership, the federal government will be surging housing solutions to the state that go beyond mere temporary hotel stays that ended up being very short-term. The government wouldn't do it any longer, which is ridiculous. We'll marshal all available resources to bring back potable water and make your water and infrastructure dramatically more reliable very quickly. Today, I'll also be signing an executive order slashing all red tape and bureaucratic barriers and permits to ensure the rapid reconstruction of the roads here in western North Carolina. We're going to go through a permitting process that's called no permitting, just get it done. That's the way they built them many years ago, I guarantee you that, right? We will get them back very quickly, and we'll begin the work of fundamentally changing, terminating, or overhauling FEMA. FEMA's been a disaster, no matter where they are. We're honored to be joined today very quickly by several families affected by the vicious storm. I'd like to ask each of them to share their story. Chris and Kim West, you could come forward. Ramona Nix, Jackie Mitchell, and Thomas Gary Bright. And finally, the Wright family. And come on up and maybe say a few words, please. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hi.
Come on in here.
Whenever it started, we started moving our vehicles to the top of the road, and by the time we got the vehicles moved, the water had already hit our ankles in the house. And so I grabbed my purse and my little pug dog, and my husband grabbed the dog food and put it in a trash bag. And by the time we got out into the driveway, it was already waist deep, and there was sticks and that kind of thing. I didn't think I was going to make it, but we did make it out, and we made it to the top of the road, and we were kind of stuck there for hours because we couldn't get out any of the ways around. It took us hours, and we sat there, and finally it receded enough to where we could actually get out. It was probably like close to midnight, and it started like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. We just lost everything that we had. Didn't even have a brush for like 3 days. So, thank you.
Would you like to say something with a beautiful day?
Hey. When the hurricane storms hit North Carolina, hit our home, my daughter and my wife and I were actually out of town. But unfortunately, my dad was still at home, and my mother was staying at our house with our animals. And the waters got so high that it actually lifted between that and the tornado that came through, or microburst is what they've been calling them, and lifted his home and the house that I grew up in and crashed it into our barn. It took away his business. It took away all of our tools and tractors and everything needed to keep the farm going. And my mother was trapped in the house, and there was no way to escape because the water got so high. The only thing she could do was ride it out and wait till the waters came down. So we've been doing a little bit of battling with our insurance and FEMA. We did have proper insurance with flood insurance and homeowners insurance, but since we had proper insurance, FEMA's not been able to assist us with a whole lot of things. And again, we've been having some issues with trying to get some payout for our insurance in a timely manner. We had to do mold mitigation on our home, which is extremely expensive, before the structural engineer even came out in order to get our flood payout. And to me, that was not really acceptable.
Has the insurance company been responsive or not really?
Not so much. Again,
give you the money they have to give you?
I'm hoping so. And we need some assistance with that. We reached out to an attorney.
What's the name of the insurance company?
North Carolina Farm Bureau.
You're gonna move them, right?
Yep.
That's terrible.
That's what we're after here.
A lot of people having that problem too? With the insurance companies, general? Different insurance companies? And they're all difficult, or just the one particular one?
I've heard different stories from others, and a lot of folks are
responsive.
And I've heard some good instances of even Farm Bureau themselves. But in my case, they'd send out a third-party adjuster immediately. Well, they wound up firing that third-party adjuster group. He gave us a quote for a much higher estimate than what we received.
He got fired?
And then he got let go. Yeah, he got fired. So then they brought in another third-party adjuster to come in and lowball us. We've not received any kind of, so the flood insurance is our primary insurance, and so there was roof leaks in the home that the inspectors found, the adjusters. Well, that contributed to us losing some of our personal properties that come in the third story where there's no, or second story living space, where the flood, well above the floodwaters. So they've neglected us for.
Mother saved?
Yes, she's saved. Yep. She's right here.
Okay.
So we made it.
Not exciting, right?
That's right.
How scared were you?
Very.
Did you think you were going to make it?
No.
You didn't think so?
Nope. I just started praying.
So you were sort of on a boat. Your house became a boat.
It's a big pontoon.
That's some story.
It was a beach house on the steps.
I'll bet this guy would like to say something.
I was next door to the house, and my son was out of town, so when he came in to Charlotte to my sister's, he called about 2 in the morning because at midnight the water was still in the stream, within the banks. So when he called, the water was coming up, so I started moving vehicles up to about 5:30 in the morning, and she was in the house, and I pulled up to the steps and I said, hop on the fender and I'll get you out. Well, he built a beach house on stilts, 5 times higher than the floodplain.
Like some of his medication.
She said, well, he said I'd be okay. So I'm staying with the dogs. So I went to higher ground with some vehicles, hers included, and the water covered everything. But I'd already seen it come around both sides of my place. So I got my blind and deaf dog and a bag of valuables and took up off the side of the hill behind my house. And then was heading to the cemetery back there because I knew it was open because there was trees falling and uprooting. It was raining.
You never saw anything like that?
No, I've been through floods all my life around there. Never nothing.
Never been in flood. But you're okay, right?
Yep. House destroyed.
Yeah, we'll help you out. We're going to help you out.
Appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
Anybody else? You guys okay?
Our day that morning began a little taller with some trees falling into our house, which our house goes back 4 generations, 80 years, and never came close to flooding. And we woke up with trees about 4:30 or 5 in the morning, and our house sits 3/10 of a mile back off the road, and the water, we've had flooding and such in the lake, but nothing like we saw. And like most everybody else, we moved 5 vehicles this far up, and lawnmowers and everything else, and the water started coming in the house. And we got up to about ankle high. We have a loft. I got her up in that and tried to gather what you might want, which was totally random. And when it made it to the loft and started getting up to about her hips, I built a little makeshift ladder and we got out on our roof. And we spent 4 hours on the roof. I had a little baggie. I did notes on my cell phone to my 2 kids and my 2 grandkids, and something to identify me in case we were lost in it.
Did you think you were going to make it?
No, we didn't? Yeah, we didn't think we were going to make it at all. I mean, our house was 25 feet underwater.
So you didn't think you were going to live?
No, we were watching houses, trailers, bodies coming by us. And we live in the Azalea Road area in East Asheville. Yeah, we watched our garage float by. Yeah. But we got to a point where it crested about 4 feet up on the roof. We took about 3 or 4 hours for it so we could kind of do everything in reverse and got out in the mud to higher ground. And I got out higher ground up to the subway and got over to her daughter's house, where when she saw that I didn't have her, she lost it. And I was like, she's okay, she's alive. And we tried to make our way back in there and gather things best we could, but found a body right away. There was about 8 bodies in our area that first 2 weeks located. And we were lucky we weren't one of them and blessed. But like other people, no insurance on flood insurance, so we had to depend on FEMA. They did what they could do, and of course it's not enough. Yeah, not crazy. But again, we're thankful to be alive, but it's a long haul.
What are you doing now?
Staying in a camper. I've never been, if y'all notice, I'm a big guy. I don't sleep in campers very well. And the first night we spent in the camper, very grateful with the Asheville Dream Center coming through with one. And
you still have the land?
Oh yeah, it's family land. Yeah, the land, it looks like a beach now. It's sand, but
can it be built on?
Yes.
Do you intend to do that?
Yes.
You want to build it again?
Yeah, Samaritan's Purse. We're working with them. We're working with people. It's 80 years, 4 generations.
But the house is totally gone.
No, the house is there. It's down to, they came in and mudded it, but everything in it was completely destroyed. But it's tough. I think we're at a point in Asheville where people's forgot about Asheville, and it's stagnant. Everything is stopped. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
I'm a pastor in the XO church right down the road. We had only purchased in May, and it's a big church. We're a small congregation, and I had people say, what are you going to do with this big building? And I said, only God knows. And we had our dedication, and the storm came the next week, and the outpouring of people. My son brought the first load of supplies, and from there, I stayed there for about 3 months. I slept on the floor for about 3 weeks because the need was so great. The people were so devastated, and I said I want to be here for them, and they were coming in just day and night, so there's really no need for me to go home. But we had people from Kentucky, Tennessee, Texas, Indiana, Oklahoma, people from all over. We have not received any help like from the government or anything, but I said, Lord, if you want us to do that, people
So they came from
all over the states.
But FEMA did nothing.
It was the
FEMA's wasted time and money.
The locals and the people that knew us. And before the week was over, our church was so packed with supplies we couldn't even walk. Even in our sanctuary, it was up to the platform of things, and in our halls and in our rooms. And we're just now beginning to get a little straightened out. But somebody said, "How long are you going to be here?" I said, "I'm going to be here through the winter and even on, if possible," because when you meet people that's been through the struggle. I had a little lady come up and I said, "Can we do anything special for you?" And she said, "I don't want to be selfish, but said, could I have a cup of coffee?" And I handed her that coffee, and she stood there and tears just poured. She said, "You don't realize how important the little things. It's not the big things in life that we have, but it's the little things and knowing that God is our source. I don't look to man, I don't have to have a lot of things. I had trees, about 20 trees down in my yard, but that didn't really matter. It doesn't matter because the needs of the people is what I want to be there for. God is good. He's very good." And my daughter, now her house is really in bad shape, and I'll let her tell you about that. But thank you, President. This is our president. We appreciate you so much.
I live out in the Fairview area of North Carolina and near the Bat Cave, Lake Lure area, and our area was hit. It was hit really hard. I was home alone, and my husband had stayed in town because we take care of a little lady that's 98 years old, and she lives out in the woods by herself. And I said, "Just stay with her and make sure that she's okay." And I got up the next morning, and my first thought was, I want to go see what our road and bridge looks like. So as I was making it down to the road and the bridge, there was no road and bridge. And so, here we are, we're like a little island, we can't access the main road or anything. And then the fire department came by the next day and said that they were evacuating me and my neighbor because a landslide was going to come. And they told me to get my stuff and get ready. And so while I was getting my stuff and getting ready, there was a knock at the door, so I thought it was the fireman. And I went to the door, and there stood my 21-year-old son. His name's Nathan, and he had drove as far as he could to get to me, but he hiked 5 miles, and it took him a really long time. And he got there, and he said, "Mom, grab a bag, we gotta go." And I said, "Son, there's no way I can hike out of here." And he's like, "No," he said, "we gotta go." So we started hiking out, and I seen one of my neighbors who, she had no clothes on. Her skin was like chunked up. It was just, she was blue. She had been in the waters, and where she had went or I don't know, but horrific is just all I can say. But then as me and my son hiked on out, we went through where this place, we call it Craigtown, but there were like a lot of family members there that passed away, like 11 of them, and there were people out everywhere looking for their loved ones, and there were dead bodies. My son's like, "Mom, you're going to see things you don't want to see." And so anyway, we got through all that, but I stayed at our church in our sound booth. My husband and I, we just slept up in the sound booth for a couple of months because we didn't have power or anything for about 2 months out there. And then we have went back. I've been fighting with FEMA since day one. Our community, there's like 32 homes. We don't have a road and a bridge. We're driving through our neighbor's property. I went to EMS and I said, "Look, my concern is if we have a fire or we have an emergency out here, you're not going to get to us. You can't get those big trucks up here." And I've called FEMA, and I said, this happened on September 27th. That's 4 months ago. Well, for us today, it's still September 27th. We haven't had help. And so when I talk to FEMA, I'm explaining the road and the bridge, and they send me a letter that tells me to basically fix it and send in my receipts, and they'll refund me some money. I'm looking at a road and bridge that honestly, the bridge itself is probably going to be $300,000, and the road could be close to that also, because the community has to have big boulders brought in. We're not a rich community. We can't fix it ourselves. It's just, and as far as like house repairs, I'm still pending. I can't get money from FEMA until I fix the road and bridge and send in my proof that it's fixed and everything. It's been a nightmare, and I totally feel like that we have been forgotten. If it had not been for our fellow American citizens who stepped up to help us, I don't know what we would have done. I have 5 neighbors around me who completely lost everything. I have damage to my house, and I don't feel entitled. I'm embarrassed to even say I need help because, and sometimes there's even that survivor's guilt is what they're calling it, but you feel guilty to even be alive sometimes. When you look around, you see your neighbors that are gone, and it's just, we need help. I wrote a letter to send to Congress. I don't understand what's going on. If we can't get FEMA help, then will you guys help us? Will you step up and be our fellow citizen? Will you step up and be our neighbor and send us something? Help us get our community back. I could go on. It's just I don't know, it's just heartbreaking. I appreciate you.
Good daughter you have, huh? Good daughter. Take care of Mom. And your son must be great.
My son is great.
No, he sounds like a real leader and smart.
He really is. To hike in.
How would you have been if he didn't come and get you?
I don't know. I just would have been there because the only thing we could do, there was no way to get out there. The only thing we could do is just hike up to the church, the first church that was up there, about 3 miles, just to get, maybe what we needed or something. He is. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much, everybody. So we're going to be here. We're going to be working with our congressmen and women, and they're going to do a job. And Michael Watley is going to be very much in charge, and you'll get it done. And FEMA's ready to rock.
They haven't done the job because they weren't really told to do the job by Biden. I guess Biden was thinking about other things, wasn't he? But they weren't told. What they did, what the past administration did to North Carolina is a disgrace. So I just want to wish you all well. I was here right after the event, and I couldn't believe it. I have never seen anything like it. I've seen a lot of bad things, but I've never seen anything like it. And it's an honor to meet the people behind me, and it's an honor to be with our congressional delegation and some of the other politicians in the area. And it's an honor to have Michael Whatley at my side, because maybe we wouldn't be standing here as president if he wasn't. Him and Laura Trump were unbelievable as the head of the Republican Party. So he happens to come from a place called North Carolina. So I said, Michael, fix it. So good luck. Good luck. And we'll supply what you need. You know that. Okay? Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Hearing all these heartbreaking stories and how there's been so many local groups stepped up to assist.
Yeah, that's one of the things you hear.
Any talk on having money instead of going to FEMA and going through the bureaucracy to go to them?
That's what I want to do. We want to bring it locally so that a state takes care of its problem, and then they can bring it down to a local level, like Samaritan Spurs and Franklin, because that's one of the better examples. But you had numbers of people that did a great job. You have groups that did a great job, and organizations. The one that didn't do a good job was the government. They did a bad job. They did, in many ways, they did no job. They weren't even available. So, good question. The answer is we go local. I think it'll work much better. FEMA is a very expensive organization that really doesn't work out very well. It hasn't. This is not the only example. So it was up to me right now. It ended right now, and I just let the state take care of the problem. I mean, you can always have problems. Let the state, if it's Florida, it's a hurricane, let Florida take care of it. They don't need FEMA to come in. Yeah?
Within FEMA, outside of FEMA?
Yeah, I envision a very important role for him. It's any role he wants. He's a very capable guy, Michael Whatley, a very capable guy, and he's friends and works with these guys, keeps them elected, right? They have to do a good job, otherwise no matter how good Michael is, not going to work. But they've done an amazing job. They've been great. You're lucky you have great congressmen here, and woman, by the way, a great woman, very powerful woman. And they're going to do a great job. They'll do it together. They'll work together, and we'll supply what they need as they need it. We'll coordinate that, and we will immediately get the Army Corps, Michael, because you need roads built. You know, we're talking about the bridge, we're talking about roads and things. So we got to get them built, all right? Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll get it going for you.
Thank you so much.
We'll do a little better than Biden.
We're so glad you came with me. My dog was saying, I want to see Milano.
Thank you. What was it doing? Incredible. So heartbreaking. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That woman brought tears to my eyes hearing her talk. Ain't doing none of that shit to these rich folk out here. Palisades, or are they? They're getting top-notch treatment. Why didn't the state step in more, though? Why did North Carolina step in more to help its people? That's something.
You almost like that.
Now, isn't it? This is happening now.
I called this press conference for all the J6ers, including Ethan Nordine, Joe Biggs, Dominic Pizzola, and Zachary Real. They have their sentences commuted. I can't talk to my brothers because
this is a leader of the Proud Boys.
of the corrupt DOJ.
Man, lots happening.
And whether you think I'm right or wrong, I do blame some of the press for that. So with that, I'll open the floor to questions.
This fuzziness there.
After your arrest and then before you were self-sentencing on charges, after the window of time, when you were outside on defense of the school and other school work, you have to be the project. So we have some questions for the governor. Now that how they kind of the process?
I can't say exactly what I'm going to do because I don't know what I want to do yet. It's been about 48 hours since I've been home. So I'm kind of,
step away for
the past 3 years, I've made all these plans about what I'm going to do, whether it's with family life, business, with the Proud Boys. And about 2 months ago, I decided to scrap all those plans and just focus on coming home and reuniting with my family. Now, to answer your question a little bit more directly, will the Proud Boys be focusing on like local issues? I think we have never stopped focusing on local issues. I think we love our communities that we live in. Agree with us or not, we might do things a little different, but I think the war isn't on politics. The war isn't on liberals or Republicans or conservatives or Democrats. The war is on the culture. And the issues that we have with some of these school boards is we feel, again, right or wrong, that indoctrination of our children is wrong. So that's something that we're never going to stop fighting for.
There were 1,500 police reported, and some of the police officers.
I don't think so.
I watched hours of videos.
Sure. And so we talk law enforcement, we take offense to that, and wondering if you have any offense to what went on there, and some of those violent tactics.
Yeah, under no circumstances am I going to condone violence against anybody, especially law enforcement. Right? What happened that day? I don't like what happened that day, and I voiced that opinion the day of. I don't like what happened that day. I actually even said that in front of the dishonorable Judge Kelly. But maybe what you're asking is, do those people deserve a pardon? And I think, can we close the door? We'll wait. So I guess to go back to your question, I guess what you're asking is, do they deserve a pardon? President Trump said that he was going to view these cases, view the nature of these cases on a case-by-case basis. And I think he thoroughly did. People who put their hands on a police officer should get charged with whatever it is, whether it's assault on a police officer, but that's not where the problem in these cases lie. The problem is on these cases lie the miscarriage of justice and how it was performed in these cases in D.C. We can start with the D.C. jury. It's not only not fair for the defendants, it's not fair for the jurors. For a person that knows that they're biased and they still get sat. You asked if about the school board meetings and things like that. There was actually seated as one of our jurors who was somebody that puts together these events called Drag Queen Story Hour.
Fixed it.
And during our trial, the Proud Boys were protesting Drag Queen Story Hour. It is unfair to sit that person in any jury that has to do anything with the Proud Boys, Trump supporters, or whatnot. So to answer your question, more directly, is they did deserve a pardon because of the miscarriage of justice, not because of their actions that day.
It's at 1-5.
That question wouldn't be necessary if the judges did the right thing and took these cases and moved them out of the District of Columbia, maybe Virginia, maybe Maryland. That I don't know. As far as the semantics of it, my attorneys are more. I want to be unequivocally clear when I say that. The process was flawed. The process was corrupted. Therefore, there was no other option but to pardon and commute the sentences of those that did those actions that you're referring to.
Asking if you do say you celebrated, take you credit for that, and that you celebrated, it happened.
First off, let me at least correct some of the things, some of the part of the question. I never said I condemn anything. I'm not God. I'm not here. I could say, hey, I don't agree with what happened, but I'm not going to condemn. Okay? What was that?
The Department of Justice said that you took credit for reaching the capital and so they quoted you in your convictions for questions.
So I can't take credit for something I didn't do. Did I celebrate it? Absolutely, I celebrated it. I celebrated it like half of America celebrated what happened at the Capitol that day. One, I wish we had a time machine, but if you go back to that day, there wasn't a lot of information coming in. So all we saw on TV at that point was, we didn't see like the rioting or anything like that happen. We just saw a breach of the Capitol. To be honest on how I thought of exactly what happened in my mind that day, I turned on the TV, just like all of you guys. That's how I found out about what happened at the Capitol. I turned on the TV and I see a bunch of protesters inside the Capitol and the caption read, protesters enter the Capitol. To me, at that point, I thought like people went on a Capitol tour and I guess like went crazy. I didn't think that they broke into the building. I had no idea. Later on, I found out, but the way that information came in, I said certain things. I'm not going to apologize for it. That's what I felt at the moment. But I can't take credit for something I didn't do. And I'm going to go a little bit beyond. After seeing what they did to me and what they did to Ethan Nordine, Joe Biggs, Zachary Real, and Dominic Cazzola, I'm definitely not going to condemn what happened at the Capitol. They took their lives from me. My best friend, Joe Biggs, got to take his daughter to school for the first time. For the first time. My brother, Zachary Real, got to hold his daughter for the first time. His wife was pregnant when he was arrested. I'm not saying you, the Department of Justice took 4 years of these men's lives. And they took 4 years of many American lives for political gain. That is the use of force, because you're incarcerating somebody, for a political purpose. And I'm pretty sure my attorneys agree with me. I got charged for less than that, and I got hit with terrorism. That is terrorism. That is the definition of state terrorism.
But they're not pretty lost their lives. But for instance, they won't ever be able to use it. But for those that say the act of self-terrorism, that's just the whether it's violent, but it's deadly.
I sympathize with the families of those officers. Those officers shouldn't have lost their lives, but we got to use facts. The autopsy report that Brian Sicknick died from natural causes.
Are you going to take the action against officials from Biden administration for human rights violations?
We are currently working, and the short answer is yes, but we are currently assessing our options on not only who to sue, because there's a lot of people to sue. Take civil litigation. Sue's not the right word, is it? Yes. Yes. So there was also a violation of human rights for the treatment of some of these prisoners. In my specific case, I was put in box cuffs. I don't know if any of you know what box cuffs are. It looks like a medieval torture device, and by UN standard, an inmate can only be held in box cuffs for about 4 hours. About 2.5 months ago, I was held in box cuffs for 26.5 hours. I had to urinate inside a Gatorade bottle in a moving van. So that's just a taste of what I went through. I wish I could tell you it was horrible, but at that point, I've been locked away for 3 years, so my cynicism kicked in, and you stop caring. The most nefarious thing about the situation is how easy somebody could get adapted to those conditions. And the plight of January 6th is why most of you are here, but America's had this problem for a long time. This isn't a new problem. There's people that have been that have to go through the system for nonviolent crimes, and they get decades in prison. And that's not fair. And in a rare instance of praising the Biden administration, very rare, am I going to say that he pardoned 1,500 commuted the sentence of 1,500 nonviolent drug offenders? And I'm going to call a spade a spade. That was something I agree with. Do I agree with him pardoning half the Biden crime family? Absolutely not.
Can we talk a minute about the status of the federal government screwing over the federal college and the role of the administration? Have you talked to anybody from the administration?
Okay. The first part of that question?
What is the status of the Proud Boys? Okay.
Yeah, so the status of the Proud Boys is the same status it's always been. If you go ahead and you Google the end of the Proud Boys, there have been articles written since 2017. I mean, there's probably hundreds of articles about how the Proud Boys end. We never end, because it's not just an organization, it's also an idea of, it's pro-American values, pro-free speech values, pro-Second Amendment values, pro-family, first and foremost, and something I learned from my beautiful mom. And as far as getting a job in the administration, okay. As far as getting a job with the administration, I would love a job. I mean, I don't think there's anybody in this room that would say no to a job with the Trump administration. Do I think it's realistic? I don't think so. Trump has a lot of things to do. The president's doing an amazing job right now. We've seen historic changes just in the past couple of days. I'm happy about the future. America's back, and let me tell you, I'm back, and I'm happier than ever. I'm happy to be reunited.
Por favor, puede decir en español algún resumen, porque si no vamos a poder hablar. La primera, el objetivo de esta conferencia de prensa, y después si puedes resumir un poco las preguntas que han estado haciendo en español. Gracias.
Sí. Bueno, aquí hay muchos noticieros que son en español.
Sí.
Ok. Bueno, hagan la pregunta en español.
Bueno, entonces empecemos con la bienvenida que tú dijiste, el objetivo de la conferencia de prensa, y después hacemos las preguntas.
El objetivo de esta conferencia de prensa es para poder hablar de lo que pasó con la gente de NOC y la injusticia que ha pasado con muchos de estos casos. Aquí me han preguntado de los perdones para la gente violenta en la situación del Capitolio, y te voy a decir, los perdones vinieron. ¿Por qué resultaron los perdones? No es por los actos, pero los perdones vinieron por el proceso. Si el proceso está corrupto, no hay otra opción pero perdonar a esos individuos.
¿Te consideras funcionario político y te vas a prisión?
Me considero un americano. Y si me pregunta cómo me trataron en la prisión, me trataron como un preso político, como un terrorista. Y yo no soy terrorista.
¿Va a tomar acciones legales contra los oficiales de la propia administración por los que tienen derechos humanos, criminal o criminales?
Sí, y estamos viendo las opciones que vamos a tener, con quién vamos a tener opciones legales y de qué manera. Así que la próxima semana voy a estar haciendo puede ser otra conferencia.
Dijiste que te habían tratado de una manera que no era como terrorista, estabas explicando en inglés, ¿lo podías explicar en español, el tipo de tortura que dijiste que estaba siendo cometido?
Hay unos handcuffs que se llaman box cuffs. Y si le pones la página de Google y buscas box cuffs, vas a ver que parece un aparato de tortura. Y por la UN, nada más que está supuesto poner a un preso en esos handcuffs por 4 horas. A mí me pusieron en esos handcuffs por 26 horas. Tuve que orinar adentro de una botella, en un van que está en movimiento. Casi sin agua, casi sin comida, cosas que se ven en Cuba. Para ser el país más libre del mundo, yo de verdad no me lo sentí. Y esto no es un proceso nuevo, no es nada más que los individuos de enero 6. Este es el proceso de la prisión de los Estados Unidos. Y eso tiene que cambiar.
Ahora, ¿qué vos dijiste en seis de Washington? Sí.
Oh, bien.
Sí, te preguntaba, ¿tú viste ese día en Washington? Sin embargo, al igual que nosotros viste a personas que sí tuvieron como que esta actitud violenta con oficiales, algo que comentabas en inglés, explícame en español, ¿cómo tú ves que esta persona haya sido tomada? ¿Quiénes sí realmente tuvieron violentamente el territorio? ¿Cómo ves tú?
La violencia no la voy a condenar. Bueno, condonar. Pero el problema con los perdones, lo que pasó con los perdones, eso no era por los actos que cometieron esos individuales, es por el proceso que nosotros vemos que es corrupto. El presidente dijo que iba a chequear, iba a ir caso por caso y iba a perdonar, y eso es lo que hizo el presidente. En casi, te voy a decir, el 100% de estos casos, el proceso era corrupto. Un jurado de Washington, D.C., que el distrito de D.C. fue 93% por el presidente Biden. Ahí no se puede encontrar un jurado que sea imparcial. Gracias.
That's some true lemon Pellegrino here. 2 packets. 2 packets of true lemon. And if you haven't tried it,
so I used more words in retaliation, but again, how I started this conversation, the media sometimes sensationalizes things that I say. What I mean by retaliation, and I want to be, again, unequivocally clear, it's not anything to do with violence. I want investigations. I want investigations and I want accountability. So you know what? I lost 3 years of my life, and I'm going to say their names again. Ethan Nordine, Dominic Pizzola, Zachary Real, and Joe Biggs. They took 4 years from their life. I want accountability. Right?
Oh, hey.
Like they told me. If you didn't do anything wrong,
why
then why are you afraid of an investigation? Because they're up in arms right now about it. But let's talk about reality. My lawyers probably know this very well. There is enough laws in the books in the United States, and the word is Byzantine, right? 1,000 years into the future, Byzantine's not going to be a word, it's going to be American. Because our system is so bureaucratic. You could literally jail somebody for anything at any time. You could indict a ham sandwich. Well, in D.C. that day, they were passing out ham sandwiches for free. They passed out 1,500 ham sandwiches, and it shouldn't have happened. And I'm happy the president reviewed these cases one by one and saw that the process was corrupt. It wasn't about the acts, it was about the process. I believe in law and order, I believe in justice, I don't condone violence. I'll call it out when I see it. If you guys individually tell me, hey, this is what happened, do you condone this? I will condone violence every time, 100% of the time.
We've spoken to President Thompson, the election candidates about what was going to happen, about people that express anything, and also, can you describe like your local state right now? Are you angry, frustrated? Like, tell me a little bit. Just a question.
I wish I had the president on speed dial.
Or any of his candidates?
No. Well, okay, how about this? When I say, have I spoken to the president or anybody in the administration?
It's got better. The buzz isn't there anymore.
I take a job in the administration. I make a joke. It's a joke. I make a joke that I take the position of Secretary of Retaliation. Maybe it was given to me. It's a joke. But if it's serious, I'm ready to take it. What was the second part of your question? Sorry.
Describe your emotional state. Are you angry? Are you sad? Are you frustrated? Tell me, walk me through your emotions right now.
I'll tell you, it's been. I don't know how to put these new phones on silent. Here, please. When I got released, I was jubilant. Right now, I'm angry. Tomorrow, I might feel a different way. Tomorrow, I might be happy. Tomorrow, I might be indifferent. It took 3 years of my life, so it's taking a little bit for me to adjust. The watch is ringing. You guys got too much sick on the world's changed in 2 years. But I'm trying to adjust, and to be very frank, it's difficult, you know? It's overwhelming, I guess, and I didn't ask for this. So.
Bro, we had Apple Watches when he went into jail, actually. I had one that had died already by that point.
Never in a million years did I picture I'd be sitting with 1,000 microphones in front of me, like I used to see on TV when I was a kid, with 1,000 cameras. I was a regular street kid from Miami. Had a great family, and it's unreal to me that we've gotten this far, you know? And I really don't want this. Really, it's uncomfortable.
El inicio de todo esto fue la toma del Capitolio, un asalto al Capitolio. Y usted fue acusado de ser el instigador de ese asalto al Capitolio, por eso recibió la mayor sentencia de todo. ¿Usted realmente planificó ese asalto al Capitolio?
El cuento ese como una fantasía. Y así mismo lo presentaron los fiscales. De verdad tiene es como una película de James Bond. Lo hicieron tan como si yo fuera, han usado la palabra mastermind. El juez mismo me dijo, the ultimate leader. I don't understand how somebody that gets, I got arrested, I'm pretty sure that you guys know, I got arrested 2 days prior. Y, disculpa, cambié de inglés para español. Let me continue just this train of thought. I don't understand how a person who got arrested on January 4th got his phone taken from him, can sit in a hotel 120 miles away with hardly any communication, and be called the mastermind. The prosecutor, before the event happened, before the event was announced that it was going to happen, somehow I planned it before there was even an event. I started planning the assault on the Capitol before Biden stole the election. But I guess that'll be the questions that you guys will ask now. But how do you plan something that you don't even know it's going to happen? I'll be honest with you, it sounds cool. It sounds real cool. It sounds like a villain, like a Bond villain, like I'm some type of puppet master. And I'm sorry I'm going to cuss right now, but it's bullshit. It's straight bullshit. I don't know how to say bullshit.
No, pero no. Pero lo que estaba diciendo, lo que te contó en español, lo que estaba diciendo en español, pero decía.
La historia que dicen que yo lo planifiqué, que era el mastermind, es una fantasía, parece un libro de eso, de como los Game of Thrones o algo así. Yo lo planifiqué a asaltar el Capitol, a cometer un acto de sedition. I love my country, and I'm unapologetic about it.
Pero si de alguna manera, si hubo algo planificado, ¿cómo lo describes tú?
Can I say bullshit again? No, I'm kidding. You're gonna beep all of that. Lo que ocurrió en la corte en Washington D.C. era para política. Querían acoger a alguien, no podían, a ese momento, no podían acoger al presidente Trump. Y necesitaban a alguien para apuntarle el dedo. Y ese fui yo. Por eso me dieron 22 años. Pero es una mentira. Mira, yo estoy perdonado ahora. Yo sí de verdad lo planifiqué. Yo puedo decir que yo lo planifiqué delante de esta cámara. Yo estoy perdonado. ¿Qué me puede pasar? ¿Qué me puede pasar si yo digo sí, yo lo planifiqué? Pero aquí no, yo te estoy diciendo que no lo planifiqué because I didn't do it.
Te arrestaron 2 días antes del 6 de enero, ¿no? Y te quitaron el teléfono.
Me quitaron el teléfono, así que ¿cómo voy a planificar algo sin teléfono? No entiendo. Again, it sounds cool. It's not true.
Canadá y Nueva Zelanda consideran Proud Boys una organización terrorista. Ahora que está la nueva administración Trump y tras sus perdones, ¿creen que deberían reconsiderar esa designación?
Bueno, no te puedo decir.
I wonder if he can still be brought up on state charges.
Por Canadá. Nosotros no tenemos capítulos en New Zealand y no tenemos capítulos en Canadá, así que no sé qué van a considerar terrorismo si nunca hemos hecho nada allá, pero personalmente yo tengo un amigo que está preso ahora en Inglaterra, que se llama Tommy Robinson, y no sé, yo soy político, pero no sé, algunas cosas no sé cómo trabajan, pero unas sanciones a esos países que consideran ciudadanos americanos, pero no sé si eso es una realidad, te lo estoy diciendo más personal que nada.
O sea, ¿está diciendo que Trump debería considerar sanciones a países como Nueva Zelanda o Canadá porque consideran su organización como organización terrorista?
Posible.
Have you thought about running for office?
I've put my mind to it. I don't see it now. Maybe in the future, but that's not an option. But I will tell you, if I ever announce that I'm going to run for Congress, you better believe I'm going to win. Because I'm not, and I'm not telling you that as being cocky or anything like that. I will pick a district that I could win in. I will pick a team that's going to win. And if I announce I'm going to run, that means I know I'm going to win.
Earlier you find what you believe is the Proud Boy family value.
Yes.
But basically the posts from certain members of different chapters across the country say they want to participate in ice ratings, go after illegals, and also one of the Father Proud Boys posts a picture of a rising sun and a Nazi emblem. Things like that. What is the reaction based on how you previously defined your take on the Proud Boys?
Okay, so I'm going to start off the question, and I'm not going to get into the semantics of it, but if the chapter is not listed on proudboysusa.com, it is not an official chapter, and within that, I think it's proudboysusa.com, and you click on chapters. Each one of those chapters, if that chapter has socials, you can literally just click on it, and it'll take you to the social, or if it has multiple socials, like you Zoomers now call Twitter X. If there's an X account or a Telegram channel associated with the Proud Boys, it will be on there. Now, to get to the heart, I guess, of your question, if I see one of my guys post a swastika or anything like that, which isn't going to happen, but if I see anybody that says that they're Proud Boys does something with a swastika, I'll tell you I'll condone it the moment that you show me. But I doubt that the existence of that has to do anything to do with Proud Boys. And I've been taking questions from I've been going back to the same people. I want to take excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been using the word condemn and condone, and I guess my mind isn't working right. I condemn it. Yes. Right? So please don't write. It goes back to my
thought he said condone.
I understand. Thank you. I think, disculpa. Yo creo, toda la gente es individual por individual. Hay héroes en esos 1500, te puedo decir que conozco a 4. Y el nombre de ellos es Dominic Pizzola, Joe Biggs, Ethan Nordin y Zachary Real. Esos son héroes. Hay muchos otros que son héroes, muchos, te digo, la gran cantidad de esos 1500 son patriotas. Yo sé que allá adentro hay gente también, no voy a decir el nombre, que son informantes, pero hay gente ahí que eran violentos, no voy a decir.
Or something of that nature?
Well, I can tell you this much. There's been, as far as legal action goes, we've been in discussion regarding those issues. But on the other front, regarding the case itself, I can advise pretty much as of just yesterday, we revised that the case is up on appeal, right? The case now has been reverted back to the district court, and the charges in this case will be dismissed in due course with prejudice. So that means the charges will never come back. And pretty much it'll be dismissed entirely.
Enrique's charges against him will be dismissed. Is your expectation?
It's already been discussed, and we anticipate that the charges against Enrique, as well as the charges against the other individuals, which all the cases have been under appeal, are going to be reverted back and dismissed entirely.
Point of clarification. Just legal clarification. So, part of it then you should contextualize that the case is now dismissed with prejudice in the future. That your expectation?
Correct. So as of right now, as we sit here today, Enrique is part of the actions, but nonetheless, there's a legal procession still ongoing, and we're up before the Court of Appeals. We have been under the direction that we have been in conversation with the Attorney General that the case is now going to be reverted back to the District Court to be dismissed entirely. And so we're just simply awaiting a court order on that fact.
Point of clarification, how much of the 22-year sentence? I don't have the full amount of time of the sentence. How much did he serve? Well, pardon. Well, that's not pre-trial detention, like from conviction. Like what was the?
Well, to be clear, on March 2022, Enrique was taken into custody, and a conviction happened on May 4th of 2023, and therefore he was sentenced in September, if my recollection is correct. So from September to today would be the effect of the conviction per se. But he's been in custody going back to March 2022, and he gets for the time period for court purposes. He's been getting credit for the moment he was taken into custody and embarrassed for the media when he was actually taken into custody that morning of.
Yeah, man. Did you guys see me shirtless and in underwear?
Did you serve 3 years for the most part?
Most part, about 2 years and 11 months and 3 days, but who's counting? I want to clear something out. Channel 10. I'm sorry, I don't remember names very well. Christina. So we mentioned like people that passed away that day, and we always forget that there's a lot of other people that passed away that day due to the results of excessive use of force by law enforcement. One of those people, her name's Ashley Babbitt, and I wish events didn't happen the way that they unfolded, but another person that should be investigated in retaliation is Lieutenant Michael Byrd. Yes. Because her life mattered, and I saw a lot of comments saying that she deserved it, and this and that. I also said how I feel, or how I'm feeling now. Most of that feeling is that angry about it.
You said on the United States show that success is retribution.
Retribution is success.
Right.
Yeah.
What have you defined that
success. That means putting the people responsible for what happened to you in jail, putting them on trial. How do you define that successful retribution?
So, and specifically on Alex Jones, and I'll go ahead and I'll say it again. So I said that it's right of the president to focus on success instead of retribution, because those were his words. That's what President Trump is going to focus on. He's going to focus on success. But I don't play by those same rules. I want accountability. I know he wants accountability too. I'm not saying he doesn't, but I want accountability, and I want focus on accountability for those that did this to us.
Do you see how some in our country, though, will hear that and think it's a dramatic irony because you just escaped accountability and their view from the pardon? Because the jury of your peers, not the DOJ, a jury of your peers, who are the fact finders in the case, are the ones who convicted you.
Well, first off, it wasn't a jury of my peers. It was people that honestly hated my guts. They knew who I was. They were asked if they could set their feelings aside and judge this case, my case, by the facts given alone. You know what? Some of those jurors that were seeking the Oscar nomination. No, they couldn't. Then those jurors were rehabilitated and sat on my case. So, what was the second part of your question?
The dramatic irony for some Americans when they hear you say you want accountability as you sit here and escape accountability.
Well, two things I'd like to say to that is. Maybe those people should now focus on the real problem. Maybe they should become advocates for actual justice across the board. Two, elections have consequences. But the system has to change so nobody, no future administration can abuse of that power, right? So maybe those people that get angry, I want them to stay angry, and I want them to focus on the problem. So I'm thankful that there's people like that, because my mom was one of those people. Nobody cared. Those people didn't care how my mother felt. You know, those people that put her and my fiance through what they did for the past 3 years, I want justice. You made that woman cry? I want justice. Because it's not just me that goes through it. There's numerous people here that are my family, my friends, people I've disagreed with before that are newly found friends again. Those people went through it. Yo no soy el único que sufrió. Mi familia sufrió.
Oh my God.
Please say it in the Spanish for us. Yeah. Why don't you just interpret it for your fucking viewers?
El proceso de administración vieron, o sea, esa gente que y ahora tienen miedo por el proceso, tienen
plan de qué tipo de acción legal van a buscar para
voy a estar
¿Qué acción legal puede llevar a buen puerto a pesar del perdón presidencial que tienen todos los investigadores, que tienen el comité investigador, que tiene la prensa?
More Spanish.
Y siempre se puede encontrar.
Dude, get the fuck out of here. But he's got to do that. He's got to do that to make his image not look so fucking... Because everybody thinks the Proud Boys is a racist organization. So they get this dude talking a bunch of Spanish. They can't... It's real much harder for them to be... They thinking it's a white supremacist group.
In a hotel room. Smoking cigarettes. That's what I was doing on January 6th. I didn't even have, I'll be honest, I didn't even have internet access. I went to go buy a phone, I think, at some point. And by the time they activated the phone, what happened at the Capitol was just about to happen. I turned on the TV, and that's how I found out about what was going on. I found out, actually, you guys are the news. You guys found out before me. You guys knew more details about January 6th than me.
I don't know if I believe that.
I got indicted for less than that, so maybe I'm in a
What do y'all think?
You were on Parler back then.
I'm kidding.
You were on Parler back then, though, right?
Yes.
With your handle was Noble Lead. No, so we have a post from there that we screen grabbed from you on that day. It's a picture of a bunch of lawmakers. I think this is Getty Images cowering in the Capitol. And you write, when the people fear the government, there is tyranny. When the government fears the people, there is liberty. You posted that, no?
Absolutely, I posted it, and I still agree with it today. Also, you know, we didn't know exactly what was going on in the Capitol when they posted that picture. Obviously, people cowering is people cowering, but I said this right after. I'm not condemning anything. I'm not God. I'm not anybody. I can tell you, I said this right after. I'm not condemning anything. I'm not God. I'm not anybody. I can tell you, I don't condone it. But did I celebrate it? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Enrique, if I may ask a question, one thing I've noticed when talking to a lot of Gen 6ers is they come out of the system, whether they were there for 2 weeks, 3 months, or 3 years, and are shocked about the conditions in these prison systems.
Yeah.
A lot of people out here in MSM and a lot of people who say you got what you deserve have no idea of the atrocities atrocity of the conditions in those institutions. If you could just share, I don't know, top 3 horror stories, explain your awakening to realize, guilty or innocent, what the heck goes on inside those institutions?
Yes, so let's start with, there's no such thing as short time. A J6er that got 30 months or 30 days, like, it's a lot. It's a lot. I did 4 months in DC for burning that banner, and I'll be honest, like, those 4 months felt longer than the almost 3 years that I did just now. The conditions.
Oh, come on,
man! You got to do a better job.
Really?
You know,
what are you doing?
Food.
Just touched you. You don't have to.
Not only is it scarce, it's horrible.
Hey,
and when we're talking about the DC gulag, I mean, I think they get like backroom Walmart employees, and they're like, "You want to be a cop?" and they just toss them a badge. You know, not to say anything about. There's nothing wrong with working at Walmart in the back room. I'm just saying you shouldn't be an officer right after. But there are horror stories. There are assaults by police officers. I was at United States Penitentiary, Atlanta. I got punched in the face, not for doing anything, because I have 0 incident reports while I've been in prison, but I got punched in the face for being who I am, you know? And United States Penitentiary in Atlanta, I saw 2 people die because they weren't receiving medical attention. There wasn't no SOS button in the cell, and one of them had a heart attack, and the other one had some other medical condition, and nobody came for hours. By the time they got there, the body was cold. This is the American prison system. Welcome to the free world.
Dude, when I was in LA County, during our intake, right after the bus drops us off, you're in like this room with these benches in it, and there were just like, I don't know, they had us crammed in there, maybe 50 of us in there or something, from different jails that they're waiting to get processed in. And this dude had a seizure. It was on the floor, and people were yelling for guards, guards. And the people had to put him on his side and try to help him so he doesn't bite his tongue and stuff, because the guards were just dragging their feet, dude. Like, it took them a couple of minutes just to get in there to us, even though they were screaming for help. And that's jail system. It's not just the prison system. It's like that. But LA County jail's worse than many prisons.
Wait, sorry,
you were just talking just a moment ago about Fargo Post, but you mentioned you watched hundreds of hours of video eventually of what took place in the Capitol. After what you saw, in your opinion, do you believe some that reached the Capitol were planning on violent acts against lawmakers based on what you saw?
Did I see those?
No, I'm saying, do you believe after what you watched, that there were some people in that building that had the intention to cause harm to lawmakers?
I'm pretty sure there's a couple in that bunch, yes. I'm pretty sure. I can't identify them at all. What's funny is we got...
They have been pardoned then? That was your just assessment right now. So those folks have been pardoned? They're trying to do harm to a lawmaker physically?
Okay, so I think I've stated this a couple times.
But not of this kind.
They should be pardoned not because of their actions. They should be pardoned because of the process. I'd answer this question differently if these cases were removed from DC and, like, I don't know, a more neutral jury found them guilty, then I'd say, well, they got what they deserved. But that didn't happen in these cases. It didn't. Look, I think the process would be more fair if you get a member of Antifa, you put him on trial, and you put 12 Proud Boys in the jury box. I still think that if that person did nothing wrong, that he'd be found not guilty. Would maybe a couple of my guys be like, fuck it, I'm just going to say that he's guilty just to say he's guilty, maybe out of anger, but you understand, that's why you don't seat those people in a jury. You know, I'm going to start wrapping this up in a second, but give me 1 second. Okay, so is there anybody that I have not pointed at? Okay.
I just want to know, do you have any regrets at all regarding your actions before, during January 6th, and after? Anything you know you did, do you have any regrets at all?
I'm going to answer that question in two parts. I can't regret something that I didn't do. But of the things that I did do, just not January 6th related in that time period, I absolutely am going to apologize for nothing. There's absolutely nothing I will apologize for, because I did nothing wrong, the Proud Boys did nothing wrong, and American patriots did nothing wrong. Asterisk, there might be some people in there that were violent, but the process was corrupt, so they do deserve apologies. Wait, I'm sorry. Acuérdate de lo que me preguntó.
Sí, does this now prove that President Trump is absolutely honorable and righteous because he kept his word, and that a great brother like you now, does that prove that to you?
Not only does it prove it to me, the president has proven that he stands with all Americans regardless of your political background, how you identify, and all the cringe like focused on race, religion, LGBTQ. We don't care. I hate answering questions about race and stuff like that, but because the president doesn't see color. The president doesn't see who you want to sleep with at the end of the night. The president just sees us as Americans, and I think we saw what 4 years of Trump did. Some people might disagree, but I think the first years of Trump, he was the best president since George Washington. And I can't say for the next 4 years, but he might be equal with our first president after these next 4 years. Thanks, man. Okay, so I'm going to end on her question, then my mom's going to take a couple questions.
Lo que estaba diciendo en español, puedo repetir si te arrepientes de algo durante el 6 de lo que pasó durante el primero o antes, y también si lo puedes decir en español, que no lo dijiste, ¿qué va a pasar con los... Gracias.
Yo voy a pedirle perdón. Yo no puedo pedir el futuro de los Proud Boys, rights, pro free speech, pro Second Amendment rights. Nosotros somos una organización pro familia, pro free speech, pro Second Amendment rights.
There's no Spanish for
glorify
that.
the entrepreneur, glorificar los empresarios. Broken right now because on a microphone my Spanish isn't very good. When I'm not in front of a microphone, my Spanish is better than my English. So, if you open the... Ok, con esas preguntas voy a hacer una pregunta. ¿Qué? No, me gustaría, pero no creo que... No, I haven't been in contact with Stuart Rhodes, and I have not been invited to the Capitol by any members of Congress. If I'm invited, anybody gets invited to the Capitol or the White House, they're going to go. And that's just a general statement, but I probably look forward to doing a Capitol tour to see, at least see the building that they accused me of masterminding this.
Have you ever been?
Actually, yeah. I'm talking crap, but I have done one Capitol tour, I think back in 2017. But again, I thank you guys for coming. I'm going to open the floor. My mom's going to open the floor now.
Just on that note, they barred some defendants from entering DC Capitol buildings today.
I'm going to make a joke that didn't work out last time, but it was a joke again. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I know, just wondering what your take is on this.
On what? Getting barred from going?
Yes, getting barred from going.
Is that like a resolution that they passed?
You know, I believe it's not. So you think it could be challenged?
I mean, if it's a resolution, I don't think it has enough votes to pass. Or maybe it does, but regardless, it doesn't bother me. It's not one way or another, but it is something important. So actually, you know what? It does, now thinking about it, because we're doing this at the moment, it does bother me and I probably fight it.
Enrique, ¿tú pensaste que podías salir? ¿En algún momento tú pensaste que ibas a salir?
Yo sabía que con la gloria de Dios que yo iba a salir. Y yo sabía con el apoyo que yo he tenido de mi familia que yo iba a salir. Y yo sabía con el presidente Trump. Él es un presidente de promises made, promises kept, y yo sabía que yo iba a salir. So I had a lot of faith. Again, I end it there, and I open the floor to my mom before somebody breaks in. Okay, so does the microphone work over here? I don't need to buy these for the studio.
I'm going to reply in Spanish since it's a Spanish question.
I'm going to stand back here.
¿Cómo fue para ti abrazar a tu hijo después de tus 3 años que estuviste en todos los medios siempre hablando por él, defendiéndolo y ese sueño que hizo realidad? ¿Cómo fue para ti ese momento?
Bueno, fue una sensación increíble porque aunque teníamos mucha fe de que siempre íbamos a tenerlo en casa de nuevo, es un poco difícil cuando uno tiene un hijo que lo sentencian a 22 años y uno tiene cierta edad y tú piensas, bueno, tal vez no lo pueda ver de nuevo porque las cosas pasan en la vida. Así que fue un momento sumamente excelente, sumamente esperado y orado por todo y cada uno de esos días que él estuvo preso.
¿Tienes algunas palabras que decir en cuanto al resultado final de todo esto? ¿Cuánto hiciste tú? Porque sabemos que estuviste mucho tiempo trabajando de manera orquestada y que eres parte de esto también.
Sí, bueno, mi meta siempre fue, nunca había hablado en público, nunca había estado delante de una cámara, pero mi meta siempre fue que el nombre de Enrique Carrillo siempre no se les olvidara y aquellas personas que pensaban que había hecho algo mal, explicarle por qué se pensaba de que no, pero esa fue mi meta es que su nombre nunca se olvidara y pelear porque la gente entendiera lo mal que había estado el sistema y lo corrupto que había estado el sistema, tanto juicio como juez, como jurado, como todo. Esa fue mi meta todo el tiempo y creo que logré esa meta. También mi meta fue de que él supiera que cuando él saliera, que yo sabía que iba a salir, él tuviera su mamá orgullosa de que esta madre había podido hacer algo y que habíamos puesto eso afuera. Yo soy una madre cubana con un corazón por mis hijos grandísimo y entonces pues nunca voy a dejar de luchar y de cuidarlos para
Yeah, oh yeah, that's Trident. She hasn't been here yet today, actually. Crossback came from before her. Oh, she's about to go to town then for them babies. She's still fat, so they're still in there, huh? Dude, this is a daily caller for the day. The title of it. I said, dude, is this true? The biological male nominated for Best Actress. I hear anything about that? Let's check it out. False. And now she moved a little bit.
The Oscar nominations have been announced.
For performance by an actress in a leading role, the nominees are Cynthia Erivo in Wicked, Carla Sofia Gascon in Emilia Perez.
Let's focus on that one.
Carla Sofia Gascon, the first openly trans woman to be nominated in any acting category for Best Actress.
I know this can be confusing when they say trans woman, but I'll simplify it for you.
Einhorn is a man! Oh my God! Einhorn is a man!
That's right. A biological male has been nominated in the category of Best Actress.
Not because you are pretty.
Are you serious with this? Anyway, I had never heard of this movie, but it is a French musical about a big bad cartel leader who decides to fake his death and come back as a woman so he can finally live his true self. My God, no wonder this thing got nominated for 13 Oscars. I further discovered that this movie is apparently entirely in Spanish, and it seems Carla doesn't speak much English in real life.
Él no lo sabe, pero nosotros nos conocemos de antes.
¿En serio?
Wait, I might need a translator because this is gonna get.
Let's look at the audience
What
Rotten
the
Tomato
heck,
score, which is the
man?
one that you can usually listen to.
Horrible.
Oh my. You might think with all this woke bullshit, the entire left would be on board. But not so. Emilia Perez is winning awards. Why is it causing controversy too? Some argue the movie perpetuates harmful trans stereotypes. Selena Gomez's Spanish language acting has been criticized. The movie is set in Mexico, but most of the cast is not Mexican. Emilia Perez is everything that is bad in a film. Stereotypes, ignorance, lack of respect, making money from one of the most serious humanitarian crises in the world. Mass disappearances in Mexico. For the sake of Hollywood further destroying and delegitimizing itself in a shroud of woke nonsense, I will be fiercely rooting for Carla to win the Best Actress award. The biggest shame here is that the actual Best Picture of the Year wasn't nominated for anything.
This ends now.
Is that good? Was Sonic good? Dude, I had a Sega Genesis. I ended up unlocking all the golden rings and getting Golden Sonic. Yeah, it was kind of a big deal at the time. It's really hard to do, and once you do it though, you can beat the game really easily because Golden Sonic had like superpowers. I learned how to do it because I had a Nintendo Power Magazine subscription. They showed me the way. I mean, wait. There's no power. I don't know how I'm going to do it, actually. I'm listening to a TV show. News Cheers back live. Whoa, it's happening. I did have Nintendo Power, but that wasn't a Nintendo system, so... Matter. Damn it, he's already been live for 17 minutes. We're going 2 times. That's even better. Screaming lady. Yeah, she's like a rock band. where they're going now, though. They're gonna start. They're even laughing. What if they're going home? Sometimes they just like just go. That'll be it. Kitty, you can't have it. No.
Houston, we have a problem.
What? No way. What happened? What was it? What happened? Stream's up. Down? What's the problem? She's up there. Oh. I don't know why you can't see. Wait. Oh.
You better run, bitches!
Get
across here.
Or that a little bit. Thanks, his feet. Yeah, I thought. Where'd Fisher? I thought the string got taken down. Alright, what? That doesn't even make sense. Mosquito batteries. Hey, how about that? One thing about mosquito patties, always eat them well done. You can't have a tartar version of one for sure. If you just mash up mosquitoes and eat them, that's bad. Oh yeah. I don't listen to metal. Tool's the closest thing I get to metal. Be like, and some I consider it's not, that's like death metal you got going on. Be like,
so you see, this is a great example of how we are not making things a crazy spectacle. It's actually the deranged individuals who have the problem with us.
this song is semi-metalish. That's Tool. Her with it sounded pretty good. I mean, oatmeal with pepper freshly ground on top, telecherry. These little white, egg white things because eggs were out again. They're like egg whites with spinach and, I don't know, some cheese. With Japanese mayo and sriracha in the middle of that. Then a bunch of vegetables, some olives. Olives are actually fruits. They're one of the 5 fruits of the Bible. Peppers might actually be considered a fruit too. see. Is a pepper a fruit? Peppers are fruits. Yes. I have more fruits in the bowl than I have vegetables at the moment. I have my fruits and vegetables, I should say. I guess a lot of people call peppers a vegetable. It says here the botanical classification, peppers are a fruit. Culinary classification, peppers are vegetables. There you go. I almost gave some inconsistent information. Did you know that cucumbers are in the same family as melons? Is a cucumber a vegetable too? Hold the F on. Do I just have a bowl of fruit? Like literally though? In a botanical way? Cucumber fruit. It's a fruit. My bowl of fruit. There you go. That's what I'm gonna start saying. It's not vegetables, you weirdo. Learn some biology, alright. Wow. Running about retards. Yo, zucchini's a fruit. Squash is a fruit. What is happening right now? Did you know corn is a fruit? Why don't we call it what it is? Why is corn considered a vegetable to most people? It's chock full of sugar. Most people probably consider it a grain because we're able to dry it out and pop it. You know, that the bullhorn really ties everything together. Fruits contain the seeds of a plant and are formed from the ovary. So celery wouldn't be a fruit because it doesn't have seeds. What else? Potatoes aren't a fruit. Anything that doesn't have anything that has seeds in it is a fruit. Let me think of here. Let me think of one. I think that's right. Dude, then there aren't many actual vegetables. Or there. Carrots. Broccoli. Cauliflower. Cabbage. Lettuce. I don't know who that person is. But some more vegetables, y'all, that are actually vegetables. Why is this so hard? Bok choy.
They're going to the same place that came out. I was thinking of going into the station. The office I'd go and file at is the opposite direction, so I figured literally, like, if I can get a... What? Oh.
Is a beet considered a vegetable? I think it is, even though it's got so much sugar in it that they can actually extract it.
Let's take it right.
Hardy root vegetable. Very interesting. Beet sugar. Beet sugar.
Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, you can buy it even, it seems. So, very interesting there. And sugar cane too. Is that a vegetable, or is that considered something else? Dude, I took biology class in 9th grade. I was actually had to get permission to take that from my 8th grade teacher. Because they didn't just let. Usually, you had to go to physical science from 8th to 9th grade. I was gifted. My biology teacher kept the room way too cold, man. I couldn't concentrate. It was freezing. He said he did it so we would stay awake, man. It made me want to go to sleep. It was my coldest class, and it was the last period, 6th period, so it was already hard to stay awake. You know what I mean? You're ready to go. I didn't need it to feel like an actual laboratory, because, you know, biology class, you have the nozzles coming out of the... It was like a chemistry / biology classroom, you know, so I had all the... It looked like a college chemistry classroom. The sinks and shit. It's too cold, man. So yeah, I get that it's about the seeds and the ovary, not the sugar. I get that. I just want to know what the hell. Well, it's a grass. So the thing that we have that's known for having the most sugar in it is a grass. The thing that we know with the most DMT in it is tree bark. Inner tree bark, the purple stuff, or the red stuff. Not the outer bark though. It's protected by the outer bark. Pretty interesting, huh? The DMT layer has a protective layer. Where are we going? make. We should almost be caught up.
Because so we didn't take pictures back in the day. You used to have no. You can need more questions, Mr. Ford? Give me something, man. We've been spending all day together.
I think you on the spot.
Yeah. What do you do free time?
First, Muppet.
Yeah. You like free time? Free time. There is no free time. I donate my free time to cause. People are doing things for fun, like reading or exercising. It's actually what books do you read? So I have recently been reading some of Francis Parkin's histories. I read through William Bradford's on Plymouth Plantation. Very good. Lothrop's Daughter has some good books.
Movie guy? You a movie guy?
I've seen movies. Several.
You've seen several? Have you seen any of the new ones?
Maybe depends on the definition.
Nosferatu?
Haven't seen that one yet. Sorry, Patreon is not where you go for your opinions on current cinema.
Did you see The Order?
I did not. Really? She doesn't I think it's a less than desirable depiction of a unproductive tactical implementation of plans.
Oh, they kind of sounds really good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, well, I think bank robbery is a deleterious strategy. Don't plan on it. There are plenty of people out there who make mistakes and get them on a true crime podcast. Anything else? The other people are asking questions. Got letterbox now? I do not. I'd like to read your...
Oh, speaking of, do you have any opinion on the Luigi murder of the CEO?
Officially, I am against extrajudicial killings. However, I understand why a lot of people were... Not support the right word. I understand why a lot of people were of their personal grievances made manifest. However, just going around killing people, not something that I endorse. I know, shock. Not a valid solution, really. That's your question. Like I said, you probably expect me to say it.
More or less. How do you feel like your attitudes, tactics, etc. have changed since 2017? Like, what's evolved in 8 or so years?
We've got a lot bigger. We've got a lot more experienced people. A lot of people that are doing things in the organization have a lot more experience, so we're able to have an understanding that's a lot more sophisticated when we're committing to actions. We know what works, we know what doesn't, so we try to be more efficient. I mean, such things like the DC cops, I feel like they know us and what we do by now, so there's a lot better of an understanding. It's not so shocking. Then with a lot of other cities, we're better with media, we're better with content. There's a lot I can go over.
I noticed this time and the previous time you didn't bring the shields, a lot less of the chanting and so forth, more of like trying to interact with people. Are you trying to soften your image kind of?
No, not specifically for the martial arts, but we're not going to be doing chanting or megaphone speeches because there's a lot of other people here. We don't want to overpower any other event. We are here not by coincidence today, but intentionally because there's another event which is bringing in tens of thousands of people. So we want to be friendly towards that by not trying to oversaturate the area with noise. It's very annoying when somebody has a megaphone blaring in your ear, right? Doesn't mean we have any experience. And the chance, it's for the same reason. As far as the shields, we didn't bring any last year. I think we had some the year before that. But frankly, they do compose in certain situations. And of course, the shields are used not as weapons or things that are supposed to be aggressive, but so if somebody gets attacked, they do not have to actually touch the opponent at all in any way to prevent injury from befalling them. As I think the instance over there illustrated, that there are some people who definitely do and would like to attack us if given the opportunity, which of course is very unfortunate because political violence is unproductive, to say the least. So, in short, they're cumbersome if not necessary, and I deem them thusly not necessary, especially the DC cops are almost too concerned about separating groups out to the point where it becomes almost just hampering, which maybe is part of the plan.
Almost caught up.
We didn't always have shields. We didn't always have...
You talk so fast, dude. We're caught up.
Hampering, which maybe is part of the plan. Oh yeah, there you go. Softening? No, it's the same deal. We didn't always have shields. We didn't always have, didn't always do chants. We always did chants. We didn't always have shields. So, there you go. Simplicity. We replaced them with flyers at this joke. Anything else?
What do you think of police following the march as you guys?
I respect the DC police are seeking to separate groups, and I think that is appropriate. Sometimes do I feel like they follow a little bit too closely, or they, kind of cut people off? That's just logistical concerns. I get it. I understand that they probably, these people are not acting independently. They have orders to be very careful. Which I respect. I prefer it to the alternative where they would be aggressive or which they would have no interest whatsoever in preventing people from committing acts of violence in their city, which I feel like is kind of part of their job description.
So for somewhere like Washington, D.C., would you prefer that they have a presence or not have a presence when you
I think it's generally good when police separate groups that might engage in violence against each other because violence is bad. So yeah. But again, like what I don't know. Do I think they need all these people here? No. Are we talking specific numbers? And we're getting hypothetical.
Do you ever coordinate with them ahead of time?
Nope,
like
never.
Do any permits? Nothing of that nature.
No permits, never. You don't need permits to exercise your First Amendment right. If they told us we couldn't be here because we didn't have a permit, that would be a violation of the Constitution. So yeah.
Has that ever happened?
Nope, we've never. Well, in Idaho it happened once, but that's a whole different story.
I was just about to ask about it. So Idaho, what the police told all of the press, they held a press conference right after they arrested you guys.
Did, yes.
And something that they said to us was there was a 911 call about people entering a U-Haul, and that's how they kind of saw you guys.
Yeah.
Was it? Yes. In your opinion, was that true? Like, was there actually a 911 call?
I saw the guy. We were getting out of our vehicles, and I saw the guy, and people said hi to him. They were like, "Hey, how's it going?" I know this is a little weird, but and he actually ended up testifying. I think he remained anonymous. I don't know his name, but I think he ended up testifying and worked through the trials, or the hearings. And he said, "Yeah, I didn't think those guys were violent. I didn't think those guys were there to cause a riot or something." But just an old man. But he called it in. I think he used some language that got the police on edge, and they were already on edge. So it was essentially a swatting, you know? Yeah.
Is your Charlottesville case resolved?
What,
they filed the Tiki Torch thing like years later, right?
Yeah, that was, I think I had that concealed warrant, right? You have no idea of knowing it's there for 8 months. Spent a week in jail, got bailed out, went straight to Albemarle and figured that out. That has been resolved with an agreement, yeah. Which was, the agreement was don't get any new convictions in a year and you're good to go.
Oh, like a deferred prosecution.
I got some really interesting sugar knowledge to drop in a second. More interested in what this dude's talking about.
Won one of the cases in
really
this trial, so I assume the prosecutor was a little worried that he might win it again.
On that night, I interviewed you, and I also interviewed Augustus Invictus. He just got convicted. Do you have any thoughts about the way that they?
I think it's unjust, of course. You know, I mean, a lot of respect for taking it to trial. And trying to have your day in court there. You know, he did. You know, I do think it's a wrong decision. I don't think he was there committing a felony, let alone a crime. But, yeah, that is an example, you know, which we also saw in Idaho. If you have different judges, you have different prosecutors, you have, even in the same jurisdiction with the same charge in the same instance, you can get entirely different decisions just because of the way the legal process works and how these cases get taken down. And it is kind of ridiculous, but because in Idaho, we ended up getting almost every judge in the county and every lawyer in the county, and we ended up with all sorts of different things, you know, so it's chaotic. Usually judges like to make decisions in congruence with each other so they don't look like they're getting erratic, but that's purely colloquial and by no means law.
You kind of arose right around then. Did the Charlottesville incident change nationalist organizing from your perspective?
Mine, I definitely learned a lot of what not to do. And as far as other groups, I think a lot of groups kind of fell off after that. They you kind of look at the Charlottesville, where are they now, 3 years later thing, you know, a lot of them, you know. I'm the only one who I think is still engaged in street organizing of any significant scale.
A lot seemed to change also after, I know your guys weren't at January 6th, at least as PF, but did January 6th change the game for you in any way?
Surprisingly little. I feel like we had learned a lot of those lessons years prior. Let's move.
It's go time.
He's just going to stand there.
Dude, that's what's great about Ford is he knows all this stuff to ask, man. He's amazing. There's other people I don't even know about that shit.
Not like that.
No, go back. Yeah. I feel like y'all don't know your good questions. No one even asked me what my favorite color was.
Is it red?
What do you think it is?
Red.
Blue. Come on.
Why the red scarf then?
Well, because I like red, white, and blue.
Richard Dreyfuss.
I'm a little bit fond of America.
My name is Richard Dreyfuss. Dreyfuss. My name is Richard Dreyfuss. I don't know, man. I've lost my Richard Dreyfuss. I'm sorry, Richard.
I was gonna get a picture of him, but I didn't see that he had the cigarette.
Perennial. What does that mean? See. Oh, the spring and summer? Oh, it dies? Like sugar cane dies? I didn't even realize that. I think it's so called then.
So are you with the paper or anything, or are you just here?
It's News to Share.
Oh, okay.
Which is pretty easy to grasp because so the picture front uniform is in style and fitness meant to resemble
Wow, amazing. The sugar cane's amazing. baby now. Alright, so check this out. Sugar cane is a specific species of tall perennial grass. What's that chick? Whistle chick without her whistle.
Bitches, go to your campsite. We'll see you tonight, bitches. We'll see you tonight. Remember what happened last time? Let's go. We'll see you tonight, bitches. That's a promise.
So, sugar cane, sugar cane. Alright, stop. I'm sorry. We got rid of all the losers that couldn't handle it, though, didn't we? Fucking losers. Check this out, though. Sugarcane was an ancient crop of the Austronesian and Papuan people. The best evidence available today point to the New Guinea area as the site of the original domestication of Saccharum officinarum. Well, let's say that right. Oh, you being weird with it. Come on now. Come on now, boy.
Saccharum officinarum.
Officinarum. Officinarum. Goes back to Sanskrit days, man. The naming of it. I learned that later, but you will too. It was introduced to Polynesia, Island Melanesia, and Madagascar in prehistoric times. That was a pterodactyl. I mean, a T-Rex. Could you tell? Via Austronesian sailors. Wow, man. I wonder how many seeds we actually, like, you know how, like, animals eat fruits and shit it out, and that's how a plant will travel. It'll grow its region. Humans have done the most damage when it comes to that shit. Look at kudzu, man. Kudzu in the south, taking over out there. It was introduced by the sailors. It was also introduced to southern China and India by Austronesian traders around 1200 to 1000 BC. Wow, man. Wow. The Persians and Greeks encountered the famous reeds that produce honey without bees in India between the 6th and 4th centuries BC. That's what they called them, reeds that produce honey without bees. They adopted and then spread sugarcane agriculture. Merchants began to trade in sugar, which was considered a luxurious and expensive spice from India. In the 18th century, sugarcane plantations began in the Caribbean, South American, Indian Ocean, and Pacific Island nations. Oh, hence them having rum, I guess. Makes a lot of sense why they're the rum producing capital is that whole area right there. They had an abundance of sugarcane. And it seems that anytime an area has an abundance of something, say it be corn, with us, we make whiskey. Like we make, because it lasts, and the corn doesn't. The corn's going to go bad eventually, but you make whiskey out of it, it's going to be worth something you can put on a shelf and sell it later. But I got off track. So yeah, I just thought about it right now about the rum. Merchants began to trade in sugar, which I talked about, from India. In the 18th century, sugarcane plantations in those areas that I just talked about, with those, yeah, The need for sugar crop laborers became a major driver of large migrations, some people voluntarily accepting indentured servitude and others forcibly imported as slaves. So a lot of that's one of the reasons why we had the 14th Amendment too, because we brought so many slaves in and we wanted them to be able to be citizens, their kids. Interesting. I mean, this is South America, but we did the same thing. I mean, we could have been doing it actually in the Caribbean. That might have been when we had control of some islands down there. Right? Grown in tropical and subtropical regions, sugarcane is the world's largest crop. Look at that. The world's largest crop is sugarcane. That's wild, dude. And it's said to cause cancer. By production quantity, totaling 1.9 billion tons in 2020, with Brazil accounting for 40% of the world total. Wow. Sugarcane accounts for 79% of sugar produced globally. Most of the rest is made. Guess. Y'all got it? You know where the rest is made? It ties in full circle. Sugar beets. The beets, man. Is how I kind of got on this. I was thinking about beets and different kinds of stuff that had sugar in it. About 70% of the sugar produced comes from Saccharum officinarum and its hybrids. All sugarcane species can interbreed, and the major commercial cultivars are complex hybrids. White sugar is produced from sugarcane in specialized mill factories. Sugarcane reeds are used to make pins, mats, screens, and thatch. The young, unexpanded flower heads of Saccharum adule, or duraca, is eaten raw, steamed, or toasted and prepared in various ways in South Asian, such as certain island communities in Indonesia, oceanic countries like Fiji. The direct use of sugarcane to produce ethanol, this one is really interesting. The direct use of sugarcane to produce ethanol for biofuel is projected to potentially surpass the production of white sugar as an end product. Apparently, we're going to start running equipment off of sugar fuel, which kind of makes sense. We run rockets off of it, so it has energy. Here's where we get the word sugarcane. Sugarcane comes from two words, sugar and cane. The formula ultimately derives from Sanskrit, because the crop originated in Southeast Asia. As sugar was traded and spread west, this became in Arabic sukkar, saccharum or saccharum in Latin, zucchero in Italian, and eventually sucre in both Middle French and Middle English. The second term cane became to be used alongside it as the crop was grown on plantations in the Caribbean. Ghana is the Hindi word for sugarcane. But there was more. There's something more. Read that earlier. Something down here. Here we go. Sugarcane is a cash crop, but it is also used as livestock fodder. That's cool. So they can squeeze out all the sugar out of it and then feed what's left to livestock. And there's still a lot of nutrients in it. Sugarcane genome is one of the most complex plant genomes known, mostly due to interspecific hybridization and polyploidization. So I don't know if interspecific hybridization has anything to do with what it said earlier with it can mate pretty much with all of them can mate with each other. Was it? In other words, there it is. All sugarcane species can interbreed. So maybe it has something to do with that. That's probably something super rare in the plant world. Maybe, I don't know. Is that, let me see what that is actually. Interspecific hybridization. The process of breeding two different species to combine their genetic material. There you go. It's a common evolutionary mechanism in plants and animals. Apparently it's not common for them to all do it. Wow, why is what could be considered one of the most dangerous things on the planet when it comes to cancer? It sure does grow easily. It tastes good. Ethanol, is that what they get from it? Ethanol? Alfalfa. Why? Frozen White Castles you get at the supermarket taste exactly like the ones. No, they don't. There's something different about them. They don't put something on. They don't put mustard on them. Actually, you have to put condiments on them to make them like the ones at the store at White Castle. I know they put mustard on the ones from Crystals. Don't they do that for White Castle too normally? I actually bought mustard just to put on my store-bought ones once. What's going on? Is there a cat here? Oh shit, these guys are gone. There's Mama. Tonight is PUBG night, man. There's a new season. I've already bought it and everything. I'm ready to go. I already bought it. I'm ready to go right into the game. We don't have to bore you all with unlocking the pass and unlocking the items and shit. I got my weed. I got my dabs. I got plenty of food and water in there for the weekend, so I'm chilling. I washed my car yesterday. I didn't even do my oil. Thinking about doing it today, maybe. It only take me like an hour or two. And it's supposed to be the warmest today that it's going to be for like a week. Yeah. I gotta get my arms up, man. That's too small. Ow. No, dude, I didn't. It wasn't in the store. I looked. I thought it was still in there. I fucked up. I thought it was in there for like 50 days or something. What if it's going to be gone forever now? Maybe not. It might come up. It might come up again. No, it might come up again in one of the things like next month or the month after. Kitty, okay, I'm gonna go put this up. Dude, I only get a certain amount of time not eating before she wants to go in and eat the scraps for me. It's very sweet of her. It's so sweet. Did you like good now? This. To take your calcium, folks. Your vitamin D and calcium, especially if you don't get outside much, right? Well, Yeah. Vitamin D, though, I think is one of the more important ones, especially for brain health. So, you know, also depression, supposedly, right? People just think of bones when they think of vitamin D, but it does much more than bone health. That's why usually getting sun is so important for like mental health. You know, I'm a freaking public service announcer. Want to come back? Come here. Baby girl. Girl. ASAP Rocky trial. Not interested. What did he do though? Okay, I'm interested. I only want to know what he did.
Of a shooting. They didn't find a victim with injuries. They didn't find any of the suspects. And they didn't find any discharged cartridge cases, which are what come out of a gun after you discharge it in the surrounding area. But again, they don't know exactly where to look with the limited information that they're given. You will also hear from Mr. Efron that approximately an hour, and he's not precise on the exact time, but approximately an hour after the shooting, he himself returned to the location. Now, at this time, the police have already responded and left. Mr. Efron will tell you that he and his girlfriend went there specifically to look for evidence that this had happened, evidence of this shooting. And Mr. Efron will tell you, because he knew exactly where the shooting happened, that he was able to locate 2 fired cartridge cases. And this is actually a photograph that Mr. Efron himself took of one of the fired cartridge cases that he found. Mr. Efron, you'll hear, went to the police.
Did he shoot somebody or what?
Walked into the Hollywood police station to report this crime happening. He brought the 2 fired cartridge cases with him, and he gave them to the police. You will hear that the 2 cartridge cases that he brought in were 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases.
None of y'all know either.
However, you will also hear from...
Oh, never mind then. Maybe this channel says what he did. The description. He's a Grammy Award-winning rapper. Charges that he fired a gun at former friend and collaborator Terrell Efron on the streets near Hollywood. Oh, her Rocky, boyfriend of superstar Rihanna, turned down a plea deal offering 180 days in jail, 7-year suspended sentence, and a 3-year probation to plead guilty to one of 2 felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm. Interesting. The March for Life is
and to
happening.
your point, I think when it comes to the weaponization of the justice system, I think you could say that this has been a watershed moment for more than just that.
The sun comes out.
Mark Zuckerberg getting on Elon Musk on Joe Rogan's podcast the other day and talking about how he was basically coerced to silencing people. And so I think you have this from all aspects of now this whole thing has just it's like the vibe or the atmosphere has changed in the past week, where it's like, you know what, maybe these like silent arrest and these like shadow banning and this, you know, Department of Justice obstruction, maybe all that just kind of goes away because it's no longer protected, or there's not some mysterious force allowing all of this to happen. I think it's all connected.
Buckeyes for life. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, looks like Tara's got some folks standing by. We'll send it down to her.
And they're exhausted.
Oh, I know. I'm tired too.
Yep.
I've been to the Supreme Court many times, but today it just.
Okay.
Hi guys. Well, we've been talking a lot about this is a march for all ages, and I have Kathy from Ohio, I have Xavier, and I have Matthias. They all made the trip here to do this March for Life, and thank you so much for talking to us. I'm going to start with you guys. And Matthias, what do you think of the march so far?
I think it's pretty good. I mean, it's a little tiring having to walk, but I like it.
It's definitely far. We've got the Capitol behind us. We're getting closer and closer, but it sure feels like a long walk today. But are you having fun?
Yes.
What impressed you today?
That all these people are here to defend abortion. I think that's really great.
And why are you pro-life?
Because I think, because everybody else thinks pretty much, because everybody else thinks that abortion's evil because it kills babies.
So
Amen,
you're making your statement here today and supporting these folks. Okay, great. And you are Xavier. How old are you, Xavier?
10, going on 11.
All right. Wow. When's your birthday?
February 23rd.
Oh my goodness. Well, happy birthday. 11's a big year. So what do you think of this march? Is this your first time here?
It's my second time, and I think it is really amazing.
What did you like best? Were you at the rally and did you hear the speakers?
Yes.
And who did you like most? Whose speech?
J.D. Vance's.
Really? What did you think was important that he said?
A lot of stuff.
Anything in particular?
Not really.
Okay. All right. Well, this is Kathy. This is Grandma. And Grandma, did you come down today?
This fucking always loves to put motherfuckers on the spot, dude.
Obviously,
it's annoying.
you feel this is important to share with your grandchildren. Why is that?
Because abortion is destructive, not only of the baby's life and a horrible way to treat any human being, but the women suffer. And the deceit and the damage that is done to the women and the death that is leveled against babies in such a horrific way is not something our country, which is built on the backs of families, should be allowing. And after years and years of praying outside of abortuaries and witnessing the damage it does to women, and being raised by a mother who did the same thing back in '73 when the Roe v. Wade started, she was out on the sidewalk. And she raised us pro-life. We raised our children pro-life to learn the truth. And now their parents, we're helping their parents raise the next generation. So,
do you feel it's a responsibility? Obviously, abortion is something that's very uncomfortable to talk about with children in many cases, but clearly you feel like this is a family matter to have an open discussion, and especially because you're here today.
Absolutely, because they're going to be out in that culture, and there are age-appropriate ways to introduce them to this and then bring them forth into a full understanding. And the only way abortion is going to be defeated is right here in the heart. And if we don't form the hearts of our children and the souls of our children rightly, it's never going to end. Because they'll get out there, they'll go to college, they'll talk to friends, they'll get in a situation maybe, and if they don't have that foundation and that love built in, they'll just become part of the culture that is not pro-life right now, but with God's grace, it's becoming more and more so.
Right. Well, you're getting closer. We've got, I'm not really sure how much further we've got. Not too much.
It's okay. It's all for the babies.
It's great scenery. I feel like it warmed up.
Right? All this love, all these bodies.
It must be that. Well, I thank you guys. You did a great job, and happy trails.
You too. God bless.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you. All right, guys. Send it back to you.
Thank you, Tara. Oh man, I loved the first little guy there. I mean, he just said it perfectly. Abortion. And he's like, well, I mean, pretty much everybody knows it's evil. Well, unfortunately, not everybody.
There's a ton of people doing this. There are. Cat is this. You worry about it. I got a cat here. What are you talking about? Oh. That was a long time ago. Long time ago, man. Back in the day. Back in the day when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I still wish I was a kid.
No, I didn't know you said.
Back in the day in 1985.
You know what I'm saying?
Y'all remember way back then when it was 1985, all the way live. I think I was about 10, one of those happy little niggas singing the blues that be always trying to bag with the shag and karate shit. Saying,
Do you like free coffee and hot chocolate?
Oh wow, are they now stopping or?
On the first pit stop, the dinner.
I guess I'm gonna still about 8 dinner. I'm gonna go give this food now.
Okay, guys. Thank you. Let's go push that. Yeah, let's walk across here.
I shouldn't have interrupted him. He was drinking water. Oh well. I can't move. When he's like doing something like that, I can't move. I gotta walk on eggshells or I'll stop doing whatever it is.
take another lift.
All right, folks, you guys keep moving forward, please.
Yes,
keep
sir.
moving.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for marching!
taking me.
She's taking me.
Sorry, I shouldn't say this. Just a thought, sir. Okay, wait a
Guys, I love this Doggy for Life. Amazing. I love it. Love it. Let's go.
Yeah, there's been nobody else.
Wait, man.
Dark Hopper.
You horny? This is your car no matter what. This is the one you get for the rest of your life. No other car. You have to go everywhere in this thing now.
I have to get down same time. I took 100 right down here. You got to be 105. I have to get down 5. Tanner, tell him one time. I have to get down 105.
4-speed aluminum top loader manual transmission, bucket seats, 2-point harness on it. Also having the signature of Carol Shelby on this 85th birthday right inside on the door.
Oh, 105. I have to get down 105. The sign and all. I have to get down 105. Yes, 5. And now 10. I have to get down 110. I have to get down 1.
You wouldn't want it?
Yes, 7, 10. I have to get down 110. I have to get down 10 and 10 and 10. Hey, I have to get down 10, 10, 10. And 110. Hey, I have to get down 110.
It'll be cold in the winter.
I have to get down 110. I have to get down 10 here, 10 there. I have to get down 10 and 10 and 10 and 10. Hey, I have to get down 10. I have to get down 10 here, 10 there. Last call. Hey, I have to get down 10 and 10 and 10. Hey, I have to get down 110. I have to get down here. You talking to me? I have to get down 10.
No, I don't care if you have your dream car. You're going to have this one now. Which is definitely better than a 69 Camaro Z28.
$107. You want back in, sir, before we
Chevy
go?
Cobra.
105, 107. I have to get down here. Would you
It'd
like
definitely
back
be
in, sir?
better.
I have to get down 107,000. I have to get down 7 to 7. Now 10. I have to get down 110. I have to get down 10 to 10 to 10.
Yes, it would.
Sold. $107,000.
Easily.
Right here, Blake.
Lot 1036 is next. Description.
Yeah, yeah, and I know people that know I'm right. Okay, so there's that. There's always that. I have the consensus. It's proven with the price, bro. Fucking Chevy Cobra is gonna go for way more than a Mustang Z28. Huh? Capiche? Capiche, kid? Alright, what else are we looking at? Yes, that's a fact. That's a factual statement. Chevy Cobras are rare than Camaros. That was not a fake one. I was at the official. It did not say reproduction next to it. Not say reproduction next to it. Motherfuckers are both retarded. If you wouldn't drive that car down this, if you wouldn't take that car. It's not Camaro. No, I'd rather have the Cobra. Yeah, I'd rather have the Cobra because fuck Camaros. I've had a Camaro before. It was a fucking shit box. Camaro RS with T-tops. 85 or some shit. It was a piece of shit. Blew the engine in that thing in no time. It sounded like I was driving a truck before the fucker was blown. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was. Oh, are you kidding me? You were either. I can't remember now. It was either IROC or Z28 RS. I think it was Z28 RS. I can't remember now how it worked. It wasn't the drag racing version. It was this like the street, the Kirby Road version, which is the RS, the Rally Sport, and I think it was the Z28 though. $8,000 car. To who? You couldn't sell for that right now. Go try. You know the used car market's tanking. Maybe like during COVID you could have gotten that for it. Not anymore. Hey, what would though? The Shelby Cobra just did 105,000. You see that? Did you see that shit? I'm not looking shit up because my car would smoke yours in the mountains. Your car wouldn't have no chance, bitch. Let's take it to the mountains. Oh, better yet, let's put on some dirt. Fuck you up, dog. I agree. Rally racing. Drag racing isn't practical. Having a drag racing car isn't practical. They handle like shit. They're too fucking loud. I like to have a car that can handle well. Sounds nice, but isn't stupid loud. I like to be able to crank my car in the morning and not piss everybody off. Like, I even think my car is loud. The Subi Rumble. You got. How does it feel? Huh? Here you go. I'm not talking about the Cobra being good handling. I'm talking about my actual car. I have an STI. 2013 STI. Yep. We're still marching.
Okay. Just on the sidewalk.
How you doing, girl?
Might start to laugh.
They all went up there.
I got again. You weren't fast enough. You weren't fast enough. No. Here you go. I'll take both y'all in the corners. Huh? How about that? You're a six liter. I'll take both y'all. Let's take it to the mountains. See, my car is more fun in the city, I think. Your cars are more fun maybe out in the middle of nowhere. I live in the city. So if I ever want to, I can like this. Really, like, because I have 6 gears, my first 2 gears are super short. One is almost non-usable. Like if I had a souped up engine, I probably would hardly even use first gear. Have to or not. I guess it would depend how strong the teeth of the gears were. Make that kind of torque. I might need to upgrade. Well, SCI's got a pretty solid transmission though. I haven't upgraded anything yet though because we've been doing all right, you know what I'm saying, with what we got. I'm not trying to. I remember when I first got that car, somebody at the dealership told me that It might have been somebody in the service department either, or it might have been, I can't remember where exactly, it could have been somewhere else, but I think it was from Subaru. Like, don't upgrade anything for your performance. Like, it's different if you want like a suspension upgrade or something. That's usually not going to break something. If it does, it's not going to be crazy expensive normally. But like once you start getting into engine components, when you break something, it can be pretty catastrophic. Because they don't try to hold off on that as long as you possibly can. Because once people start doing it, normally you can't stop. You usually, oh, I got that. Now I can get this little thing. Now I can get this little thing. And I've always just stayed away from tuning it. I got a cob access port. That's all I got. That's good. I'm good with that. More to protect the engine from our shitty gas out here. Low octane. And special low octane gas. Once something breaks on that thing, oh, I'm gonna be looking at some parts. You better believe that. But oh, we're good with the stock. That's my little grocery getter. It's plenty fast for stock. 305 horsepower. That's at the crank, but still, it's pretty fast. For my car was 45,000. I think somewhere around there. The limited also special BBS rims. The winter package. Like heated seats and shit. Heated mirrors. Sunroof, all that.
And is the thing bouncing?
Man, it was pretty expensive.
Alright, so what we'll do is we'll start it with you facing this way. And then maybe go over there and get the Supreme Court behind us. People will be walking between us.
I got my car from my dad. Hey.
I'm just going to use your first name. Okay. Never like to give last names on the internet. Alright, ready? And it's bouncing okay. Okay.
Oh!
I'm with Ava and we're at the March for Life 2020.
Dave with him, bro. Oh, that was the only one owner I see. Everybody's got to push your cars now in there. I should have taken pictures after I washed mine yesterday. I wish that motherfucker would stop leaf blowing over there, honestly. Use a damn broom. I feel like saying something to him about that shit. Will you stop leaf blowing your fucking garage and in front of the garage? Because it gets my car filthy every time you do that. Use a broom, you lazy shit. Leaf blowers are actually for lazy people. I was just thinking about how my car's clean now, but it won't be for long because my neighbor and his leaf blower. I'd rather the ground have the dust on it than my car. Oh, we had another fire. No audio though. Wow, it's under the interstate. What the hell? That's a new one. Under the 10 freeway in Boyle Heights. Homeless people, probably. Is live. It just came on 104 seconds ago. They might come out with audio in a minute. They could shut this interstate down for that. Damn, dude, it's bellowing over there. This is near Santa Monica. Like, the 10 freeway dead ends into Santa Monica. I think it goes like across the country. So, yeah, this Boyle Heights, so this is more LA. Can you believe 2 people left because they're no longer hearing the chanting? Hey, I was listening to that. Oh, Billy, Billy, Billy. They will never be back because I will ban them. If I find out who they are, I'll ban them for leaving. Never leave. You never leave. You don't know how much your fucking car is worth, dude. Gotta find somebody that's willing to pay that much for it. Dude, my dad sold many cars throughout my life. As if and I don't give a fuck what anything on the internet tells you your shit's worth. If you can't find a buyer for that amount, it ain't worth that much. Okay? Like there's such a niche market for a car that's that old as well as that expensive that insurance oftentimes won't even insure it correctly for that price. Is what it is. Is what it is. I don't believe you have it anyway. I think that you like to pretend you have things because you're a compulsive liar. That's what I gather so far. That's just going off of our time together. You post pics of a car doesn't mean it's yours, dude. I don't give a shit. No pics. Okay. No pics. Yeah, give me a fucking video. You revving it. Fucking internet, dude. People lie just for sport on here. Talking about how you got some rare car worth $100,000 almost. Looks like they're putting it out. There's a bunch of white smoke now. It's out. It's never got. It looks like it's homeless though. Homeless encampment.
Stand today.
Happening now.
Earlier this week.
This is live in DC. Why is he speaking?
Testimony and love of those residents and how they care for one another on the ground. I'm proud of the house we built. It's important to house and love. Nation's capital, Washington, D.C.
Recorded? Why does it say recorded? When was this? Oh, March for. He gave something for the March for Life people earlier. I see. It's all about the life. I get it. He wants the life. Pentagon using military aircraft.
Saying the president directed him to take all appropriate action to support complete operational control of the southern border, Acting Defense Secretary Robert Salesses announced the Defense Department will provide military aircraft to deport migrants who are in the United States illegally. He said those deportation flights will include more than 5,000 migrants flown out of San Diego, California, and El Paso, Texas.
Stoned as
Pentagon
shit. You
plans
see his
to use
eyes?
Air Force C-17s and C-130s for the initial deportations.
Dope.
A senior defense official told Airspace Forces magazine it'll be up to the State Department to work with destination countries to determine where exactly those flights are going. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announced Friday that the deportation flights have begun. She posted pictures on X and wrote, "President Trump is sending a strong and clear message to the entire world. If you illegally enter the United States of America, you will face severe consequences." Fox News reported that a flight out of Fort Bliss, Texas, was carrying 80 people bound for Guatemala. The deportations are being met with mixed reaction. Newark, New Jersey Mayor Ross Baraka called it an egregious act when ICE agents detained several workers at a fish market on Thursday. However, in Massachusetts, a state that went for Kamala Harris in the election, Democratic Governor Maura Healey surprised some people this week when she said she supports the apprehension of criminals in their communities. She also says she would not describe some arrests in Boston this week as raids and that Massachusetts is not a sanctuary state. For more unbiased updates, download the Straight Arrow News app.
Governor Cox has a relationship with her, so we felt like it was a good time for us to get together and reach out to her and see what we can do as a state to set the record straight on the fact that we're not a sanctuary state. We are willing to work on these issues. Sheriffs, are planning on leading the charge to some extent. We've tried some out-of-the-box thinking when it comes to finding creative ways to get bed space in our state, for example. And our interest is to get criminals off the street. So if there are illegal criminals out there that we could help find and locate and get incarcerated, maybe eventually deported. That's our goal, and we intend to work with the new administration, incoming administration, to facilitate what we can. It's obviously their responsibility and their job, but we can help them in a lot of ways, and that's what we want to do.
Do we need an ICE facility in Utah?
That depends on what you mean by an ICE facility, right? So across the country, ICE doesn't actually own many facilities. They typically actually contract with private vendors to house civil detainees. There are a few sheriffs around the country that house civil detainees, but not very many. And so that's what I'm saying. When we say we're thinking out of the box, we're trying to find creative ways to work with public and private entities to see what facilities might be available, what facilities could be built. We want to strike a balance. We don't want to have a huge facility that's beyond what we need in our state, but we do need some beds. The first step in this process of picking up, criminal aliens is to have a place to put them. And right now, that's pretty sparse.
What changes need to happen, or would you like to see happen with the Salt Lake City field office?
Yeah, we've had a hard time working with the administration there. You read in the letter, if you looked at it, Michael Bernanke's been a little bit of a hurdle or roadblock for us, both state and local law enforcement, as we've tried to navigate this situation. He sort of single-handedly labeled us as a sanctuary state, which we took offense to, as you know, and we just think there's better ways to fix the issues and work together to try to solve the problems that exist in the state of Utah. We're trying to put our best foot forward. You know, if we do get some new leadership in the state, I'm very optimistic actually that we'll be able to get together and make some good progress on this issue.
Sheriff, you're in a unique spot of the state because you border Arizona, right? And you're closer to what would be the southern border than many of our Wasatch Front communities or the counties up north. What is just your general experience with working with ICE or working with folks that are coming here and live here illegally or driving through illegally, whatever that is? But in Kane County, what do you see and what do you anticipate would even change at this point?
Yeah, not a whole lot as it relates to actual residents. You know, I live rural Utah. I live in a county of about 10,000 or less than 10,000 people. But I am right on the Arizona border. I actually I'm on the executive board with the Western State Sheriff's Association, and on that board I serve with Sheriff Mark Daniels from Cochise County, Arizona, which is right on the Mexico border. Mark is the president of the Southwest Border Sheriffs Coalition, and I work really closely with Mark. So I have been to the border. I've been to Mark's County. I've spent some time down there looking at the systems they use to try to enforce border crossings and things like that. So it is something I've taken an interest in, and I've taken people there from Utah to see, you know, what's going on really real time on the border over the last couple of years. And I've been, you know, multiple times a month, I've been updated on how things are going, what kind of progress is taking place with the incoming administration to really have a shotgun approach at this. You know, if we're going to deport people, we have to have a place to take them. And so the federal government has to negotiate those deals with countries to accept them back, and they're working on those things. We got to close the border down because we've had instances where people do get deported and they're back in the United States within 48 hours. And so the border has to be somewhat shut down or controlled, at least, as part of this process. It really doesn't make a lot of sense for law enforcement to take dramatic action on state side until some of those things are lined up, because if we put the cart before the horse, you know, the people could just be back, the criminals could just be back in the country in no time. So I think progress is being made on all those fronts. I'm excited about what I'm hearing. We look forward to working with Governor Noem, Secretary Noem, hopefully soon, and Tom Homan. We've had Tom, the Utah Sheriffs actually had Tom Homan speak as a guest speaker at our Sheriff's Association conference just year before last, so about a year and a half ago. So he's a friend to our association. I do think we can find a lot of common ground on this issue and hopefully make some progress in a positive, constructive way.
Did you get a reply to your letter?
I haven't heard back yet from the Sheriff's Association perspective. I haven't talked to the governor's office to see if they've had a reply yet.
What does this look like for Utah as a whole, the recent executive orders, in terms of your purview and maybe how you work with ICE, to the general Utahn out there that says, oh, they're ramping things up? Is that the case here in Utah yet? From what we understand, it's kind of hard to gauge given its federal activity and a lot of it is kept under wraps. But is there a ramp up in any way here in the state right now?
You know, I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer that. I haven't heard specifically of any operations or ramp up activities in the state of Utah, but I know they're planned. I know the federal government is systematically going through and trying to find hotspots and locations where action needs to be taken, and I assume Utah will fit into that list at some point. You know, we intend to have ongoing communications. We've had some communications with state legislators, with the governor's office, obviously, and others, DPS, to see what we can do to work together to be ready. The biggest issue for the state of Utah is housing. We currently have about 40 beds in a Las Vegas facility that can be utilized for Utah, Idaho, and Montana civil detainees, and that's just not enough, right? So we think we need somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 300 beds available to us to be able to actually make a difference and start picking people up. Now, sheriffs are willing to do what we can to hold people within the, you know, the bounds of the law. but we have some limitations there in what we can do to hold a federal civil detainee. And it'll be interesting to see what happens as I read those executive orders that you talked about. It'll be interesting to see what happens to change regulations or standards or, possible ways we can hold people that make it a little easier to accomplish. As of now, the federal government, and probably by design over the last several years, made it very difficult for local entities to house civil detainees. And that's really where some of the issues have come about between us and the ICE office here in Utah. The main thing that sheriffs want to talk about is just if we have criminals, whether they've committed crimes here in other countries and they're running the streets of Utah. In Utah, we take our quality of life very seriously. Not just in law enforcement, the people of Utah take their quality of life very seriously. So as sheriffs, it's our job to help people feel safe. And to the extent that we need to pick up criminal aliens and help and work with ICE to accomplish that and eventually probably get them deported, that's something we're willing to do. And I think all the sheriffs feel the same way about that. Certainly the ones that I've talked to do.
What is going on with y'all? Everybody
it's a matter of
having
working
a
out the
motorcycle
details
collection that comes through here
available
lately.
space and being able to accomplish that goal.
I don't even have one. How am I attracting motorcycle havers? I rode a scooter in Hawaii. I look like Dumb and Dumber 2 times. The first troops arriving at the southern border.
Part of President Trump's plan to crack down on immigration. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce starts us off. Good morning, Mary.
Bruce.
Good morning, George. Well, immigration was central to President Trump's campaign, and this morning his administration is eager to show he is following through, signing a flurry of executive orders, sending troops to the southern border and highlighting ICE raids. Along the southern border this morning, signs of President Trump's long-promised crackdown on immigration as the 1,500 troops sent to the border begin their new mission. In the air and on the ground, Marines from California's Camp Pendleton now at the border wall with heavy trucks and concertina wire. ABC's Matt Rivers on the scene for their arrival.
So right there, part of the very first steps of the U.S. military being deployed down here, those taking off from Camp Pendleton, making their way down here to the U.S.-Mexico border.
The troops deployed to address what Trump has declared is a national emergency.
One of those
What exactly do you want them to be doing right now?
Making sure that the border is safe and secure and that criminals don't come into our country.
The surge in forces comes as the situation on the border has improved steadily since former President Biden announced new asylum restrictions last spring. Encounters between Border Patrol and migrants down 60%. Immigration a top issue in Trump's campaign. The White House now eager to show they're delivering. Across the country in major cities like Boston, New York, and Newark, some communities rattled by ICE raids. The Newark mayor saying he will not stand by idly while people are being unlawfully terrorized. Trump has promised the largest mass deportations in American history. But sources tell ABC News these appear to be routine immigration raids that have been customary for years.
Hopefully we can ramp these
Trump
bitches
has
up
also signed
then.
an executive order to end birthright citizenship, even though it's protected by the 14th Amendment.
That's a good one. Birthright. That's a big one.
But yesterday, a federal judge in Washington temporarily halted the order. Judge John Kuhnauer, appointed by President Reagan, calling it blatantly unconstitutional.
Obviously, we'll appeal it.
Let me tell you something.
For a certain judge in Seattle, I guess, right? And there's no surprises with that judge.
And President Trump is getting a boost from Congress for his immigration agenda, passing the Laken-Riley Act, which will require federal officials to detain migrants with a past of violent crimes, of course, named after the 22-year-old Georgia student who was killed by an undocumented migrant.
Why are we talking about this now?
Making it
Yeah, the bill's making its way to be signed by him eventually. When he feels like it, okay? ICE agents arrest over 500 migrants in sanctuary cities, including New York City. I wonder why they had to wait. Oh, is this happening? No. When is the Twitch Rivals happening? Oh, the skins though. Are they on right now? I need to be watching out on this side so I can get free skins. Be watching that on the side over here. Nope, it's not on yet.
Proned in this bush.
Not on yet. I can't play Twitch Rivals, so I might as well not go live until it's off because it might be interesting to watch it. What time does it start? Man. I can't do it because I'm on PC. I mean, they're on PC. 2 p.m. Oh, so it starts in an hour and 12 minutes. I definitely can't do the oil that fast. Yeah. It's going to be 10 degrees colder tomorrow. Damn it. Why is it going to do that now then? I'm going to turn these cameras off though. Turn all this off for a minute here. There's just going to be cameras up for the food to see who eats something. So thanks to everybody for hanging out. I'm going to end myself being here now. I go change my oil. It needs to be done. And after today, it's going to be like 59 or like mid 60s. Today it's 71. It's a little bit nicer. Sorry to you, man. Bill, Sisti, Mueller, Ted Damas, everybody else. Hey, got a coin. Dude, man. Speedy Lube? Oh no, man. I'm not trusting anybody else now after I took it to the fucking dealership and my paperwork said that they put the wrong oil in it. I didn't notice till like a year and a half later. So, yeah, no. I'll just do it myself. I got everything I need already. It's ready to go. Get on to bed. Be live tonight on the other channel, but I'm gonna keep this up just so I can see if another cat eats some of the food. Right then. Somebody ate something. Oh, mama. Oh, wow. Weird. Oh, she got up and ate, huh? Cool. Alright. I done. And I took it for a test drive. And I changed the air filter. It needed to be changed. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. I mean, when a white one looks more like, that's not a new one, that's just the other side of that one. How much wider it is, that's the output side. So that definitely needed to be done. My car feels faster. I don't know if it's just placebo effect because knowing it's getting more air, but it feels like it's more responsive. The throttle. Waste oil? No, man. I have a thing I put it in. Yeah, container. I'm gonna have to empty it soon. It holds 11 gallons or something. I don't know. No, 11 quarts. Yeah. Look, and here's proof. There's proof I was doing my oil. The picture. Look, 2 jack stands. Hey, I know what I'm doing. I want it level so that it drains properly. Look at this dude that I saw at In-N-Out though. Those are his rear tires. Are those fucking meant to be bald? Are those racing slicks or what? It's had a nice picture. Oh, those actually are racing slicks? I've never seen that brand before. It was on this truck. Because I noticed the fronts had tread, so I was like, and they had decent tread. So I'm like, why the fuck are his backs bald? Why would, like... Oh, thanks, sister. Interesting. Oh yeah, it's a Hoosier. I'm just now seeing there at the bottom. It won't focus. Here's what my dirty engine bay looks like. Blue top battery. You can see my big 3 wiring job. I did going to the alternator from the battery. That's a deep cycle marine battery. And the only reason why my engine bay is that dusty is because my fucking neighbor blows it into my garage all the time. It would be, I would have a clean engine bay actually if it weren't for him constantly blowing dust for the past 6 years into my garage. Fucking asshole. It's actually dirty. Did they do this right? I asked for mustard grilled, y'all. I tried to get a unique version of an In-N-Out that I never had before. Let's see if it's actually any different. Where's the onion? They didn't put... They did... They didn't do it completely right. It's missing onion completely. The onion was supposed to be sliced and grilled. Oh well. I have no onion. Go on, kitty. No. Yeah, that truck must be a sleeper. For a second, though, I thought that they just really needed rear tires. Yeah, they did. They said, well, that's the lady when I was paying. She said I had to ask for the onions. But they might even notice slice thing grill them. They gave me a ton of fries though. It's like they hooked me up for asking for a special burger. I miss the onion though. Man.
Guys, I want to see my ex-fam on here.
I was in California now. I'm walking around California. Did you not go talk to them? Like, I don't need to talk to them. Idiots. I see you can't see. Boom. No! 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 Stop! Fuck! Why does she keep coming in? Like, I knocked her off, she keeps coming back. Put her down, she wants to come back up again. Maybe this time. She wants this. I'm trying to get on the desk to get to this. As soon as I came in here, she was like... It's interesting he's going to talk to the firefighters before talking to the mayor. I love it. Is everybody going to be like, yeah, we got hosed. I wonder if he's going to have a public meeting with them. How do we lose a viewer when I'm eating for you? For you. Someone just envy for you.
Next stop is just right down there, and he'll head that way.
Damn it, come on, Simon. Come on.
Yeah.
I fucking have 10 minutes to eat, and you guys don't fuck with me? Fuck.
Meow.
interesting that he does this photo op type shit. What does he need to be there for?
This is Chris. Mia.
Russian bride? Fuck you. I already had a Romanian girlfriend that was pretty much the same thing. Might as well have been. Guys are bullet with that one. Fiance, I should say. I had a Romanian fiance at one point.
Jedan blok dole. Da. Ovo je moj muž. Da, Amerikanca, ovo je Chris. I da, imamo dva dečaka.
This is a people in this community. Everyone feels lucky to be here.
Bili smo na daughter lokacija, danas su se finally jedan now smo location prije sedmice.
The first time I saw him was actually at Halloween Park when we were 9 years old.
Why is she talking while he's listening to somebody?
That's where people need help. Listen, this is a community that has a lot of resources, but it's also a very multi-generational community with that don't have schools.
What's going on?
And
Fuck, man.
a lot of people
I want to shut up.
we've been kind of abandoned and let down by local leadership. The fire department's been amazing, but they need resources. And in order for us to build back, we need better infrastructure. We need to make sure this will never happen again. Yeah.
Sister T, I don't want her there anymore.
We're gonna need.
She used to leave. She's being a dumb cunt.
No, my God, look at her little house.
Jesus Christ. Everybody talking that makes it so we can't hear him needs to suck a cock right now.
She comes here and build a life in the house and family.
This is my second time
nothing
here.
and building up and become successful and then suddenly she has nothing done.
So we can't afford to take them. We're working on it.
Like, what the fuck, man? What were any of them doing talking while the president's talking and listening to somebody? No respect. She doesn't fucking have any respect. She needs to go make a sandwich or something. I mean, she's getting spoiled. You know she's spoiled, dude. With when you're that young with a guy that old, he has to spoil her. I doubt she got with him because of his big dick. At least he doesn't act like Biden. I'm Jill's husband. Oh yeah. Boom. Boom. That's the champion. I'm the champion. Man, that's salty. Why is he touching the president? You want to get shot, fuckhead? Oh, touchy, touchy. Yeah, I'm not Secret Service. I would have sniped his ass right there. We don't know what he's up to.
Mike, Gabby. Not even believable. It's really not believable.
It's different when he wants to shake your hand. No touching his back out of nowhere. Dude, I get the ketchup package from In-N-Out just so I can have ketchup for some other thing. I never want it with the fries. I don't buy ketchup. Every now and then, you know, I got a little hankering for just a little bit. Next time I'm going to ask for lots of ketchup. Isn't enough.
I got you on Big TV Street.
My hands are so dried out from petting them. It's got to be it. It's the litter dust on their fur. And it's washing my hands so much, they're cracking. Wash my hands so much, coming in and out from out the bowls and the litter. Feels good though. Feels good having the car clean. I haven't washed my car in like a year. It feels like a bit. I hadn't done the oil since like a year and a half, I think. I don't drive very much though, so the mileage wasn't. I had only put like less than 2,000 miles on it. Yeah, I should have taken a picture of the mileage. Remember to do that next time. Yeah. And the new air filter. Whee! Did something. I bet it needs other stuff to be replaced by now too, though. But the transition fluid's all good still. Brake fluid. For those who don't know, Mark knows, Ted knows, fluids collect water over time from the atmosphere, and it
Task Force 69.
waters them down, makes them less efficient. Water doesn't work as well as the intended fluid. Well, they have to be replaced. The car definitely sounds better now. It had a little tick. It was starting to get a little ticky. I think the oil was starting to get thin from gas dilution also. I mean, that's mostly what dilutes the oil is gas. The stickers? Changed? I don't know, I don't think so. I don't remember them. I still have one up my car from last time I had it done at the dealership though. It reminds me of how little mileage I put on my car because I still haven't hit the mileage that I'm supposed to get my next oil change. And if I were to go off mileage, and that was like, I don't even remember, but that was like right, that might have been like 2020 or something. Y'all don't remember me getting my oil changed at the dealership? You know how long it's been a long ass time, because I would have told the stream about it.
Thank you very much,
I still haven't hit the mileage to it. So
So you saved your firehouse. It's an honor. It's already go fast. It's already going fast.
oh man, that took a year and a half to do it though, so. It's synthetic, and I try not to get onto it too much. I leave it in grandma mode. I put it in intelligent mode.
Welcome back to
Sport sharp, and intelligent mode. Intelligent is the slowest, sport sharp is the quickest. For turbo.
Sir, we're going to take a group photo.
Okay.
Every 15? Oh my god.
We're going to do something over here.
We got two other people on the sides of it.
All right, you guys come this way, angle it.
But you know how it is, man. I'm the first owner for it, so.
You're going to aim this way, sir. Perfect. Everybody just scoot back just a little bit right there.
Celebrating your 47th president. It's beyond belief there is no happy. We trust in you and we're all present this to you. It's really good. Thank you. Of course. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. A lot of good people. A lot of good group of people. As Is this an actual one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a heavy sucker. They're heavy. You know that. All strong men. Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Everyone's looking right here, sir. We're going to take a picture.
Oh, I definitely should have changed it earlier.
Okay, and we're going to do it
Been
in 3,
slacking.
2, 1, right here. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Ideally, it should be changed after every every season, right? After every summer, every winter.
You don't want to be with these guys. You want a single. Let's pick a location. How about by the truck? Sure. And you line up, and we'll just do. Where's my guy? He's great. Dan, we're gonna go real fast. We'll do singles.
And I think it matters more if you're in a really cold atmosphere. Because when you get the oil really cold, every time you heat the car up and get it warm again, I think it's more likely to attract shit into it. Impurities. Yeah, some people definitely make it seem like you gotta change it more than needed, really. And I looked at it. It seemed I didn't see a bunch of glitter in it. I put it in the sun and I moved the pan around. It seemed alright. There might have been a couple things in there. I should have taken a magnet to it. Next time.
The air is moving, the wind is moving the air mass, right? Yeah, okay.
So you got a magnet oil drain plug a long time ago.
Yeah, right.
So let's just see where he's coming. They're waiting on him. Oh, they don't have any audio now. I got the Pennzoil Platinum in there. Oh, we're gonna take a knife for his new oil filters. Oh, what? Interesting. Simon, what the fuck is your problem, man? God damn. Had to fucking... my finger. Let's go sleep. Bugging me. Alright. I just burned the tip of my finger. not ideal for PUBG time. I don't use that finger. Now you meow. Now you meow. Of course you meow. You were going to meow eventually, weren't you? You're just waiting on... Stop looking at you. Game on. It feels good just doing my own oil, because hardly anybody does it anymore. You know? Stop, asshole! She was there clawing on the chair, bro. Most people don't trust themselves enough to do their own oil, I think. They think that they might screw something up and total their car. I mean, it helps that I have the tool, like I have a torque wrench, you know, and I know that way I know that my drain plug is perfect, like, and I have the tool, at least. Like, if you don't have any tools for vehicle maintenance, which is the first thing I get when I get a vehicle, if I don't have it. If I don't have a car, I don't have tools. If I get a car, I gotta get something. So. But if you don't have tools, it's definitely intimidating. Thinking about doing an oil change, like, oh, what tools? I gotta go buy tools and shit, and then I gotta go get the oil and the filter and the crush washer. I don't have a jack. I gotta get jack stands too. Fuck. I just go Jiffy Lube, man. After the fucking dealership put the wrong oil in my car, possibly, I'm not risking it ever again. You know? I don't know if they did or not. The sticker said the right oil, but the invoice said the wrong oil. The invoice said the oil 020, 0W20. I needed 30W. Wait, stop! You fucking bitch! She's about to get kicked across the room, dude. She's clawing the chair. Definitely fed her lunch. What was that? Who was that? Why? Was that? Who? Like, just random people? Who the heck was in there doing that? Were they firefighters? Where is Newsom at? He's not going to be there. There's Karen Bassett's at the head of the table, not Newsom. He doesn't want any part of this, that's why. He doesn't want to have to look Trump in the eye after you told him before that he needed to clean the fucking forests up. Yeah, he doesn't want to be there, that's why he's not there. He pussed out. Wait, that's not him, is it? There's no way. No, he wouldn't be standing there. Greater than that. Well, Andrew Zimmerman. I didn't know he was in the military now. God, he knows she's a DEI hire.
Thank you very much.
He has to. Of course he.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is an honor to be with you. Unfortunately, it's a very sad period, but what makes you feel good is I met so many of the homeowners, and every one of them, a lot of them, and every one of them said to me they want to rebuild. I said, will you go elsewhere? No, 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 no. It wasn't even like a question. They love the area. They love the people. It's like a family. It's incredible, actually, when you see some things like that. We just left North Carolina, and we had just a similar type of disaster. It was water instead of fire, but boy, that water did damage like I've never seen before. And then you come here and you see this. But the people are so amazing, and your fire department was so beautiful. Every one of them is in perfect physical shape. I said, what do you guys do? They have very high standards, I could tell you. And we took pictures with all of them, but very nicely they gave us a little helmet. And I said, you wear this, huh? Is this real? And they said, yeah. I said, it's awfully heavy. You have to be very strong to wear that. But that's the original, right? So it's pretty good. But I just want to thank everybody. We're going to be with you. Your governor met us at the plane, and we had a good talk, very, very positive talk. We have to work together to get this really worked out. I don't think you can realize how rough it is, how devastating it is until you see it. I didn't realize. I mean, I saw a lot of bad things on television, but the extent of it, the size of it, we flew over it in a helicopter. We flew to a few of the areas, and it is devastation. It's incredible. It's really an incineration. Even some of the chimneys came down, okay? When you have the chimneys come down, you know that's pretty hot stuff, and a lot of them were down. That was a bad sign, too. But I just want to commiserate, and we're going to celebrate. We'll be back to celebrate one day soon, I hope soon. The federal government standing behind you, 100%. The First Lady and I are in California to express a great love for the people of California. I've had great support always in California. We did very well recently, as you know, relatively speaking, at least I can say. And it's been amazing. I have property in California, not too far away, actually, right up the road in Palos Verdes, a big property.
Dude, that's near me.
I've always loved it. I've always loved being here.
It's near San Pedro.
But we have to grieve for the 28 Californians who have tragically perished.
I streamed in Palos Verdes.
And sadly, you're going to be finding more. And that's going to be very sad, because I know people are missing. And when you look at that kind of incineration, you know what's going to happen. You're going to find some more. But with all that we've gone through, I watched your firefighters, and they were really fighting at a big disadvantage. I got to know a lot of them just now, and they're incredible people. They were so happy. They were saying, congratulations, sir. You know, they're thinking about country maybe even before this location that they all love. But I'm pleased to be joined by many of the great California leaders, both Democrat and Republican. And it's an honor to meet some of you I didn't know, but I know every one of you by name. LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger. Thank you, Catherine, very much. Mayor Karen Bass. Thank you, Karen. It's nice to meet you. Representatives Jay Obernolte.
He definitely doesn't know their names.
It's been a tough period, Jay, right?
Is he
Vince
making fun that he doesn't actually know
Vince,
their names?
Vince and Kevin, hi. Hi, Vince. A man I know very well. I know him too well, actually. And I say that actually with love, because he's actually been a great congressman for a long time, and he's a great leader, and he loves the area as much as anybody, right, Daryl? Oh. So Daryl, I say, young Kim, right there. Congratulations on an excellent career. I appreciate it. Another one I know pretty well is, to put it mildly, is Tom McClintock. And he's been with us for a long time. We have some interesting things going on in Washington, and it's an honor that you guys are here. Thank you, Daryl, very much, Tom. George Whitesides. Good, George. Thanks. It's a great name, too, by the way. Brad Sherman. Oh,
What?
I know Brad well. I know Brad, but that's all right.
Sides.
We're on the same side of this one.
great
I know
name.
that. We'll work together, Brad, very well. A lot of respect.
God, they're trolling
And
or something. I know.
Presidential Envoy Rick Grinnell, who's done a fantastic job for me over the years. He was ambassador to Germany, and he was fantastic. So 2.5 weeks ago, over 100-mile-an-hour winds transformed the Palisades fire and other areas into absolute infernos of death and destruction. And this is already the most expensive natural disaster, they say, in American history. That's pretty amazing. The numbers are going to be staggering. Most importantly, we have to get it built, and we have to hopefully find as few people as possible.
God,
We have
they need to blame it on
many,
somebody.
Too many. 28, at least, they say. We're going to work very hard with the mayor, the governor, the supervisor, and everybody, and get the resources behind you. And we have some amazing people, and we have some amazing fighters for things like this. I
Are y'all
also
cool
have
with
the
that?
concept of
Are you cool with
getting
paying
some
for
of the
that?
best developers in the country.
Artie?
I had so
Oh,
many
you're not
calls
here.
from developers.
Mark.
And they want to come in. They don't want anything. They just want to come in and help, and they really know how to get things done and get things built. I would ask that the local officials, because we're going to waive essentially waive all federal permits. We're going to have you go very quickly, because a federal permit can take 10 years. We're not going to do that. We don't want to take 10 days. I would. So we're declaring this a national emergency. By doing that, I can give you immediate permits. I'd ask that the local permitting process be the same. Some of the people were saying they're going to be forced to wait 18 months for their permits, and I don't think you're going to do that. I can't imagine that. So they are literally in a position right now they'd like to start tonight, and they'll clean their site, they'll do everything. They just want to start. And they were very concerned with the 18 months, so I'm sure you can get it down to, I would say, not even 18 days. They are ready, Mayor, they are ready to start. They're ready. I met so many of them. The fire took place. It's nice and cool there now, and they want to start taking the debris. They want to take the debris. They want to do everything. They'll get rid of everything. They're going to do it by their own hand. And you're going to see some amazing things happen. So we're waiving the federal permits. Either
Must
waive
be
them or
awkward
give
for her,
them to you
huh?
so rapidly. It's not going to. It's going to be essentially the same thing. But we're going to try and just waive them, and we'll rely on the local. But the local,
Trump
I
is
hope,
your
is going to do the
daddy.
same exact thing. They're literally ready to start right away tonight. So if you could do almost the same thing or the same thing would be great. For a building permit, you're going to have to, check things out a little bit. A lot of them, every single one of them said they're going to rebuild. I didn't have one person say they're selling or they're leaving or they're disgusted. They love their community, and it's incredible. We even had one from your neck of the woods, right? Yeah. Do you want to stand up? It was so nice the way you...
Well, that's why they were talking.
She greeted...
That chick she was talking to for so
My
long.
wife in a very different, in a very
thought I
different
heard
language,
it.
right? And it was very nice to see. And you're staying, and you're going to rebuild, and everything else. Yeah, everybody. So it's really great. So I'm signing an executive order
That explains it.
to open up the
Why she was
pumps
so
and
talkative.
valves in the north. We want to get that water pouring down here as quickly as possible and let hundreds of millions of gallons of water flow down into Southern California. And that'll be a big benefit to you. If you don't want it, you're going to tell me, but I can't imagine it. I tell you who does like it is the fire department. When I said that, they were very happy with that. They didn't mind hearing that. But we have a lot of water that is available, and I hope you can work that out among yourselves. But I think this will show that we have to have that water. We have to have that water. You're talking about unlimited water coming up from the Pacific Northwest, even coming up from parts of Canada. And it pours down naturally. It has for a million years. For a million years, it pours down. You'll never run out. You'll never have shortages, and you won't have things like this. And when you do, you'll have a lot of water to put it out. So I'm going to ask that you figure that out. But I really strongly recommended this 7 years ago, and I think I'm going to just do it. If you have big problems, you're going to let me know, but I just can't even imagine it. But we're also surging federal resources and assistance to the state, and California must adopt the common sense policies to prevent fires, and we all know that. You know, we were talking 7 or 8 years ago, I was talking to people from Austria, people from Finland, people that live in forests. And one of the gentlemen, one of the top great leaders of Austria said, we don't have forest fires, and we have trees that are actually far more flammable than they have in California. There are a lot of trees there. But they literally rake their forest. They take down, if a tree comes down, they take it down. They say you have 18 months. After that, it's like a matchstick. And I know environmentally, some environmental groups like the trees to just melt into the ground, but when they do melt into the ground, they become an inferno. So I think you're going to have to change your ways in terms of that. You have 30 years of leaves, and those leaves are dry as a bone, and they burn. You know, interestingly, because I was at Paradise, who is the general, right? Long time ago, I was at Paradise. What a beautiful paradise it was. And how is it doing, by the way? Are they rebuilding, right? Remember when he said, you were up here, President. I went there. I never saw anything like it. But you know what amazed me? I'll never forget it. The trees were okay, because the trees are loaded with water. They suck that water out of the ground. And this was an inferno, just like, I would say, no different than this. And it was also the wind that caused a lot of problem. I mean, you had tremendous winds that there's not a lot you're going to do with. You had up to 100-mile-an-hour winds. It's unheard of. But when I was in Paradise, I noticed that the trees, they were dark on the bottom, but they were absolutely living, and they lived because they're soaking wet. But the trees that were on the ground, within 12 to 18 months, they say 18 months at a maximum, you have to cut them up, take them away, because they're matchsticks. But we saw that. You saw that with me. I commented at the time. I said, look at this. The house is burned down, and the tree is standing, and it's, other than being a little different color on the bottom, and it went through an inferno. It's amazing. It's soaking wet. So I think they have to do it. It's called management of the floor. And when the gentleman from Austria and also Finland and other countries, they said we manage the forest floor very, very carefully, and we don't have forest fires. You know, they just don't have them. So I'm sure you're going to do the same thing. So there can be no golden age without the Golden State. It's a great state. It's a fantastic place, and we're going to have a big celebration soon. We're going to come back, and we'll come back as much as you need, and we're going to turn it around, and we're going to open the coffers. You know, America wants us to be taken care of. This was a horrible thing to watch, and the way it just kept going and going, and then they'd find another area.
Come on, buddy, let's go.
It was
Move
like
it. Keep it moving.
Genius on the other side. The fire was a genius, the way it kept moving, but we're not going to stand for it. I just met with the Olympic people, and they're all set to do a real job. So we have the Olympics, and I got them. You know, it was very interesting. I made the deal with the Olympics. I was called by your former mayor, and he said, would you call the Olympics? Because I must tell you, the Democrats, as you know, were not calling. They wouldn't do it. I don't know, there was a bad experience somehow. And I did, and I got along great with the Olympic Committee, and we got the Olympics, and then we got you the World Cup. That one I focused on with Gianni. Gianni was great, the head of it. And so you have that coming. And then we have the 250 years coming up, which is going to be a great celebration. But I'll never forget when I got the Olympics, and then I got I was president when I got them. And I said, oh boy, it's too bad I won't be president. Who knew this was going to happen, right? I said, I won't be president because
I really hope I don't have to hear him say this shit another 10 times.
I'd be retired by 4 days right now, I guess, right? So anyway, so I got him, and at least I'll be able to celebrate the Olympics, the World Cup.
Everybody in the world's heard him say that twice already. And the 250 years is
going to be a very big deal. So we have the 3 biggest there are, and it was an honor to get. If you have any questions, please let me know. And if you have a statement to make, I'd love to have politically, if you'd like to make a statement. Brad, go ahead.
Mr. President?
Okay, I'll do it.
Mr. President, thank you for coming
Thank you, Brad.
to the 32nd Congressional District and
Thank you.
making feel. Most people don't have adequate insurance because they couldn't get it. So one company dropped 1,600 policies just in the last 6 months.
Save us, Trump
We've got,
Daddy.
16 times as much property damage here as from Hawaii. And I'm hoping that we get at least 16 times the federal appropriation for the CDBG program that helps people rebuild. And I know you've talked about policies of California that you're not a fan of. But I've been in Congress for 28 years. I really disagree with Louisiana on their abortion policy. I disagree with them on their campaign finance policy. I disagree with North Dakota on their gun policy. And I would never turn to somebody from Louisiana and say, you keep living on your cousin's couch, because we're not going to help you rebuild until Louisiana agrees with me on a woman's right to choose. So I'm hoping that we can get these funds and that we don't punish individuals for the policies of their state. You can disagree with them, and I think you've got some ideas. I look forward to us listening. Also on tariffs, I often agree with you on tariffs. But how about no tariffs on building materials for the next 3 years?
We'll take a look at that, actually.
Mr. President.
Take a look. Mayor, please.
Yes. First of all, let me just take the opportunity to officially welcome you to Los Angeles. Really appreciate you coming, and especially you come just a few days after your inauguration. So I want you to know that your presence here is very much appreciated. Let me also say that I know you had an opportunity to see the devastation. You've seen the extreme loss, the grief that people are going through here. And we are 100% committed to getting this neighborhood rebuilt again. You mentioned a couple of things in terms of us expediting. So I signed executive directives right away so that we could cut the red tape, we could get people back building as fast as possible. And we're going to continue doing that.
Mayor, the one thing is they are saying they will not be allowed to start for 18 months.
No, that will not be the case.
Okay, I just hope you're right.
You can hold me to it.
Because 4 groups said that.
No.
That would be, they should be able to do it. They should be able to start tonight.
That will not be the case. You know, first we have to take care to make sure that there's not getting rid of the hazardous waste, cleaning things up so that people can start right away. And just like you said, if somebody their house was destroyed and they're going to rebuild essentially the same, maybe a little bit longer, a little bit higher, they really shouldn't have to go through much of a process. So I want you to know that we are expediting that. We absolutely need your help. We need the federal help. You're
You've got it, I told you. You will have no permit problem. There will be 0 delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have the permits.
And the resources.
I am more
the resources, bitch.
Because I met at least 8 groups of homeowners, and I'm much more worried about the fact that they said it's 18 months exactly, and they were devastated. They want to start now. They want to start removing things. They're not allowed to do it now. And you mentioned hazardous waste. Well, the hazardous waste. What's hazardous waste? I mean, you're going to have to define that. We're going to go through a whole series of questions on determining what's hazardous.
Nope.
I just think you have to allow the people to go on their site and start the process tonight.
Yeah, tonight.
And we will.
Okay, good.
You can come back and check.
Mr. President?
You said tonight, though.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I represent the areas of Altadena and Pasadena.
Yes.
That's the Eaton fire. And there is a world of
not
hurt there.
fit
I
for
know
the job,
that you've
dude.
gone to the Palisades and you've seen the devastation,
Right.
but it's apocalyptic in Altadena. And thank goodness I have a partner with Supervisor Catherine Barger in working to help people get back to normal and to rebuild. But right now they have nothing. And there have been 9,500 structures burned. Most of the deaths have occurred in our area at the Eaton fire. And thousands of people are without homes. And these are
check this out. Trump believes that the states should take care of themselves. He said it earlier today when he was in North Carolina.
People, these are working class people. They are people like Dr. Jackie Jacobs, who was an educator all her life and then finally became the first black administrator of her educational institution, Pasadena
They're
City
begging for
College,
money right now.
and then
All of them. Now it's her
retired.
turn to beg for money.
Now 88 years old.
She needs money too.
And then her home of 30 years burned in Altadena.
That's what's happening
She
right
has
now. That's all this
nothing.
is.
She left with only the clothes on her
She's
back.
trying to make
She
him
has
feel as
nothing.
sorry as
And so they
she
need this
can.
help.
See?
And
Boom.
I just want to make sure that you remember the people in Altadena and Pasadena.
Give us money, too.
And that you can come there and see how terrible the devastation has been there so that they can get the help that they need.
Just remember one thing.
What is he supposed to do for you, lady?
I like the way you express yourself, beautifully, actually. But I've only been here 3 days, and I'll do a great job. But we had another president, and this took place during the life of another president, not me. But I'm going to be the president that's going to help you fix it, because he would not have been able to help you fix it, okay? So we'll take care of it. We'll take care of it, and we'll work closely. Yeah, we'll work closely, and I know your community was really devastated, incredibly, so we understand that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm just going to follow up. Supervisor
Yes, please, go ahead.
Katzenberger, and I also represent Altadena, and what I tell people is, people of Altadena are the exact people you talked to when you were running. You've got individuals from every walk of life, and it is actually, at one time, was the only place African Americans could purchase homes. It was redlined. And so you've got a lot of generational wealth there. And one of the commitments I've made, and we've had meetings with some of your people in HUD that you've got there now, to work with them and work with your administration to see how we can help. And I've been pleasantly surprised. I know on HUD we've got some asks that we are going to be working with you on. But more importantly, I just really want to emphasize what Congresswoman Chu said, and that is that these are individuals who are feeling forgotten. And what I tell them is, and when we invited you out here, I told, when I went to the AME church, this president was talking to you when he was running. You understand the difficulty in making ends meet. You understand the high cost of living. And now their biggest fear is that that's going to impact their ability to rebuild. And I have made them this commitment, because this is my last term, that for the next 4 years, you talk about 18 months, I've told our county staff that if you're going to get in the way, then get another job. Because we are an all hands on deck. And quite frankly, if the bureaucracy can't get out of the way, we'll just roll over it. And we've said that, and we've made it clear. The governor's waived CEQA, which I feel should be completely reformed, if not eliminated. And if it's being eliminated for this...
How are they doing with CEQA?
How are they doing?
How is it? What's been the attitude of the people running that whole situation?
It adds sometimes years on to an application.
Can't do it. Can't.
No, and the governor's
and Coastal Commission also.
He waived that.
We're going to have to override the Coastal Commission, because I've dealt with the Coastal Commission for a long time, and they are considered the most difficult in the entire country. And we cannot have them play their games and wait 10 years to give somebody a permit. In fact, I'm going to override the Coastal Commission. I'm not going to let them get away with their antics.
Well,
okay. Thank you. Thank you, David.
Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your leadership on California water policy. You made it a priority from day one. For those of us in the Central Valley and Northern California, we have catastrophic wildfires as well. California is a wildfire-prone area, so ensuring reliable, stable water supplies is critical. And so your leadership, your executive order, moving more water, maximizing flows throughout the state of California, building more water storage, more conveyance, coordinating the...
It would have a great impact on, I know your area very well. It would have an unbelievable impact on your area.
Absolutely. We just want to thank you for making it a priority.
You know, even beyond the fire stuff, the farms. I was driving up with congressmen a few years ago because they were complaining they had no water. And I was driving up, and you'll see all of this incredible land, but it's absolutely bone dry. And then you'll see little green patches, and the green patches are so beautiful. You know, they have that land. They say it's as good as Iowa farmland, but it has no water. And it's artificial, has no water. They send the water out into the Pacific Ocean. And when we let that water come through your valleys and down to Los Angeles and everything, you're going to have a different place. It's going to be a whole different place. And you guys have to get together and say, gee, we want it. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So at least you said that, and I appreciate it. Because your farmers will be able to, instead of having 1 acre out of 100, which is all they have, they'll be able to have 100 acres out of 100. And it's among the best. They say it's the best farmland just about in the country, as good as any place there is. So, but you can't, it's no good without water. So that's beyond the fire stuff. But today we're talking about fire, but it's good for everything. So I hope you can lead a group. And Daryl, if you can lead a group, I know how you feel. And, you know, support what I'm doing, because what I'm doing, I guess, is controversial. I don't know what's controversial about sending millions and millions of gallons of beautiful fresh water from the Pacific Northwest and further up than even that into an area that's bone dry. We have to, you know, I have a house in Beverly Hills, and you get notices every once in a while. They want you to go down to 38 gallons per person or something, per house, per person. I say, you mean you can only have 38 gallons? Sounds like a lot. It's not a lot. And they want to do that every once in a while, and you just think it's ridiculous when you have like just about as much water as anybody in the country, and we shouldn't be in a position where you have tumbleweed that's dry as a bone. That even tumbleweed can be nice and green and rich and loaded up with water, and it's not going to burn. You don't even have to remove it. It's not going to burn, but it's just dry. So I hope you can all get together and say, I'm so happy with the water that's going to be flowing down, because I just don't see anything. They talk about the Delta smelt, which is a fish that's this big, but it is really not, doesn't have to be protected because it's in other areas. It's in numerous other areas. So it doesn't have to be protected. The people of California have to be protected.
Mr. President. Mr. President, could I just speak for a moment?
Kevin Kiley, California. First of all, you're absolutely right about the Coastal Commission. I've introduced legislation to rein them in. We've been talking with Rick about this.
They're out of control.
Absolutely out of control. It's insane the things they've been getting away with.
I think they thrive on it, actually, if you want to know the truth. It's so ridiculous.
That's right. They even tried to stop SpaceX from launching rockets.
That's true.
But you mentioned your predecessor and how he didn't fix the situation, which is absolutely right. Not only that, during the Calder fire, which was a few years ago, which was in my district, 600 people lost their homes in a town called Grizzly Flat. He came and he promised that he would help them out, but he broke that promise many times. He never delivered them the individual assistance they were asking for. So this has underscored for me the importance of helping the victims, making sure in this situation, in every fire, we get money to the victims, and we make sure that, that nothing stands in the way of that. But I just want to thank you for your focus on bringing sanity to California, water and fire policy. There's no place that needs a revolution in common sense quite like California.
You have so much water. Use it and be happy about it.
Mr. President,
be happy.
Mr. President, my name is Joel Pollack, and I am a journalist with Breitbart News, but I happen to live in the Pacific Palisades, as do other colleagues. One colleague, John Kahn, wrote the song Fighter, which you played at your campaign rallies. He lost his house and the studio he wrote that song in. We were lucky because I was able to fight the fire on my fence. But when I got to my house, there was no water in the pipes. So I got inside and I picked up the flower vases, because I give my wife flowers every week, and there was water there, and we started with that. Then I found my son's bucket of baseballs, and I dumped the baseballs on the ground, and I used the bucket. But there was still no water, except for the water in the gutter coming from the burnt homes uphill. So I went to and fro to my gutter and my fence with my bucket. Two guys showed up in a truck, 2 neighbors. We found 2 more buckets, bucket after bucket after bucket. Many of my neighbors, including some here, tried to fight the fires. They couldn't. We were lucky our house was saved. But we should not have to rely on buckets to put out a fire.
That's right.
You can't stop an 80-mile-per-hour wind or 100-mile-per-hour wind, but there were many things that went wrong here that are basic and small. We did not have traffic police to guide the evacuation, so there was gridlock on Sunset. They've removed the vehicles now, but there were dozens of vehicles that were abandoned by drivers who fled for their lives because there were no traffic cops available. The fire department wasn't pre-deployed, even though there was an extreme wind event coming. And many of my neighbors lost their fire insurance in the days before the blaze. So I asked my neighbors, what would they want to know if I could ask the president a question? And the number one thing was insurance. Can you work with the insurance companies to get people back to where they were before they lost the coverage because of California's regulations? And can you make California change its rules so that when we build again, we can get fire insurance and we don't have to worry? And there's one other point I want to make. I really appreciate my congressman advocating for money. We need the money from the federal government. But I also understand Americans who are tired of spending money on California and disasters happen, and the California government passes $50 million to oppose your policies. So they have $50 million for that, but not for moving people into rental homes or helping people relocate or rebuild. I would like to ask you to follow the 9/11 Commission precedent and appoint a special master to watch the money, to make sure that every federal dollar that gets spent here is spent on fire relief and rebuilding and not on everything else.
You, man, bro. Who said they were getting money?
Good idea.
Yeah, you get 10 million.
Here's a good one right over here. I don't know if you, do we all like
He's
Rick?
very busy.
He was ambassador to Germany. He was fantastic. Angela Merkel's happiest day ever in her history, and she had a long history, was the day I removed him from there and put him in charge of a very high level of intelligence and intelligent people, but they were not intelligent enough to fool him. But Rick Grinnell has been fantastic, and he lives here, and I don't know if you want to either think about it or recommend some people or get together and recommend some people as a group, which is fine. But Rick would be somebody that I would certainly consider. And Breitbart is fantastic, by the way. Congratulations on that. And I was so impressed with the firefighters I met before. And they said that, you know, I asked them how many of the pumps, how many of the hydrants were working. And it was a, you know, large percentage of them were not working at all. They had no water. And the ones that did have water didn't have a lot of pressure. And one of the things that was missing, many of you have sprinklers over your living room and your bathroom and your kitchen. I mean, if those sprinklers worked with some pressure, you would have had a much different outcome. So we're going to work on that. I think in terms of that, Rick Grinnell would be good, or Rick, you'll head up a group of people that would recommend a few people to me, maybe a commission, set up a commission. I like it because we're talking about a lot of money. The other one is Kelly Loeffler is now the head of small business, and small business is big business. It's actually one of the biggest banks in the world. We call it the Small Business Administration, and she's a cabinet member, full cabinet member. She's fantastic. Her husband is the head of the New York Stock Exchange, so they know something about money and other exchanges, actually. Fantastic people. And she wants to come here almost immediately after she gets approved. She wants to come here and open up small business to the area because they have a lot of money. I always say the small business is actually very big business when you add it all up. And she's going to come here, and it's a very important thing. I want to thank also the First Lady because she wanted to come here. She wanted to be here. She has so many friends, and she also wanted to see North Carolina because that was another disaster that was so bad, so different, but so bad. And she just wanted to go there. We said we're going to stop at one, and then we're going to the other. In many respects, it was a depressing day, but in many respects, it was a beautiful day because the spirit is so incredible. North Carolina and here, very, very similar situation. Different, so different and yet so similar, actually. And so I just thought it was very nice. You wanted to be here, and we appreciate that. Jay? Is that local? You gotta do, I don't want to be the only one to give you permits like in one day, and then I find out that the cities, the towns, and the state is not going to give you permits. And you know, the problem with permits, it only takes one. Yeah. You might need 7 different permits. You shouldn't have any at this point. You should just let them build. And you know, you're only as good as the weakest one. So if you have one that's going to hold you up, but the others are going to give it to you in 24 hours, it's not going to help you very much. So they have to work on that. It's what everybody said.
Well, and let me just tell you that we are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything so that people can begin the process right away. You know, we have the Disaster Recovery Center on Pico and Westwood. We have building and safety there. People are already contacting the local agencies. We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And we will clear the lots, absolutely, in the city and in the county. We are working together. Both levels of government are working in unity. Yes.
6 months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And you know, we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe, and we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't cost a lot.
Yes, and they can.
You should let them do it, because by the time you hire contractors, it's going to be 2 years.
If a family...
The people are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can.
There's not that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, you know, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking, I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site will be, it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract. That's going to charge him $25,000 to do his lot.
Yeah.
I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. You have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked, I mean, you have a very powerful emergency power, and you can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes, and if individuals want to clear out their property, they can.
Oh, now they can.
Well, yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
We think within a week.
That's a long time, a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most important thing is for people to be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. You know what? They're not safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer. A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it. I watched hundreds of people standing in front of their lots, and they're not allowed to go in. It's all burned. It's gone. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing, and I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit, and the permit's going to take them. Everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. You said 18 months.
That was last night.
And that was last night.
On that. Right.
It was the first time.
Mr. President, we're going to be together next week, and during the interim, many of us are involved in, and Tom McClintock, who you know has been an expert on this for years,
that's right.
We are going to be putting conditions on the money that do two things. Require that it be done timely and affordable, and then secondly, that we protect those who will come afterwards. As we speak, there are 6,000 acres burning in my district on the Mexican border. There will be more fires until we include in any disaster relief items which will prevent it or at least mitigate it from happening again. So you're going to see us proposing both of those.
Like water. Little things like water. You know, the party of common sense. See, we're the party of common sense. You're not, in all fairness.
Yes, sir.
We like water to put out fires. It's really quite efficient. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm Jay Obernolte. My district is just a bit east of here.
Yep.
And you were talking about the need to better manage our forests and our wildlands to prevent this from happening again. And you were so right about that. Just last year, a couple months ago in October, they put out a fire. The line fire in my district was over twice as big as the Palisades fire. And they put it out less than a mile from my house in an area where we had done thinning, and they stopped the fire, Mr. President, on a fire break that we had built a couple of years ago.
That's right.
We have an area just on the other side of my community that hasn't been thinned in decades because it's being held up by a lawsuit from an environmental group that says we're going to reduce habitat. Mr. President, we need to, in addition to getting resources and boots on the ground to do this treatment, we need to reform our legal system to prevent these lawsuits from tying up these projects for years and years and years. And not to say that the merit shouldn't be heard, but we need to hear them and we need to move on, resolve them.
Is this a state group? State or federal group?
This is a local group, actually, Mr. President, but they have help from the state.
They use the environment to make themselves feel good, and they're destroying our country. And you've got to, at some point, you've got to put your foot down. I know exactly what you're talking. You have local and state groups, and you have federal groups too. And you got to fight them the right way, because you'll never, even if the mayor gives, you're going to have a local group come in and sue. You're not allowed to go on your property. They're going to talk about asbestos and every other thing. They want to go on their property and they want to clean out their property. And you cannot let anything get in their way. And you'll have this place built up quickly, beautiful. It'll be more beautiful than before. And I would do one other thing. I'd give them a 10%, 15% bonus on their house, because they went through hell, and they should be allowed to build a little bit, give them a little bit lot line bonus, give them a bonus on size, maybe a little bonus on height. They went through hell. You know, some of them had houses where they were restricted. They have to have an 8-foot ceiling. You let them have a 10-foot ceiling. Let them build a nice house, a nicer house than they had before. But I would give them a 10 or a 15% bonus on their plans. And I think it would be very well received, because they'll be able to build a little bit nicer house. Do you like that idea, by the way? They deserve it. Because you know what? It's not their fault that this fire took place. This fire took place, could have been stopped. It's not their fault. It's not the homeowner's fault. Yeah. And I think they should be entitled to a bonus.
I mean, it kind of is. They voted these people into office.
Mr. President.
Sir, go ahead. Thank you. Some good news from Paradise. We stood together there 6 years ago, along with the governor.
That was so too.
That 3,400 homes have been rebuilt out of the 18,000 lost, and there's 400 more in the wings. And so FEMA was very helpful. Now my colleague who has Altadena here, probably a very similar situation. Clearing the lots, they're probably going to have to clear about a foot worth of soil underneath those foundations to get the toxicity out. So they'll need a lot of help. Those are working class folks in Altadena.
And we did a good job with you people.
And FEMA was extremely helpful.
Yep.
30,000.
That was the old days when FEMA was good. FEMA's no good anymore.
Yeah.
That was when we ran it. FEMA was very good, but now FEMA's not good.
We got to get them on track. But on the water, thanks so much for your strong efforts on that. Right now, Lake Shasta, which is in my district, is dumping more water than what is coming in. So is Folsom Lake. And those are federal projects that should be building up, because we're latter January here. And there's not, you can't count on the rain and the snow coming every year. And so if we don't fill those projects, then my colleague in San Joaquin Valley isn't going to get his water for his farmers. Well, it might be all right up in the north. They aren't going to get it. And then the water needs to go through aqueduct for Southern Cal to refill maybe the Santa Ynez Reservoir that was empty during this.
You know, you don't even need reservoirs. With the water coming down, you don't need the reservoir. You have so much water, you don't need it. You only have reservoirs because you're trying to hold water. But you have natural water coming down along the coast. It's for a million years it's been coming. You know that, right?
Yeah.
In addition to that, you have a lot of half pipe. In other words, you have the half pipe that's built, and it hasn't been used. You see, it's bone dry. No water's been in that half pipe for years and years. It was closed up years ago.
Had the reservoir...
It's already there. Yeah.
Had the reservoir above Palisades been full, they wouldn't have run out of water in a few hours. It would have gone for at least a few days with 40 acre feet out of 600,000
That reservoir has been empty for a long time.
Yep.
It shouldn't have been empty. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, my name is Tracy Park. I represent the people of the Pacific Palisades on the LA City Council. I wanted to thank you for your loyal support to our military, our police officers, and especially our firefighters.
Isn't Bass going to talk again? How about the female firefighter chief? Let's talk to her.
My top priority going forward is to get these men and women home as soon as possible and open up the pathway to begin their rebuilding process. It was the Army Corps of Engineers who announced last night that it would be 18 months. I am fully committed to doing my part on the ground with our state agencies and our city and our county partners to speed this up.
Good.
I just ask for your ongoing partnership with FEMA and the EPA and our other federal agencies to make sure that we have a commitment across all layers of government to get these people back home. Thank you, sir.
I do. Thank you very much. It's well said. I do have to say FEMA is a big disappointment. We had it working well. We had great people, but FEMA's not good anymore. What FEMA did in North Carolina, you know, they still haven't even gone to certain areas. They don't know what they're doing. And I say, you don't need FEMA. You need a good state government. And when you have a problem in Los Angeles, or when you have a problem even in the state of California, you have your own, essentially FEMA. You fix it yourself. You don't have somebody coming in from a state where they have no idea, like Florida. They come in from hurricanes. They have people staying in Alaska, and now they see, oh, this is very nice. But by the time they get familiar with it, they don't know anything. The FEMA is a very expensive, in my opinion, mostly failed situation. We had great people. We did some great jobs, but each state should take care of their problem and get money from the federal government. It would be so much better, so much more efficient. So we're looking at that because we have had, and you're going to have problems with FEMA too. You've already had problems with FEMA. FEMA doesn't even show up. It takes weeks before they even show up. And what happens is the state then relies on FEMA, and nobody does anything because FEMA doesn't show up. So it's not a good situation. So we'll make some recommendations on that. But you have to push like hell to get the permits, because I'm just hearing things that I don't like to hear. I think you're not going to get your permits as fast as people are saying. We have to get them. And Mayor, if I can help you at all in that regard, you'll let me know. But you're going to have all your federal permits. That's going to be the easy part, which, by the way, is by far the hardest part. You know who controls your water is Department of Commerce, and I already have that approval. And that's usually a very long process, but that's the hard part was the federal, but we already have that done. So anything I can do, please let me know. Please, go ahead. You lost all your schools. You lost four. You lost your 4 schools. Were they completely burned down, the schools? Wow. All of them? All of them? No, you can't. No.
That's right.
Well, I'm going to ask Rick to set, I think right from this table, you might put a couple of the fire guys back there on that I just met, okay? Because they're really good. But get a group and figure out how we can do the processing faster.
Mr. President, if I can just defend FEMA a little bit.
No, they want you to pay for it.
They brought thousands of people in. I don't know how they're doing in other states. They're doing a good job for us here. They've got a huge center that's open from 9 in the morning till 8 at night. But also, when you have a disaster this size, you need to be able to deploy thousands of people, which they've been able to do. Now, California, if we did it on our own, maybe we'd have thousands of people.
You do.
But if Rhode Island has a Palisades disaster, are they then supposed to keep
How many people do you have in California? 36? How many million? How many million people do you have? You have 40 million people. You're not going to get a few thousand people. The problem with FEMA is they come from all over the country. They end up in arguments with your people from California because they want to do it a totally different way. And I can live either way, but you haven't gotten very much done with FEMA because all you have to do is look at North Carolina. It's one of the great disasters of all time.
And Mr. President, you can't have Rhode Island maintain a staff of thousands and thousands of people waiting to see if they have a disaster.
You know who came in and fixed North Carolina or the process? Other states, people from all over the country came. And you have the same thing. You have a lot of people from all over the country. Getting the people is not a problem. Getting the organization is a big problem. FEMA's incompetently run, and it costs about 3 times more than it should cost.
I'm hoping
we can spend money on schools instead of giving money to bureaucracy. It takes you so much longer.
Mr. President,
it takes you so much longer
for helping our people.
FEMA has a standard, Brad, and I'm a builder. I was a very good builder. FEMA has a standard that's so slow. They want permit on permit on permit, and then they want permits on top of that. If you use FEMA, you'll be here for a long time. What I'm saying is get the city, get the state to give you immediate 24-hour permits. These people are going to build their own homes. They're going to get them built fast. How many of the people, could I ask you one question? How many of the people, what are people going to do for financing? What are people going to do? How many people can build a home, percentage-wise, like where they don't have to go out and get funds? Some people are just not going to be able to rebuild their home because they have a beautiful home, but they don't have cash, right? So what are people looking to do in that case? You're going to have a big percentage, I would assume, Brad, like that. What are they going to do? Go ahead.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have a half $1 million
you did something,
loss.
Brad, where every insurance company in the country left California. That's why you have no insurance, because you made it so impossible. People that think like you made it so impossible. And
Brad,
every
Mr.
insurance
President,
company.
I don't know what
I'll tell you this,
about my thinking.
I've never seen a state where almost nobody has insurance. And I said, what happened? And they said like 6 months ago they all left, and 2 years ago they had different quadrants, but they left. And you have very little insurance here. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
We had a lot of insurance companies pull out, but I have no idea.
And the insurance companies actually have been warning you. Now, I'm not a big fan of insurance companies, okay? They have their big drawbacks too, but the insurance company, I read the papers very well, and they've been warning California for a long time. They've also been saying, we want water. You don't have water. You're supposed to get fire insurance. And the insurance company goes, you don't have any water in your fire hydrants. So it's a tough situation. I'm not a big fan of insurance companies.
I gotta fucking get these damn plates, Trump. I'll be right back. I won't be able to hear it when I'm outside. All right, thank you.
They're pulling out of Florida
Red,
as
you
well.
lost your insurance company 6 months ago because the state wouldn't give them what they had to have.
Yeah, and Mr. President, I remember the
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I'm Ed Ring from the California Policy Center, and in the matter of prevention of fires, in the matter of the cost of rebuilding, both of which affect insurance rates, I think one, to support something one of the other participants said, a reform you might consider, and it could be an act of Congress, is that the losers in environmentalist lawsuits pays the legal fees. And I think that would be a big step in the right direction.
The losers of a lawsuit should pay all the fees.
Oh, you mean loser pays. I love that. Well, if you did loser pays, you could cut your courts in you could cut them down about 90%. Loser pays. You know what would also benefit? Medical. If you had loser pays for medical, your medical costs would go down by 50%. That's an interesting thing. You know, I bring that up, but you know the only problem? The strongest lobby in the world, you know what it is? The lawyer lobby. So when you go back to your local congressman, hello, congressman, how about going against the lawyers for a little while? No, loser pay is, you know, very good. In Europe, they use it in certain parts of Europe, and they have very little litigations, right? Yes, please.
Mr. President, I represent the 27th Congressional District, which is on the north side of the North San Fernando Valley through Santa Clarita and Lancaster and Palmdale. I just wanted to tell you a story of heroism. Yesterday, we had another big fire. We had several big fires across, and this fire was moving fast. It was moving 1,000 feet per minute. But what these heroes did, the firefighters and the sheriffs and the law enforcement officials, they mobilized 4,000 people within about 6 hours. They mobilized 20 air attack aircraft and helicopters, and they saved the city of Castaic. And so I just wanted to ask you to join us in recognizing those amazing heroes.
I love that.
I think the thing that we all, and I'm very encouraged by your words, we're all here to help the folks here, right?
That's right.
And your words about building quickly, building well, but building quickly is what I think we are all here to do. And I think if we can take that spirit out of today, it is really important that you and your wife are here. If we can take that spirit, we're going to help these people as quickly as possible, get them back on their feet, and recreate these amazing communities that we have here.
And you'll take the word spirit, such a great word, such an important word. You'll take their guts away. You'll take their spirit away if you don't give them the permits. You're going to take their guts. They're going to say, oh, all of a sudden they'll start looking for houses, and your whole thing is going to blow up on you. These people want to get going. This place can go quickly. But you don't want to take their spirit away, and that will take their spirit away. So you're 100% right. Yes, sir. Thank you. Right. That's right. Oh, you noticed that. Oh, look at this guy. He studies that. No, Bank of America, they're not nice. Sounds very nice. The Bank of America, they're not nice. Well, we're doing numbers on banks, yeah. We're doing it. Is that Leonard Boxer next to you? Leonard? Huh? We have Leonard and we have, oh, there's Skip. I have them all here, huh? Look at Skip. I haven't seen you in a long time. He used to be a very good golfer. You still a good golfer? Huh? And he's a good guy, too. Hi, Skip. You got them all, huh? Got Leonard, Skip. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say Paradise is coming back because of the help that you gave us, and we really want to thank you for that. And that's why we're here also, is because we want to help our
We did a good job with Paradise, didn't we? What a fire that was.
It was a terrible
We
fire.
had many people were found, and only the certain type of German Shepherd could even find it, right? You could not tell. The dog would go right up. There's the body. And the incineration was so horrible. So horrible.
And when we see the same devastation.
Paradise is going good, right?
It's going good. We're coming back.
Yeah,
it's because of the help, and we want to help our brothers and sisters here in LA to
that
come
got
back
kinda
too.
weird.
And I know that's what you're going to do. And so we really appreciate that. But from Paradise to the Palisades, the problem is fuel. It's the fuel, the vegetation, the dry grasses, the chaparral. There's a tremendous amount of it, and we're not.
You got to remove it. You got to remove it, and you got to remove it, and you got to do the other things that we've said 10 times. I mean, you got to remove it. You just can't have it. I see it even now. I saw the fire. We flew over it, and you got a lot of dry stuff. It's bone dry.
And the environmental.
And you know, I predicted this 7 years ago. I said, do it, get it done. And everybody laughed. They thought it was, I said, forest management. They thought it was such a funny term. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. Now it's not funny anymore, you know? We were right.
It's number one cause of these fires. Number one cause.
You wouldn't have any fires.
Right. And if we just remove those environmental regulations, NEPA, CEQA at the state level, they get in the way of us doing those projects.
It's all a con job, you know that, right? It's all
Berry
a
Creek,
big con
the
job.
town of Berry Creek in my district, CEQA stopped them from doing a fuel reduction project. They said 18 months. That's where 18 months comes from, because at least 18 months on a CEQA review. That community is no longer here today because of the North Complex fire. We didn't build that project. We need to make sure that never happens again. We have to stop those things from happening so we don't have.
Well, it will happen here
Palisades.
unless you're very strong as a group of people and demand that you have the right to go onto your property and start the process immediately, like tomorrow. How many people did I see on your street where they're standing in front of their lot?
What are you going to do
the
about
house
it?
There's really not much demolition. It's incinerated, right? So it's not like a lot of stuff. It's not like you have 3 stories worth of concrete. It's all incinerated. And all of the people were standing there and they weren't allowed to even go onto their lot. You got to let them do. If you can do that, you're going to see this thing go like wildfire. And if you don't, you're going to have those lots for years because people are going to leave. They're going to, as much as you love your location and your place, and you're in the real estate business, as much as you love your location and your site, your housing sites, they're going to leave. They're going to leave. They're going to find other things. They're not going to put up with it. They have spirit now, but in a year from now, they won't have spirit if you don't let them go. So just harness it. Well, I think, look, I'm going to give you everything you want. I'm going to give you more than any president would have ever given you. If most presidents wouldn't be here, number one. They certainly wouldn't be here after 3 days. They would not be here, I can tell you that. And we're going to override all of permitting. The only thing you have to do is get your state people, which should be very easy, because that's literally so easy to do. And I know the mayor, and I know she's working very hard, but she's got very powerful emergency, it's called an emergency petition. And you can petition very quickly. And I just hope you can give them, because it's very rare that the federal government would be ahead of the state government, because the federal permits are much tougher. But you essentially already have your permits. You can just go and go wild. Brad, as soon as you can get those permits, whatever you can do, if you can put that genius of yours to work on getting a permit, you'll be doing much better than some of the other things you've said, okay? But we do appreciate you. So, Mayor, could I just leave you with that? It's a big permitting deal. We're going to be back, and I'm going to put Rick in charge of just representing me for a period of time until we figure out exactly who we want to do it, whether we want a commission or an individual. You know, if you have a good individual, if you have a really good individual, and they are rare, but if you have a really good individual, it's always better than a commission. Because the commission gets bogged down a little bit, Darrell, right? So it's if you had the right individual, and I know we do. We have a lot of great individuals in this community, but it's an honor to be with you. It was an honor to be with your firemen before and your policemen. We met some great people, and these are people that are leaders, and they're just fantastic. It's a fantastic group of people, and they were very brave. I want to tell you, your fire people are so well thought of. You had big fires, and it was hard to put them out, but boy, were they brave. They were really fighting against a tough thing, and everybody in the country knows it. Everybody in the country knows it. and it was an honor to be with you. So I'll be back, and we'll work very hard, and I hope you guys can start doing your cleanup starting like tomorrow at around 12 o'clock, okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Brad.
I see you still there.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Brad. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Tom. Let me shake you. You're right. Good. It'll work out. It's gonna work out. Congratulations. Thank you.
Look forward to you coming back.
We'll be back. Thank you.
Look forward to you coming back. For the money. Just knew someone would have been there. If Newsom would have been there, they would have had like a ding ding at the beginning of it. Why are you acting starving today? I definitely fed you. You're acting very odd. Very whimpery and meowy.
Honor to meet you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you again.
Did he really meet him at the airport? Oh shit. Interesting. They didn't have their talk on the camera. Hey, stop fucking with me, man! Or teenage years. What are you thinking? He's down here fucking biting me and shit, dude. You little cunt. She just does bite once he shake. Does it once, she does a little harder, and then she does a little harder. Everybody's got to touch the daddy. Everybody touch Mr. Big Daddy Bucks. Big Bucks Daddy. Daddy, please help us. Money. How are they gonna do? Come on, man. I'm ready to end this motherfucking stream. I had no idea this was gonna last so fucking long, man. Kinda crazy. Really made a spectacle out of visiting California. Doing this on double time, dude. Game over. Alright, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. That's it for Kitty Cam. I'll try to play some games on the other stream, other channel. We'll see. Try to feed her first. And she's being buggy. Alright. She's meowing already. She ain't never been like this before. However, she's like she's starving. Meow, meow, meow. Oh. I'm definitely feeding her more than it says on the can to feed. Alright, thank you, Sis T. Marty, thank you for Marty. Ted Thomas, thank you for hanging out. And Mark Bass also. And all the other people that were here, that are still, were still. Thanks for coming through. Hope to see you next time. She doesn't like what my hands smell like for some reason. I guess it's the cleaner that I use. Oh, what? Oh. Hey! No! No! The fuck, man? She lunged at me like if she was a little. Look, I could see her little bite mark on my hand. kind of hard, but it was enough to where it was like, she's trying to hurt me. What are you doing? Crazy bitch. Simon was never like that. A bite. That was not a love bite. It's a give me my food, human bite. There's definitely a red mark on my palm from it. If she could pierce with those front teeth, she would, I bet. She's just unable to. I'm a feeder now. Alright, y'all. See you later. Take her easy now.
Another one.
Meow, 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 meow.